Showtime! Showtime!
What's going on?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Greetings, Internet citizen, and welcome to the DEFCON 201 October meeting. DEFCON 201 is a computer hacker group based in Jersey City, New Jersey, and is a subset of DEFCON groups. You can find more about us at defcon21.org. First up is our pre-show, and what we are about to air should terrify you.
I recently made a documentary exposing child predators in a pedo ring currently on the internet. Actual reports to the FBI and NCMEC have been made because of it, which can be provided upon request. Predators flagged the video and got it removed, and my appeal was denied. All personal information was hidden or censored. Names and identities were altered to protect the privacy of non-consenting parties. All dramatization in the visuals and dialogue are fictional and meant for storytelling purposes. Please reinstate the video at Team YouTube.
On the 5th of June 2020, one of my good friends, Mama Max, would upload a video exposing predators found on a website aimed at children. After going down the rabbit hole, it appeared that the site's remaining time online was numbered, as Max was reporting his findings to authorities. His video began to gain steam, but before it could get large enough for widespread internet and media attention, he was silenced. Oh, no, that's not gonna fly, because what he found was some of the most vile and disgusting behavior that I've ever seen on the internets. Tonight's, we're going in. This is the Kids Chat Rabbit Hole.
Slayer.
It was a late spring night. Max was chilling in his room playing some Halo Reach and sipping on a hot chocolate. He was cozy. He was good. After uncovering the Cartoons Incorporated Predator ring in his previous video, he was hungry to expose another. But as it turns out, leads were scant. A bit of time goes by though, and it finally arrives. An email notification imploring him to investigate something by the name of Children's Chat. And after heading to the websites, he knew what he had to do. This was something that went unchecked for far too long. He dives in, expressing frustration and confusion that the advertisements were clearly aimed at adults, that the website's graphics depicted those that were clearly over 18, and that right when you jump into that live chat, you're met with this.
there's something definitely off.
Before Max's spotlight of attention, the website basically ran unchecked, so I'm sure you can see where the problem is. Within an hour of joining, Max's burner account, disguised as a 13-year-old girl named Maxine, was met with over 10 unprompted messages, all with the acronym A, S, and L. Age, sex, and location. And so he continued his dive, tracking down and exposing the faces of the predators that reached out to him. It was a fantastic upload, and the topic's definitely something that needs to be seen and addressed, because allowing a website quite literally aimed at children to harbor predators with virtually no way of tracing them down festers a community infected with people that don't deserve to be online. Or around children. Because they should be in jail. So who silenced him and struck that video down? Was it the predators that he exposed? Was it YouTube? Or was it this website? That's where we come in, because I can't just let this go. I can't rest knowing that children are being targeted by nefarious individuals with virtually no repercussions. So let's head in. After witnessing this firsthand, I don't know what to say. I'm at a loss here. I've reported this to the NCMEC and the FBI, and can only hope that they investigate this and shut it down. This is not a place for kids. This is not moderated. There is no verification. And this is not a safe space. I'm honestly at a loss as to how someone can jump onto this site as a mere guest. You need nothing but a username, an age, and a gender. That's it. For a site that so heavily boasts its security and moderation, this is a pitiful excuse for user verification. So back to the core question now that we've seen the issue firsthand. Why was Max's video deleted? Why was his video exposing such vile child predation censored so quickly? Like I asked prior, was it because he exposed the names and faces of those he came into contact with? Or was it something else? Over on the official Kids Chat blog, it was brought to my attention that the website administrator went forth to make posts defending their sites. It reads the following. Hey kids, recently it's been brought to our attention that a video was created with accusations directed at the owners, administrators, and moderators of this very website. We usually don't respond to such crap and just continue to make this website better without the outside noise. However, with a little extra time, we thought it would be appropriate to send a message in response to the channel and its author that was posting false accusations and defamatory remarks about this website and its staff. I've gathered input from several of our staff members for this writing. For this blog's purposes, we'll call the video author Mr. X. Mr. X, of course, being Max. This website has always put safety first for our users. There are many rules and tips that we can provide on this website. It's literally spread throughout. We have never encouraged older users to use this website. Quite the contrary. Just ask all the older users we currently have on our ban list. It's written in many places that users older than 19 are not allowed. Mr. X has implied that there was no response from our administrator Arkham to his email when he asked what would be done from the predators he encountered on a recent visit to our website. In fact, Arkham did reply. He was asked to send screenshots. He didn't receive them, so there was no action done. After all, what was Arkham to do if there's no evidence? If we started to ban people when another user makes an accusation, that'd be total chaos. Stop. For a website as unsecure as this wouldn't cause total chaos as they'd simply be able to jump on a new account. It takes 5 seconds after all. Also, that wouldn't cause chaos because if you were speaking to a kid who claimed that they'd been harassed but wasn't versed with computers, nor knew how to take a screenshot, what would you do? If you boast so heavily about moderation and security, then why was it so hard for me to find any way to directly report individual users that were DMing me? It isn't there. There's no report button. I can ignore them and add them as a friend, and that's it. This is not as easy as you're making it out to be, and if you have any genuine intentions for keeping this site alive, then you need to optimize your user interface to reflect that. A report button for public chat messages, but not individual users, is insufficient. You need to do better. KidsChat.net has been here for a long time. We have grown into a very popular and enjoyable community platform for kids to chat throughout the years. If this website was anything like he claims, then there would not be a single user here. Yet, everyone can see the abundance of happy kids who use our website to contact their friends and make new friends. If any of us were supporting criminal activity suggested in his video, then we'd surely all be in prison by now. With popularity, unfortunately, also brings the risks with it. More users always becomes more problems. However, we are here to fight them. We are continuing to work every single day to make this place safer and to help put away the filth for good. Stay safe everyone, and happy chatting. The Kids Chat Net team. Further on in their blog post, they address the deletion of Max's video. Updates. Users have brought to my attention that the video made by Money Max, which included defamatory and slanderous remarks towards us, has been removed by YouTube for violating policy. For the record, we did not flag the video. Afterwards, they went forth to make another blog post with more of the same, defending their website to the very end and stressing that they're serious about keeping it a safe place. To be honest, I don't doubt some of their claims. I don't think Max's video was taken down by them either. I have a funny feeling that this was a YouTube thing. Throughout Max's video, he made a few graphic, analogous depictions of him taking down a few of these predators. These takedowns are almost reminiscent of Gokunaru's video in H3H3, which, if you're unaware, was essentially a content cop style video about Ethan Klein with a graphic skit at the end depicting the execution of him. It was meant to signify his ego being shot down, but of course YouTube took it literally. What's new? Anyway, that video's since been blacklisted by YouTube, and any attempts to get it back up, even by Keemstar, have been futile. As it turns out, shortly after Gokunaru's video was released, YouTube implemented an anti-harassment and bullying policy that, admittedly, is extremely vague. The reason I bring this up though, is because the parallels between Max and Gokunaru's videos are prevalent, and I'm sure YouTube took them both down for the exact same reason. Backing up to kids chat though, I don't doubt that they, at their core, want to keep kids safe. Digging through their years-old blog posts presents us with multiple reminders to stay vigilant when chatting online, stressing the dangers of communicating with strangers to their users. The issue I have with this site as a whole mainly stems from the fact that it's far too easy for malicious individuals to set up camp, festering a user base with nefarious intentions. For a website that's been ongoing for over 18 years, you would think that they'd have some sort of rock-solid moderation, an endless repository of banned words, knowledge of how predators can get around said words, and a reporting process that would make sense for a random kid online. But they don't. They don't. And so, to the kids chat administrators, I'd like to say this. The system that you have in place is, by all accounts, understaffed, unsecure, and lacks the user-friendliness to really address the primary issue at hand. Predators are able to exploit your site's weak points, and as we've seen, being in that chat room for not even 10 minutes made me a potential target for them. If these changes are not addressed, then I can predict an FBI investigation in the near future. Don't pretend like there isn't a problem. Don't pretend like this doesn't happen there every single day. Don't pretend like your website's perfect, because your website is not even good. You have a lot of work to do, and there will be a lot of eyes on you. Predators are on your platform. What will you do to handle it? I've reported my findings to the NCMEC and the FBI, and if you ever find vile behavior like this anywhere online, I implore you to do the same. Mama Max's content is a fantastic watch. He's out there fighting the good fights, and with enough vigilant eyes looking out around the internet, we can all fight the good fight too.
I didn't know exposing a pedophile ring would fall under cyberbullying and harassment to YouTube. But I understand that I'm not allowed to show the faces of convicted predators that have evidence against them. And I understand I'm not allowed to use fake blood, a prop brain, or fictional violence to express myself creatively. And I understand that even though I'm a human being, I'm not allowed to express any subjectivity, emotion, or opinion when I make a video about the kind of people who are exploiting, manipulating, kidnapping, selling children. Because at first I thought I should just save objectivity when I contacted the FBI and NCMEC, and that I would have the artistic freedom to express myself and spread awareness on YouTube.
But how silly was I? How silly was I to think that creative content on a video streaming platform where I have
An audience to entertain and educate should be anything more than me reading a police report in monotone and calling it a day. So at that I just want to say I'm so sorry, YouTube.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I hurt the feelings of manipulative, malicious, evil people
who want to have sex with kids in peace. I'm sorry that I disrupted the safe space you're creating for criminals. I hope one day we can invite all manner of animal abusers and serial killers to this platform, holding hands in harmony. You're absolutely right for taking my video down. Next time I won't be so angry in my views of these people. I will be pleasant as a Georgia peach.
Just kidding.
We can argue the ethics of my video.
That was Nexpo with his great video on the terrible CP that exists on the internet. Most think of the dark web and hackers when it comes to these crimes, not realizing the horror of this happening on the normal.com web and backed by terrible AI internet censorship. If you ever come across CP in real life, we have provided a link in chat to report it. Nothing will stop us in our quest to take back our systems that society has corrupted with filth such as this. Our world, the world of the electron and the switch, the beauty of the broad. We are legion. We do not forget. We do not forgive. We are decent.
See if this changes anything. There we go. Alright, that's good enough. So if you missed that, yeah, we got the power back on. Hello everyone out there. Sorry about the weird voice thing earlier. It's just that, when it gets dark out, like, my voice gets really hoarse and everything. It's just all nuts, and we have a weird setup that we're attempting to fix. Also, let's actually get me the ability to see and put my glasses back on. So, hi, everyone out there. Welcome to the October DEFCON 201 meeting. I'm Side Pocket. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. The big bird with the giant glasses earlier was G.I. Jack, and the guy who is currently trying to do Lawnmower Man 3 over here is Cyricel. He's the one who fixed our power back here. Yep, that's good. I just have random fists that go near my face. So
thumbs up, man. Thumbs
yes.
up.
So anyhow, we have a lot of stuff for everyone involved here, but a quick rundown of like who we are and stuff. Basically we are a computer hacker kind of collective workshop group that usually meets the third Friday of every month. Hence today here on October 16th. If you want to find more about us, just because we have a lot of content we're going to get into, you can go to our website at defcon201.org or go to our Twitter at defcon201nj or check us out all the social media. Like if you go to DuckDuckGo, type in DC201 or DEFCON 201, you can find us there. I also want to add in that we're not the only group out there. There's a whole network of DEFCON groups. You can find them at defcongroups.org. We will type this into chat in a moment. And we just have a really action-packed meetup. Obviously, we're doing this because there is a killer virus out there that's currently going through a second wave. And yeah, a bunch of us do. It's as terrible as it sounds. Basically, we're our own 90s sitcom. And, you think it's funny until you live it. But not all of us. We usually have other members. Some of them will be coming in later for the big activity that everyone watching can also participate in, which is Hacktoberfest. We're going to detail that in a moment. Yes, thank you. It's just that there is a computer virus. I wish it was just a computer virus. It's Stuxnet done like bio. We have a deadly virus that is currently going through a second wave, and believe it or not, I'm the contact for bringing actual over 18 women with consent home, so we're all good on that. But yeah, Big Bang Theory, but actually it's more like Big Bang Theory, but there's actually intelligent people here, and the jokes we make are funny. So, as I continue to semi-ignore chat for now, but I love when you guys chat out there, and it's okay if you guys lurk, but we do really love doing stuff in chat, even with pre-recorded videos. But where was I getting to? There's a crazy virus going through a second wave, and there's police officers that want to beat people up just because they have a face, and there's voting going on right now, and all sorts of crazy stuff. So we've been live streaming this stuff since March. And Jack, can you fling the door closed, because I can actually hear the keyboard clicks? Thank you. So that's what we're doing now, and we have a bunch of content to get to. So I just want to go through some quick updates, and then we're going to get into sort of our speaking stuff. So we are going to now switch on to the browser mode here, and this should hopefully work. Yay, something actually works. So this is our website, the DEFCON 201 website. You can't see them right now, but Ciricel here is the one. Oh, actually, I forgot to turn off the camera background because we are professional here. There we go. So, but yeah, Ciricel's the one who codes all this website, and I just do filthy updates. Police smashed all my friend's son teeth out while I was protesting. Ugh. Condolences. Hopefully he was on Woke, which is... So real quick update actually on Woke. We often raid Woke if you're on Twitch in order to catch up on the protest stuff. Woke is currently on a at least minimum week temporary ban. The wonderful lady, I believe her name is Mary, who runs the account, is using her personal backup account to rebroadcast the footage. So you can either go find that account if you want to know, like, firsthand without any alterations from either the mainstream media, which also includes the internet, because, you know, unfortunately Ben Shapiro is the mainstream media. Why doesn't the virus kill him? But to look for that. Otherwise, wait about a week or two, or go to woke.net, if I remember correctly, is the website, and you'll be able to find information from there. But this is our website, and of course today we have... this was the wrong page. Yay! I am on the... There we go. I'm like old grandfather mode here. Where are you? There we go. So, our meetings today is, we call it Revenge of Hacktoberfest. It's a vaguely Halloween-themed sort of thing, and we have a lot of stuff going on. We have a lot of talks to get to, and then around 9, 10... Yeah, the virus is... Well... Yeah, the virus does that. Honestly, I'd rather have the virus talk about our current election than anything that, like, Ben Shapiro or, like, the Quarterling actually says. But that's my personal opinion. That does not reflect DEFCON 201, although we do tweet a lot with middle fingers. But at 9:10, we are going to get into an activity that we'll explain later called Hacktoberfest. It's where we're going to be adding open source software. Our cutoff, if somehow the stream lasts that long, is midnight, but... we are going to do a bunch of cool, crazy stuff. I just blanked out. Hydration squad. But no, you'll be able to actually interact with us in order to hack and update open source software, and we're going to get that at 9:10. So we just want to let you know that 9:10 for all of you who want to do the full-on, truly interactive part. Although we will take questions for our speakers. It's actually the cure. No, the problem is he has something worse than COVID. It's that beanie on the top of his head. There's a rumor that when you take off his beanie, there's another Tim Pool. So the thing is that again, we have a ton of content. We set up this awesome, what I like to call, like, witchy speaker list, because it just so happens that all of our speakers, this was completely unintentional, but we're really proud, are all people who identify as being female or being a woman, which I have to ask other hacker groups, were your excuse. We have a lot of amazing stuff, and the first thing we're actually going to get into, and it's going to be our last, if I remember correctly, pre-recorded video, and then we're going to go into a Q&A with someone awesome. As you all know, the elections are going on right now. Please go out there and vote. New Jersey's registration to vote, I believe the last day was like 2 or 3 days ago, if I remember correctly. I think it was on the 13th, and today's the 16th. But other states have different registration dates. There's some states that are going all the way up until Halloween in order to bottomless pit. Hey, stop stealing Staten Island's job. So, yes. So there's different registration dates. I'm actually going to find the links in a bit for this, where you can go and check on how your state does its process, and how to vote in person, which is risky, but you can do that. And there's going to be a lot of stuff impeding in the way of that, as well as mail-in voting. So what we'd like to start off with is there's a lot of misconceptions on mail-in voting that's unfortunately done by this horribly, it's like some like crazy like third world nation that horrifies a lot of terrorists, like their government, right? If I remember correctly, Ciricel, they're doing huge disinformation campaign, this terrible terrorist cell, about voting by mail, and they're manipulating all the mailboxes and spreading other lies about how the system works. And I'm trying to remember what that terrorist organization is called.
I think it's called the United States of America.
Right, the White House. Yes, that's, I forgot, the White House Press. So we have the amazing Bia Scilab, who originally Bia was one of, I believe at 11, she came to one of our in-person meetings. Remember when you used to meet in person without social distancing? And awesome. Thank you, Disomana. Please go out there and vote. Do not take a picture, because there's a lot of states where if you take your picture of any part of the ballot, when it's even like one thing filled out, it will invalidate your vote. So just, you can take a picture of yourself, by the way, and we'll get into this, of putting in the envelope and not having your information on it, and you can take a selfie of like putting it in the mailbox, but obviously without the location. But just don't take a picture of you actually filling out the ballot. It's terrible. Now old enough to vote. That's fine. Just when you get old enough, please register as soon as you can to vote and keep fighting the good fight, including spreading actual truth of information. But I'm dilly-dallying too far. Bia was 11 years old when she first started to show up to, I believe we started in 2017, our DEFCON 2-1 meetings, and she's gone on to be her own crazy rock star in about like 5 years. Not only will she be old enough to vote and everything, but she'll also be able to take over the universe with her unicorn Wookiee army.
I still find it crazy that we know someone who is hacking election machines and is not even old enough to vote.
Yeah, she's 13, and she's going to be talking about the voting by mail stuff. Please enjoy this video. It's very informative, and take it away, Virtual Bia.
Don't go postal over mail-in voting. A look into voting by mail with yours truly, Bia Scilab. First of all, who am I? I am a 13-year-old girl, and 2 years ago I was the youngest speaker at Hope, and a lot has happened since then. I spoke 3 times at DEFCON. I spoke in the Roots Asylum, the Biohacking Village, and the Voting Village. I also gave a talk on election security in Romania at DEF Camp, spreading the word about election security worldwide. My election hacking from the Roots Asylum was highlighted at a congressional hearing on election security, and I am the founder and CEO of Girls Who Hack. Our motto is teaching girls the skills of hacking so that they can change the future. I provide online and physical lessons to any girl who wants to start her journey in cybersecurity. Speaking of my startups, I also started Secure Open Vote. I am building my own end-to-end election system. This year at DEFCON, I have my reporting system running in the Voting Village so you can try to change the vote count. So let's jump in. Due to COVID-19, this year's 2020 election is going to be one of the hardest in history. More people than ever are switching to mail-in voting instead of voting in person. To give you an idea of how many people voted in the 2016 elections by mail, 25% voted by mail. So let's clarify how voting by mail works, dispel some rumors, and go over the pros and cons. Starting with a quote from a high-level politician, "There is no way, zero, that mail-in ballots will be anything less than substantially fraudulent. Mailboxes will be robbed, ballots will be forged, and even illegally printed out and fraudulently signed." Whoa, there is a lot to unpack there. First of all, he said that mailboxes will be robbed. First of all, this is a federal crime, punishable by up to 5 years in jail and $250,000 in fines. Stealing mail from someone's house to get their ballot would be difficult. You would have to know when the ballot was mailed out, and everyone is home these days anyway. The postal mailboxes are emptied daily. So, unless you are going to go out in broad daylight, pick the lock to a mailbox, and steal a bunch of mail-in ballots, pretty sure mailboxes are safe. If you did manage to get away with it, it is likely that the few ballots that you got will not tip the election. In May 2020, a big donor to the Trump campaign was appointed as Postmaster General. Since then, people have noticed that the mail has slowed significantly. Mail and packages have been returned. He has shut down the mail sorting machines, forcing mail to be sorted by hand, taking the Postal Service back to the 1950s. Even one of my girls who hack soldering kits has come back to me. See? Anyway, but the good news is you can always drop off your ballot in a ballot drop-off box. In fact, over 65% of all mail-in ballots are cast this way. With everything going on in the mail system, your best bet is to drop your vote off at a ballot drop-off box or in person. But someone can just steal the entire ballot box. Not likely. Ballot boxes are kept at secure locations such as police stations or municipal buildings. The boxes are emptied daily and have security cameras on them. Additional security features such as unique keyed locks or tamper-evident seals are also used. I know what you're thinking, but Bia, in your other election talk, you said tamper-evident seals can be undetectably opened and manipulated. Okay, you do that. Go to the police station with your lockpicks and your acetone and open the ballot box. Let me know how that works out for you. The penalty for mail ballot fraud is up to 5 years in prison and $10,000 in fines for each act of fraud. That is in addition to state penalties. If the postal system and the ballot boxes still scare you, you can always drop off your ballot off by hand to the county clerk's or election board office. You may be saying that people are just going to print out their own ballots, but the ballots themselves are very difficult to forge. They use many security features, including special papers with UV-sensitive markings and watermarks. You can't just run to Staples and buy this stuff. If you have ever held a piece of fake money, you know how it feels different than the real thing. When the election officials are opening the ballots, the one that Bob printed out on his inkjet at home will definitely stick out. Some ballots use color shift ink or magnetic printing ink. This ink is extremely difficult to source and is delivered by armored truck. It's also worth noting that you need an actual printing press to use these inks. Bob won't just be loading that into his inkjet. Many ballots have micro-printed unique security codes or barcodes. This prevents duplicates and allows voters to track their ballot as it travels through the system. Another thing that this high official said is they will forge signatures, but the voter's signature is verified with their past signatures. Some states provide extra training for their election workers to spot forgeries. If an inconsistency is found, it is reported to the state prosecutor's office. But you can vote twice, once by mail and once in person. That's a big cup of nope! Mail-in ballots are due before the election. This gives election officials time to check the voter off the roll as voted. If the voter goes and tries to vote in person, the state prosecutor's office is notified. Occasionally, people have received 2 ballots in the mail with their name on it. No, this does not mean you can vote twice. But how does this happen? Okay, how many of you have ever merged 2 databases? Well, the computer sees these 2 names as unique. Marge Bouvier, the name she used when she first registered to vote at age 18, and Marge Bouvier Simpson, the name she took after she got married to the handsome Homer Simpson, and what is in the DMV system. When this state merged the DMV database with the voter registration database, Marge showed up twice. The good news is humans check these names and signatures on the ballot to catch these kinds of errors. If you ever receive 2 ballots, simply call the election office and they can correct the error. Now that we've debunked some myths, let's talk about how voting by mail works. Every state is in charge of its own elections, so it differs slightly from state to state. Some states allow you to vote by mail without a specific reason. Others require a valid reason to vote by mail. A few do not consider COVID to be a valid reason. But this is changing day by day, so check vote.org to see what your state is doing. The first step is to register to vote. 39 states and the District of Columbia allow their citizens to register online. Every state has a printable registration form, so you can print it out and either mail it in or deliver it in person. Make sure that you register by the deadline. If it is getting close, bring that registration form to the clerk's office or election office in person. If you have not registered to vote, do it after this talk. I'm serious. It takes only 2 minutes. Literally 2 minutes. And it's very important because every vote counts. I made this really big so you can take a screenshot. Go to register.vote.org to register. Vote.org has tons of great voter resources, including checking if you are registered, how to get a mail-in ballot, and a polling place locator and election reminders. Next, make sure you're eligible to vote by mail. Currently, 5 states have an all mail-in ballot election. 28 states and the District of Columbia have a no-excuse absentee voting, which means you can just vote by mail without having to give a specific reason. In 17 states, you need a valid reason. This differs from state to state. Some reasons include old age, being infirmed, or out of state. To see if you are eligible to vote by mail, go to vote.org for your state and see if you are eligible. Here is a map, and again, things are constantly changing, so check online at vote.org to see where your state fits in. Next, you have to request an absentee ballot. If you have not done this, do it now. After my talk, go and request your absentee ballot. This will give them time to add you on the list and mail out your ballot. Guess what? You can do this at vote.org. When you finally receive your ballot, sit down and fill it out right away. Don't put it in a pile of bills and junk mail you are ignoring. Sit down and just fill it out. One of the great things with mail-in ballots is you can research the candidates. Get your OSINT on and find out what each candidate is all about. Who knows, perhaps that school board member actually owns a chocolate factory. COVID is a valid reason for many to vote by mail and should be considered valid by all states. If a voter is immune compromised or lives with someone who is, not allowing them to vote by mail is a form of voter suppression. Voting in person also brings the risk of COVID to the election workers, many of which are elderly retirees, putting their lives in danger just so you can vote in person. The poll workers also have to clean the machines between each vote, slowing the process and lengthening the poll lines. It also forces people to go to extremes to protect themselves. this lady had to wear a trash bag. Now that's one fashion statement that should never be made. In many states, processing of mail-in ballots can begin as soon as they are received. Other states do this anywhere from 1 month to the day of the election. By permitting election officials to do a lot of the work ahead of time, the counting process on election day will be quicker. It's important to note that if ballots are counted ahead of time, the results are not released before election day. Regardless of how they are counted, this is a great opportunity to perform a risk-limiting audit. And every state should do this. You have everything you need: hand-marked paper ballots and people to count them. But mail-in voting has tons of fraud. Between 2000 and 2014, over 1 billion mail-in ballots were cast, and a professor at Loyola School of Law found only 31 cases of fraud. There are many benefits to mail-in voting. Voter turnout is 10% higher, and it does not seem to be one party or another. It reduces some voter suppression, like poll intimidation, or people who have to travel a great distance to vote and have no transportation, or people who have to work on election day, which should be a national holiday, by the way. It also protects from attacks by foreign actors. Kind of hard to hack a piece of paper, isn't it, Putin? One of the biggest benefits is it speeds up the election process. No long lines at polls or people not being able to vote because of crashing e-poll books or slow election machines. The two most important things are it's a hand-marked paper ballot and it allows for better informed voting. No more just randomly picking school board members. Remember this guy? The high-ranking government official from earlier voted by mail in 2017, 18, and 20. I guess the system is good enough for him, so why shouldn't it be good enough for us? And remember, get involved, become a poll worker, see how the system works firsthand, and give those old retirees a break, especially during COVID. You could actually save a life by becoming a poll worker. Don't want to go outside and see people? I don't blame you. Not a problem. You can lend your cybersecurity knowledge and skills to those who need it most by becoming a Cyber Surge volunteer. This can be done by remote. You can do this by contacting this email or going to this site. Most important thing you can do is vote. Register to vote at vote.org and be counted. Thank you for listening to my talk, and don't forget to vote BSAB for president in 2044.
This message paid for by BSI Lab for President 2044.
Check. So yeah, that was BSI Lab, being the ultra-intelligent young girl that she is, who's going to blossom into a frighteningly powerful supercomputer of a woman, like they do. And speaking of that, so a lot of people don't know that, and she's going to detail it herself, but that there is an entire village at DEFCON proper and she just came in. Hi, we're doing... Hi, Val, Maggie. We're gonna be. I think everyone's gonna start popping in now. But yeah, right now we're interviewing. Oh yeah, there's like 2 Maggies. Oh geez. Valentina. So we're interviewing. So let's go back to what I was originally doing. So there is, and I'm gonna try to get you like full screen here. there is a voting village dedicated to next Aaron Swartz. That's a high compliment. I'm gonna let her know. I'm gonna let Bia know that Wolf Make said that. But there is an entire village dedicated to election security at DEFCON, and so I'm really excited and honored to have someone who has done a lot of stuff for the voting village and voting security. But I'm going to let her introduce herself. So if you could you introduce to our audience who you are and what you do?
Alpine. I'm one of the co-founders of the DEFCON voting machine hacking village, along with Matt Blaze, Harry Hursty, Jake Braun. A few years ago, back in 2017, in the before times, we put this together to start making use of a DMCA exemption that was made to allow good faith hacking efforts of voting machines. And that was the first year it was allowed, and that's when it started.
So I'm going to do a quick video. I'm going to try a quick video thing while you answer this next question. So great, we're honored to have you here. A bunch of people, including myself, remember the documentary that there's two of them now called Hacking Democracy by HBO, which sort of really got this issue to the forefront with the whole Diebold machines fiasco, including being able to find the source code directly on their website that was supposed to be apparently hidden. My question is that since that documentary came out in 2016, has anything changed, and what has changed for the better, and probably what changed for the worse? And thank you, Haddle2F244. It's like the password for my luggage, for following us, so thank you. But yeah, how things have changed since 2006 when that documentary came out?
Well, I would love to tell you a really glowing story about how that documentary changed everything, and then the later Everest report and the Ohio top to bottom review, investigations into voting machine vulnerabilities, which detailed all the hacks a bunch of experts could find, were addressed and then patched, and then everything's gotten so much better. But actually, the first thing we found in 2017 at the Voting Machine Hacking Village 1 was that not a single patch had been made in 10 years. And actually nothing had changed. So as far as like the nitty gritty of like what's been hacked and what's been repaired, absolutely nothing. But as far as attitudes and some positive progress, we have seen that in the form of getting back to paper ballots, away from touchscreen machines. That number has gone down. And just general awareness. The fact that anybody's even watching this shows that there's a lot more awareness than there was. So that's where we are, at least with tabulation hacks.
Just because you could probably go on forever with this, but what would you say is the quick summary of some of the like very broad but dedicated vulnerabilities that are happening with the current crop of machines that you've tested?
Well, okay, so for the newest one, the thing that we're most worried about is something called ballot marking devices. This is, unfortunately, the replacement for a lot of the touchscreen machines. There's a big lawsuit about this going on now in Georgia. So the issue with the ballot marking machines is they are, ideally, they would be marking the ballot for you and then like dropping it into a little container. And what that helps with is, voters who don't fill out their thing right. The problem is that one of the things that goes on that new ballot is, in the case of Georgia, a barcode, which is kind of one of the big fights right now, because the barcode basically just means that the machine's just going to read what's on the barcode and not going to read the human readable part of it. And whether or not that's been hacked yet, we won't know, but we're fighting pretty tooth and nail in the election security community to keep those from being widely adopted, because they could go so very wrong, if that just is an example.
Thank you for that question. What is, and by the way, if anyone in chat has any questions for her, because we're going to have her on for about 10, 12 more minutes, please let us know in chat. My question, and then I'll probably open up to my roommates in a bit, is is there any potential with the current machines about any sort of remote interference? Do any of them connect online? Is there any sort of exploits where that is a venue for a terrible manipulation of our ballots?
So let me put it this way. The first day of 2017's Voting Machine Village 1, I tweeted out that it's been 4 minutes and we've had a remote hack of a voting machine. 45 minutes, sorry. And unfortunately that went around the world before I could clarify that actually the hack took 3 minutes. And it was just the expert didn't report it until 45 minutes into the event. So a lot of people thought it was a 45-minute long hack. It was a 3-minute long hack. Now, that was a machine called the WinVote. It is now out of commission. So we tend to use that for our examples because we can fully own it every which way. But we found lots of fun things with that one. Things like the fact that it was running on unpatched Windows 2000 and possibly a pirated version because it had no version number. So it wasn't updated at all. We think we found Chinese music on there. We found all sorts of weird files. And that was a voting machine that was until 2016 was being used in Virginia, and it had a Sprint modem in it, I believe. Now, journalist Kim Zetter has discovered that voting machine vendors have been lying for years about whether or not there are modems in their voting machines. Just flat out lying. Yes, there are modems in them. They're Sprint modems in the case of the ones that she was studying. Whether or not they've been accessed to change an election, we don't know. And in good faith, academically, we can't be yeah, they've been hacked. We don't know. Hopefully not. And hopefully it'll be patched and secured, and these things will be taken out. Because why in God's name do you need a modem in a voting machine? Yeah. So that's basically that's the state. I hope that answers your question.
That's just a tough, pirated version. It's hilarious because our country's all about you wouldn't steal a car, but apparently you can steal an operating system to rig an election. I can imagine that the vendor response to this, both by the people who make the machines and our government, has been sadly amusing. So my question is I don't know if you want to answer both of these. What is the most unfortunately humorous response that you're legally allowed to say that you've gotten from one of these vendors, and or what is the most horrifying response that you've received from one of these vendors?
I'd say the most amusing might have been one of the times they sued us, certainly, because we are a good faith hacking effort by definition. So we're sharing our findings. We are academics. We are good, white hat hackers. We got sued the first year. I think we got threatened with being sued the second year. This year, we were, if COVID hadn't happened, or maybe we'll have it going into next year, we had one vendor approach us, favorably and discussing how to get positively involved rather than suing us. So that would be nice. The problem with that is not a lack of willingness or whatever. It's mostly to do with they want to hack. They want to participate for the brownie points, but they don't necessarily want to. They want to have people sign NDAs, or they want to limit the people who can access their machines, or they want to censor certain things. And so we've got to work out terms that are fair to everybody, and that don't include an NDA. So that's kind of what that negotiation is right now for next year, as far as working with one of the big vendors. But yeah, probably the funniest thing though was when ES&S got, which is one of the biggest, the one that sued us. Was given a letter from Congress basically saying, hey, we found these findings from the voting machine. Will you come tell us, will you defend yourselves to us about these vulnerabilities we're hearing about? And they sent a letter back to Congress basically saying, don't worry, Congress, we've got it handled. You don't need to worry. And Congress is like, I'm sorry, you're a private company telling Congress of the United States not to worry about the vulnerabilities in your machine because you've got it handled. So that was probably the funniest one.
Okay, that's the sad part about that question, is that all the funny ones are also equally horrifying. We have 2 questions in chat. One person has asked, what is the jail time for caught hacking a voting machine? Have your communities been aware of that whole issue? Because, you've gotten sued, so...
I've never seen someone go to jail. We did have a very unfortunate incident recently where Votes, the online voting company that sent a FBI investigation after a grad student at the University of Michigan who was working on a university study of their system. It was all above board, and basically got this guy, harassed, and it was pretty horrifying and ugly. So definitely that. If you do tamper with an election, I believe the punishment is 2 to 5 years, depending on what you do, and it's a felony. And that can include just something like stealing someone's ballot out of their mailbox. So please don't do that. And I imagine it would just go up from there. The thing is, nobody's really been caught hacking an election. So we don't really have I can't point to you that guy.
Yeah, I like how you point to me during that. Also, again, do not steal people's ballots, right? GOP of California, do not steal people's ballots. We're going to get to that in a moment. We do have another question from Sunset. Is there any in-progress open source voting systems under development that you're aware of?
There was Star Vote there for a while, and I believe San Francisco was looking into implementing it. But the problem is, what's that XKCD comic where they're basically like, these standards all suck, and there's too many of them, so I'll create a standard that will be better than all the other standards, and now instead you just have 5 standards instead of 4. Yeah,
we're trying to remember which one it is.
Yeah, the problem is, like, we're trying to secure these voting systems, right? And every time there's a new one, we just have more things we have to secure. And the states and even the counties and even the townships in some cases get to choose which voting machines they use. So that can make a lot of chaos as far as like how to defend against it. But I will say open source would be nice mostly for breaking vendor lock and like right to repair type stuff. So small counties don't have to spend the, out the nose, all of their money basically on buying a system and then maintaining it. So Starvote was very promising. I don't think it's going any. No, there's been a lot of chatter around this, but there's no like mature project that I know of.
And thank you for that, and also thank you to our co-founder G.I. Jack for posting the link to the exact comment in the chat as we were talking about it. He's usually on top of things like that, unlike me. We're going to have you on, again, if you want to come back, I believe around like 7:30 and want to continue, that's up to you. Otherwise, we're going to go on for about like 4 or 5 more minutes, and then because we just have so many amazing, oh my god, we have so many amazing speakers, including yourself. My question, so for people who haven't been to DEFCON, terrible news, including me. I'm like the only one who haven't been to DEFCON and haven't seen, or maybe I've gone and never seen the DEFCON voting village. Can you walk us through the process of like what the whole setup there is like, and how like DEFCON like has been working with you people to process all of this? If that makes any sense?
Sure. I mean, if you come to the voting village, we're basically very similar to the hardware village, to the hardware hacking village, to the extent that like we were literally like running around with our chickens with our heads cut off the first year, borrowing stuff from them because we didn't actually have like enough tools for everybody. So basically we lay out a bunch of voting machines, as many as we can get our hands on during the year, and we just let people have at it, and we just like beg them and plead with them to tell us what they find, if they find anything. We hunt them down all day trying to get them to tell us what they find, and we do a report on it and thank them.
That sounds like DEFCON.
Yeah, and other than that, we have a speaker track, and I think last year especially we were like the one village that had a speaker track for all 3 days and like back to back the whole day. Most places will have like a few hours or just one day, but we had like literally that many people who were relevant to the topic who could talk, because we can bring in like politicians and like election officials and stuff too. We're much more interdisciplinary, so we've just got a larger pool of like topics that could be relevant to voting.
Awesome. So I can't wait to check that out physically, hopefully when everyone wears masks and COVID is over. Definitely bring our tools. You that, guys? We need to bring our tools. All of our tools. That's going to be, we need to steal a jumbo jet and load them with all the stuff in this apartment.
Oh, jeez.
Old tech, we have to bring one machine, apparently use Palm Pilot stuff, so
Hey.
we can bring Neo. We actually have a member who's named Neo, spelled Xio. Old man yells at cloud. So I have 2 more questions, and then we're going to go for our next speaker, unless you want to come back later, but that's up to you. Otherwise, we'll fill in time, because why do we have so many awesome people and we have so little time? My next question is, and this is kind of topical, as we all know, when Bia recorded that for DEFCON, I don't know if that was for the voting village, or was that, I think it was for voting, the DC voting village, because that was DEFCON. They have it weirdly labeled. As she said, talking about, which is true, that there's huge amounts of felonies. For example, in New Jersey, they have the voting drop-off boxes where cameras are. There's even another issue about for people who are under a certain height if they can access them, but that's besides the point. And that was obviously filmed before the Californian GOP essentially did a classic social engineering tactic and set up fake ballot boxes. I just wanted to get your opinion on that, of like basically using a social engineering tactic and this weirdly because I'm shocked that it's only 5 years if you try to tamper with an election. Like, I would think you'd be charged with treason and thrown into military jail for doing that. So I just wanted to know your opinion about the current mail-in ballot situation.
Well, keep in mind that could be per ballot. So it could rack up real quick. That's an ongoing lawsuit that's like basically if you're outside of Orange County, you probably won't be as impacted by this. So what they were basically saying was we made a box and that box is going to be the same thing as if you had handed it off to somebody, because you are allowed to hand off your ballot to like a designated person, like a family member, and have them drop it for you. So they were basically trying to claim that like we're going to drop it off for these people. They can just put it in here. So it follows the law. And the California and Padilla, who has spoken at the DEFCON voting village, the Secretary of State of California, who's in charge of the election in California, was like, no, that sure seems like, you know, a trash can with a label on it. So please don't do this, and we're going to sue you. So that's basically an ongoing lawsuit. The GOP in that case is trying to make an argument that they're basically just giving it to them for safekeeping, and that's what that ballot box is. But so I don't know if it's going to be considered a felony in quite the same way of like if I put one just as an individual on my doorstep. But it's definitely really boneheaded of them, and it's a terrible look. Even if they were at all genuine in their story, it's like, don't do that.
Yeah, ballot box is not a person. And also really quick, I don't know what's like in other states, but in New Jersey, they're doing this really well. All the ballots that are mailed have yellow cards that list exactly where the drop-off boxes are. So if you see one where that's not there, that is fake, report that in immediately. One last question before we go on to our amazing, we have so many amazing speakers. Next speaker is whether it's online or in person, what are some of, I'm pretty sure there's stuff under wraps, but what are some of the future goals for not only just the DEFCON voting village, but also just all of you, I guess we can call you election hackers who are fighting the good fight?
Sure. Well, at the voting village, I think we are going to try to get a vendor to actually work with us in terms of like letting us try a new machine. And by the way, this is difficult and controversial, right? Because the vendors have been extremely cruel to the community in the past. So it's always a juggling act between like, we would like to work on some machines that are relevant to current elections, and we would like to work with people who can effectively improve these machines, which means we might need to extend an olive branch to the vendors. But keep in mind, they've sued us too. So like there's a lot of bad blood there, and that needs to be navigated sensitively.
I'd like to interject that I feel that, not to cut you off, but that you and the biohacking village probably have a lot in common in terms of that.
Yes, exactly. Actually, we use them as a model of like, you know, pacemakers being hacked and how like they got sued every which way. And then finally hospitals had to admit, you know, medical people had to admit like, okay, actually, we really do need this because our pacemakers are getting hacked. So there's a lot of parallels there. Yes, absolutely. So yeah, we're probably going to be trying to work with some vendors. It'll probably cause some, you know, emotions on both sides if we get someone to work with us, because nobody's innocent basically. So that'll be a thing. We're also just fighting the good fight as far as getting paper ballots everywhere, trying to get risk limiting audits applied to every race across the country, which is a statistical audit, which will make on every race to make sure that the results match what the machine says the results are. And just generally raising cybersecurity awareness across the country around these systems, you know, especially the more technology that gets added.
Awesome. Unfortunately, because we're already a little late on this, we just had so many amazing speakers. I saw also your volunteering work in the New Hampshire for voting. So
you can. That's a real help, especially people who are technologically aware, because most of the people who are poll workers are like 60 or above, are not very technologically savvy. So the more expert eyes we can get in polling places across the country, the better.
Well, awesome. Again, I wish I had more time. Again, I believe we're going to have a gap from like 7:30 to 7:40 to 8. If you do want to come back, because I know you're a very busy person, that's fine. Otherwise, thank you so much for this opportunity to be on our stream. Thank you for the work that you've done at the DEFCON voting village, and I can't wait to see how it grows. And all I can say is I'm pretty sure if you get sued, the like ethics and lawyer villages will probably come out, because you have to explain every year that DEFCON is a mega convention with smaller conventions in it. So just because I think she's floating around because I know she has kid stuff. But yeah, we're going to go to our next video. So thank you, Maggie. And real quick before you go, if anyone wants to follow what's going on in DEFCON Voting Village, and we will put the links in the chat in a moment, where can they find you, and where can they find like some of the work that's been going on?
Sure. The Twitter is DC Voting Village for DEFCON, and you can follow me, which is Maggie McAlpine. I tend to talk about this stuff. Those are probably, and I can direct you to a bunch of other experts like Matt Blaze, another co-founder who tweets really relevant stuff about elections. So those are probably your top three right there. And if anybody has a specific question, I'm happy to answer that on Twitter, for example, and give you a list.
So we're going to post your Twitter in a moment. Again, thank you for your time, and stay safe out there and doing all of that, because again, the second wave is coming in and it's cold. That never helps. So safe out there, and thank yes, and thank you for joining our stream here. Have a great night. So if you could just mute your mic, and we're going to switch the cameras. Thank you. All right, so we are now going to go to our second speaker. I am so sorry for the amount of time. Hi, Taz. Hi out there. Give me one moment here.
Okay.
Yep, there you are. There's a little bit of an echo, but I might be able to fight through this while you're talking here. And actually, while you talk, I'm actually going to turn on. I'm actually going to flip over to the website for a little bit when the thing you run to introduce yourself. I'm very honored to have Taz here. Taz, I've been trying to talk to once to bring on to the chat here. So I just thought if you can, and I'm going to do stuff with the camera, so I might bleep off for a second. But if you could introduce yourself and like a bit of your background and who is this cyber collective that you're a part of?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much for having me. And it's an honor to follow Maggie. Such an incredible speaker. And surprisingly enough, Maggie is speaking at our next Cyber Collective event. So I'm thrilled for this. I'm Taz, for anybody that is joining and doesn't know me. I'm a cybersecurity specialist and data privacy advocate. And I've been in the space for almost 10 years now. During the day, I work on a team with incident response specialists and manage the entire services and delivery of a boutique cybersecurity firm. And then also during the day and by night, I work with the organization that I founded called Cyber Collective. And we are a community-centered research organization that is fighting to bring the voices of marginalized folks to the forefront of the tech ethics and data ethics dialogue. We host weekly events, which is really awesome. Our events range from, cybersecurity 101 all the way to debunking election security myths with legends like Maggie, which we will be digging into next week. But we're trying to make this stuff accessible for everybody. And just really excited to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, I fixed your audio issue, so I'm going to turn my camera back on, and hopefully no other errors will show up. So I think everything, I don't know about the visuals, but I think the audio is going right. You can still hear me, correct? That's fine. It's because of the way that Jitsi works with the camera. So for what you basically summarized, you are literally Wonder Woman. But tired, yeah. No, I think we're all tired at this point, regardless of your political affiliation, race, sex. At this point, you need to hit a big restart button on 2020. So I know you're very busy. In fact, you're having you do a regular show. We normally follow you on Instagram, but you normally do a show series. You recently released the second episode about it, and you're filming the third episode recently. Can you talk about like what you normally cover with those?
I've always been into just being very open, and I've been an oversharer, and I am extremely vocal about my thoughts and opinions. And so earlier this year, I released a show called Security, Privacy, and a Lot of Other Bullshit. And in the show, I talk about security, privacy, and a lot of other bullshit that goes along. From a security perspective, I'll just talk about, the first season was definitely focused on explaining some terms and definitions. And then, connecting dots as it relates to privacy and maybe some kind of like low-grade conspiracy theories a little bit. This season, I'm definitely focused on, at least to start, the elections. I first started talking about, I started the show talking about contact tracing and a surveillance society a bit. The second episode, I literally can't even remember what it was. Oh, it was called Big Tech Gets Bitch Slapped. So it's a show that's really irreverent, and I try to bring my personality into it and talk about the topics that I feel like sit in a really elitist box and don't reach the general public in a way that is entertaining and consumable. So aside from Cyber Collective, our weekly events, and aside from my day job, I do have this show, and I do my best to just bring information in entertaining fashion to the table as it relates to security and privacy. And yes, I'm shooting today. So I am shooting the remainder of the season today and paused and came here to have a conversation. So maybe I'll drop DEFCON and this specific chapter in the show and give y'all a shout out.
Yeah, that'd be much appreciated. And of course, we're known as tourists for like crashing people's streams and stuff like that. I also want to reiterate in chat out there that if you have any questions for Taz, please let us know. Otherwise, as we keep saying, keep lurking, keep learning. And real quick for the spiel, if you like the content that you currently see here for our meeting or some of the upcoming the other shows that we do throughout the week, you can hit that like button, bell, follow, share, and subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. When you do that, we see the pop-ups for that, and we cheer you on because we like that sort of stuff. And my face feels a little itchy, but I think we're good with the audio quality, so we're going to keep going here now. One of the big things that I can also relate to is now, I've been trying to figure out how to properly ask this, so I'm just going to clear the air and ask this. Are you like a first, second, third, fifth, like generation American, or when your family immigrated here? Did you immigrate here? I just want the background on that for the follow-up question.
Yeah, for sure. I'm an immigrant. I came here in the 90s and became a citizen very recently. So I am like, I kind of like from an identity perspective can feel very first gen at times. My family calls me the American one in the group, but technically I'm an immigrant. First generation.
Awesome. So, that's weird. All right, so the reason I asked that is because, just to clear the air out there in chat, I'm half African American, half Polish. I believe I am. I'm trying to count here. 1, 2, 3. I'm a fourth generation American, although to be honest, I feel like I can't really speak English that well, despite being born and raised here, like most Americans. And so my question is that I know from experience how difficult it can be. Cybersecurity can be, on one hand, depending on who you meet, very accepting. On the other hand, there's a lot of unfortunate, we all have upgraded operating systems, but the brain is still stuck on 1.0 in terms of racism, sexism, and stuff. So not only being a person of color, but also a woman of color who immigrated here and is thus kicking all this ass, I wanted to ask how your experience has been in the cybersecurity community, and if you've had any pitfalls with that, or has everyone been really supported? I'm just curious about how your path in life has been going.
Yeah, it's a pretty loaded question, and I wish that there was a straight answer to get to.
We love loaded questions. We're from New Jersey, so.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm from New York, so that's what we do. And I think in the beginning, so when I first worked at McAfee, because I wasn't a citizen, I couldn't sit on the same floor as all of my peers. And so I was on the floor with all of the other, I had a green card, but all of the H-1B1 visa holders, folks that we were Intel at the time. I think McAfee had already transitioned to being Intel. And during that time, I think not being a citizen, even though I felt kind of embarrassed and out of the group, and was also the only person of color on the team, in addition to I got hired, I'm getting set up at the organization, and then the day that I go to get my desk, they're like, wait, you're not a citizen? Can we have your passport? And I said, I have a Bangladeshi one. I handed it to them, and they said, you can't sit here. Literally, you can't sit at this table. Understandably so, because I specifically worked on contracts with the public sector and the DoD. So I get that. I sat on a different floor. It was a blessing in disguise because I got so much incredible technical training from all those gals and gents that were sitting down there. So that was kind of my first experience as far as whoa, I'm different. I don't have a citizenship. And everyone was just so surprised. They're like, oh my God, you're not American. You sound just like an American. I had no idea, blah, blah, blah. And it was because, from a socioeconomic perspective, being an immigrant, I couldn't afford going through with getting my citizenship. So that was like one experience. But in the middle of like that journey, going from my first gig to McAfee, all the way through to fast forward to today, yeah, it's been incredibly impactful just knowing that I'm the only female in the room at times, or especially the only person of color. I try not to make that entirely encompassing of my identity, but it has, one, led me to, I think, speaking on certain things that people in organizations that lack diversity don't always hear. And it's also allowed me to find little pockets and groups of people that are accepting and feel safe in a sense, because no matter what, like, not no matter what, it's just our industry is so misogynist. Misogynistic. It's ridiculous. And I think like navigating being a female and a person of color has just helped me become a better businesswoman, and probably a better leader, I think, because of all of the things that I experienced that I will never allow anybody that I work with to experience.
Awesome. That is a great experience and goal to have, especially again, I'm a cis male, and we have a lot of white cis males in our group, and we feel like that scene is way too misogynistic, or the nice way we put it is everything's really boring. We've been doing this for so long, it's like, why don't you want to have more? It's like the person that eats the peanut butter and jelly sandwich for 14 years. It's me. So one of the things that we try to do at DEFCON 2.1, and unfortunately COVID has slightly impacted this more, but is reaching out to educate people on privacy and security. And when we mean reaching out, there's sort of, from our experience, this problem where people reach out, and what they end up going is into the gentrified neighborhoods and preaching to the crowd. So when we try to reach out, we live in a area of Jersey City where people are going to disagree with me on this, but it's just like we're literally the entranceway to what most people around here would consider the ghetto. We hear all the police cars. The people around here are amazing, but it's like there's giant gravel pits, everything's run down. The school facilities are not exactly the best, although they try to improve them. So my question is that with your organization, what has been your struggles and ways have you been trying to get out, particularly to people of color, about privacy and security? Because I'm sorry to ramble on a bit here, but we also have this issue, and I've also had a personal issue where when you are a person of color, like they expect people of color, especially for example like African Americans or Latinos, to be poets, to be, and these are great skills, have, they're cool stuff. I like music, I like writings and drama, but like computers is not one of them. Every time computers is always portrayed, it's always done by like some overweight white guy with a beard or some super skinny white dude that, and we're all bored of that image, even though a lot of us, like, we have people who are like, that's what I look like and I'm bored. So the thing is that it's often happening. We actually, real quick, I have a story about, so many times in person our meetings, we have people of color come to our meetings, and they're first of all, they're like, hey, we don't know, because it's like, you guys are hackers and I don't know anything. It's like, you're perfect, because the people we hate are the people who think they know everything, and then they screw everything up. But that, like, what's crazy is I've met like people who, like, these guys who know how to like literally root any phone without like looking online how to do it, or they completely re-engineer their own cars. And what's nuts is they never thought of, oh, that's a hack, and I am a hacker for doing that, because it's not advertised as such. So my question is, I see that your organization does a lot of outreach, and especially I imagine being a person of color, you might attract, like I have, a lot of persons of colors to your cause. What has that been like, trying to reach out to a segment that unfortunately most organizations don't really reach out to?
Yeah, I don't think we purposely were reaching out to certain communities or groups. Our message has been, as women of a team of women of color, I think our goal is to use our voices to be representative of a lot of different marginalized groups, because we represent those marginalized groups. But this is why representation is so important, because our team is so diverse, our events are extremely diverse. And it is honestly very, it's shocking to me at times to be sitting at one of our events and thinking like, wow, this is a security and privacy event, and there are so many different beautiful faces that we're seeing in the audience. So from that perspective, I think that it has come naturally, right? And our mission kind of changed based off of the types of people that we were attracting, and we realized that we can be a voice for a larger group. I think personally, just in my life, like trying to get my peers or certain friends and family activated in getting more cyber secure and aware of privacy. Just like you said, that anecdote that you shared about people that are kind of doing all this root hacking and they don't even know that they're doing this hacking. It's like I use this example that Muslim girls, or desi, what we call ourselves, anybody that is of the descent of like Bangladeshi, Indian, or Pakistani, we're like the best social engineers ever, because we have to spend our entire lives lying to our parents about our romantic lives and like sneaking out, getting into places, finessing, right? And New Yorkers, we finesse all the time. And so I think that, you know, if I'm answering your question correctly, right? Because you shared an anecdote, and I'm going off of that, but my goal is to share with people how accessible this stuff truly is, if you just hear it from the perspective of someone who has gone through it, experiencing the industry, and then also can explain it to you in terms that make sense, you know? So it's less of the outreach that I'm focused on and more of like, how am I connecting though with the people that are presented in front of me? Am I creating meaningful connections and asking them the right questions to make them, you know, if I'm going to teach them about security, I want to make sure that they feel secure and comfortable in the room that they're in, right? To learn, so that things resonate well for them. So that's really our goal. And I think like moving through empathy is what we strive for. And that quality is what continues to attract a lot of diverse backgrounds.
You've sparked a really interesting conversation in chat where people agree about diversity and demographics. Our co-founder, G.I. Jack, talked about how it's less of that being bored and more feeling like we are not serving the public at large by only catering towards the media white dude image of a hacker, that information that's meant to be free is something meaningless and limited distribution. And even though everyone's arguing about this, I do agree with what one person said about that. Even at a pure security level, you have more diverse, which is better for security, because it's like when you think of like ape communal stuff, you have forward-facing eyes. The more people you have, the more you can spot predators. So the more eyeballs you have on a project, you can spot like bigger flaws, and that's what you want. And that might explain why a lot of projects stagnate, which we're going to try to fix during Hacktoberfest. I just realized, which I have to ask, it's okay if you don't get this joke. I don't think my face is rendering correctly.
You might need to rotate the texture.
Yeah, I think the texture on my face didn't render correctly. So I'm going to take my camera off, but you are still on, Tez. And so my question is about your organization.
It's rendering correctly.
Okay. I'll take your word for that. I'm still going to turn the camera, or my camera off and check. But what sort of activities does your organization, and through what forms of like, because I know it seems like you're very digitally involved, what sort of like outreach and platforms are you using in order to teach the public about all these digital concerns?
So we chose to use platforms that people use a lot, and I think the easiest one for us has been Instagram, and that's where we have most of our following. So we're trying to reach like the new generation of people coming through. So it's really Instagram. We kind of use Twitter a little bit. I think we're going to develop something for Facebook to get to a wider variety. I think that Facebook caters to a way larger demographic and group of people. And I think it's a bit more global than Instagram is in a way. I know, at least like being Bangladeshi, most of my family members have Facebook, but they don't have Instagram, right? So that's pretty much the medium that we use. And then our weekly events are private webinars that you can sign up for and register for. And we're advertising all of that, both like through LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, and all of the different social channels that we can possibly get our hands on.
Yeah, we're notorious for being on a lot of different stuff, and one of the things that I've been coaching on and helping people on, I'm actually gonna turn my camera back and be like, and there's my face. Okay, perfect. Not that people necessarily want to see that, but it's there for people now. You know, again, because we were supposed to broadcast on Facebook today. Unfortunately, we just couldn't get the nuts and bolts. That'll be our next meeting. But yeah, the different platforms have been interesting. Although there's one thing that's been consistent, which is we've been supporting. You know, obviously we're part of the DEFCON 201 is part of the Electronic Frontier Alliance, which is a subsection of the Electronic Frontier Foundation. We interact a lot with the EFF, and one of the crazy issues that we have is like we get hit. Rarely, but we get hit with like people are like, oh, you can't use the word the, and get knocked off of all social media. And never mind like people, for example, who are activists or who are like sex workers or whistleblowers and stuff like that. So my question is, and I will mention in a very tasteful way, someone in chat just said that you look great, and the specific words that you look gorgeous. So thank you, person there. That's very tasteful. Thank you for that. Ironically, coming from YouTube, which is not really my experience with comments on YouTube, so thank you. Yes, thank you for that. Someone just wrote, sex work is more honest work than the work of a politician. I do mostly agree, and the way I describe it is it's the negative version of doing this, of doing the jerking off hands. But what I wanted to ask is, so what has been your focus currently, and there's a lot to cover, but just personally for you about, like, what security issues in our digital world are you currently concerned about? And I know there's been a lot going on, so it's kind of hard to pick one, but thought I'd ask.
I would say I've been most curious about election security recently, as of like the most recent, but I've been less curious about security and way more curious about privacy. That is really, really where my passion lies, and just understanding all of these different loopholes. The more I research into the lack of privacy protection, and then specifically what we're voting on, the ballot measures that have to do with CCPA and Proposition 24, it's a bunch of bullshit. And I've been focused on reading all of the literature to try to break it down in a language that people hopefully understand. So that's really been, honestly, especially with Cyber Collective, been my focus, to try to get people to understand what's happening with their data. You know, from a security perspective, and any specific, anything specific that I'm working on right now, yeah, I would say that it's really been just understanding more about election security. And I've been reading a lot of Maggie's stuff, and just trying to digest all of the different potential outcomes and how that could potentially relay back into the privacy conversation, right? Because, you know, even though they come hand in hand at times, they're really different, and you could be secure and not private, and private and not secure, right? So it's just bridging the gap is really what has been most intriguing to me.
That someone brought up that they're really happy you highlighted about the communication part, because they know a lot of people who are like super involved with tech, but they have no concept about how privacy works and how like their data is collected and where it's stored and stuff like that.
It's wild. One, when I started making videos, I have been in enterprise security my entire career. Consumer cybersecurity is like complex in its own way. And it seems very almost elementary when you speak to consumers, like, hey, there's not much you can do outside of like these tools, and really like working with enterprises or using certain tools that are vetted, and you know, understanding social engineering, phishing links, etc. Right? Because there's so much that people who don't give a shit about this stuff will retain. But the questions that people ask about connectivity and their unique identifiers, and if there's a way that they can search every username and password that they've ever leveraged that would tie back to them, and erasing their information off of the internet, they come up with so many incredible questions, and they're connecting a lot of dots that I honestly don't see connected at the enterprise level on various security teams. Because I think that security, there are the hackers of the world that try to, you know, it's a lot of problem solving, it's a lot of trying things and attacking from different methods and ways. And then there are the security folks that are so compliance heavy, and they're like ritualistic about and routine about the way that things have to be done. And this is kind of off tangent from the question a bit, but I,
All about off tangent. Keep going.
All right, that cool. And you think about just whenever I worked with security organizations and you talked about communication and connecting with people, that's the thing that like security teams, I would tell them all the time would be, just talk like a normal human to other people when you're explaining security. And when you are a security team looking for budget to expand on whatever you need, speak to leadership like you are running a business, right? Don't like the CEO doesn't care about the technical shit. He cares about how he's either not going to lose money or going to make more money. That's all they care about is money at the end of the day. And so I think like how you use language, the dots that you connect and the things that you think about, if you can relate it back to consumers and then somehow relate it back to risks that have to do with like your organization and your enterprise, if security teams started thinking that way, I feel like so much could happen in our industry, if that makes sense.
That makes total sense. It's actually been one of our big goals. Again, is there's this whole wave, and it's the only good way we know how to explain it is like what we try to do is explain everything like someone's 5, because at some point we were all 5. That's why we love new people, because with new people, like we get to kind of teach them in a way that they don't make the same mistakes that we have. So that's like a whole thing there. I also just want to quickly point out there, because again, when you need to go, just let me know, and when you need to go, because right now it's 7:41. But I think and thank you, Amazing Music, for sending a lemon. That's very important. Thank you for DLive for that. Again, DLive has some of the best people and the worst people, and so thank you for that. And if any of you two roommates have any questions, you can let me know, and you can shout them out on the mic. And if anyone has any questions for Taz, the actual Wonder Woman that you'll see her in the movie WW84 is no, for real, and that's the thing, that's not just Taz, like that's why we were like, where's everyone else's excuse, because it's almost like if we blindfold ourselves and throw a rock, we hit like 20 amazing women hackers, and it's just frustrating when we hear, we can't find anyone. We actually just talked about our favorite, which is, we can't find anyone that's like super technical, and then it's like I look at the group of guys and we're just like, you guys don't do or know anything. Like, what is your version of super technical? You want people above you? Like, what's going on? But if anyone has any questions in chat, please let them know. Otherwise, I think everyone's just so hypnotized with all the stuff we've been talking about right now. But let me see here, because I actually went through a bunch of our notes here. Give me one second. I just need to actually take a sip of water. Do any of you have any questions about what you did? Jack, do you want to? Yep. No, you can ask.
I was just going to say that I think if nobody has any more questions, I'm going to jump back to keep recording, so that my videographer doesn't kick my ass. But if anybody also wants to join or share a workshop or anything that's here with the Cyber Collective group, and one thing that I also want to mention is, we talk a lot of shit about white dudes, right? I'm married to a white dude. I be feeling bad for y'all. I really do feel bad for y'all, because there are a lot of good white dudes out here, and y'all got a bad rep. People are not fucking with y'all because of the shit that your people are doing. So, understandably, it could be hard in these streets for y'all. So I wanted to say that we are inclusive all across the board, right? Our organization is not just for marginalized communities and people of color. I would love the insight of anybody that has a voice and wants to share something that will inevitably do good for people, and is kind of like the message is given through love and empathy. That's all we look for. And so if there are any topics that you want to share, or if you really want to practice being a speaker because maybe you are a technical person and you're not that great at speaking, and you want to get better at it, that's something that we are trying to make a space for as well, because I think that the one thing from our technical aspect is that we don't really teach people the intangible skills at times that are so necessary to be a good business colleague, right? In addition to being a security expert in an organization. Anyway, it's an open invitation. Our events are every Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern time, from 6 to 7. And you can find us at www.cybercollective.org. And you can find me and Cyber Collective and my show and all of that other stuff. I got to update my website, but it's techwithtaz.com. And all of my handles are techwithtaz. But I'm so honored and thankful to be here, and especially like just following Maggie. And I really appreciate the opportunity and giving me a space to speak, and you for honoring my identity in the questions. I really appreciate it. So thank you so much, and everybody for tuning in and listening. I hope I, brighten your day a little bit.
Yeah, that was awesome. See, the crazy part is right when we did that, I think we have 2 questions that you could probably answer with one-line sentences, and then I want to end it with one last thing that can easily end this. So first of all, someone asked, what would be the best way where if you wanted awesome women computer hackers to like show up for your event and stuff, like what can an organization do who's probably unfamiliar with that or afraid of cheesing people off? What can they do to be more welcoming and to kind of welcome that in?
What can organizations do to welcome organizations like mine in, or like welcome? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
No, that's fine. I think because I'm trying to figure out exactly what they're asking too, which is more of, I think the idea is like if you have like a technical club, say like a list meetup group or something like about like privacy in your local area, like what's the best way to be like without like offending people, to be more open for like hackers who identify as female and hackers who are people of color?
To try to attract those people?
Yes, for like speaking and interaction, yeah.
Yeah, get people on your team that are people of color and women, and then go ahead and have that representation, and then it'll naturally kind of fall in place.
Fine. No, I agree, because I it's no mistake that I think because we have a weird mix of people, we also attract an amazing weird mix of people. And the last thing is they want to know if your organization accepts, they didn't detail, but non-technical talks. I think they're more maybe thinking about like policy and stuff like that.
Hell yeah, that's exactly what we do. So if you have any policy that you want to cover, that is definitely something that we are open to listening to. We're not taking on any more partners or speakers between now and the end of the year. We're surprisingly and so thankfully booked up. But coming in 2021 in January, I think our events are going to end up becoming bi-weekly, but we're going to be partnering with more people and groups intentionally.
To kind of wrap it up here, because I don't want to hold you here, because I imagine your videographer being like, "Where are you?" But we're very honored for you to have this. It's been like a couple of months. I'm like, when can we get this person on here? But we have that with a lot of things, like a lot of people. Thank you, Peanut Orange, for following us on Twitch there. I'm glad you like the content here. Most amount of follows so far. Because a lot of people don't realize I do a lot of the planning, and it takes like literally, like when you think a meeting's going to happen, it takes months for me to people show up because we all have busy lives. But what I will say is, we have at DEFCON 201, I'm not sure about other DEFCON groups, I'm pretty sure it's like this, but we also have a very open policy where we love newcomer speakers, so we just want to put out there in chat and who's watching, if you have a topic that you'd like to talk about here, like for example, the real thing, we've been forever trying to get people on here to teach crocheting. Like, sorry, can you repeat that again? I had to, yeah.
I just bought my mother a crochet kit, so my mom, she could like come in with her little hijab and teach everyone to crochet.
No, totally. We would absolutely love that, because it is a technical, physical skill to learn. We're all about that. Like, our whole thing is hacking as a mentality. And I thank you for letting us know booked up, because basically in January we'd love to come knocking, and whether it's for us because we want to get more involved to do some stuff. Like I do a lot of web browser privacy and security measures, for example, and I literally ripped them to shreds. So she said it was so awesome, which I'm happy for. So, but yeah, I don't pay people to say these things. But yeah, whether it's us helping out with the Cyber Collective or bringing you back on board, because we're going to try to make our own dedicated policy show that happens once a month. That should be really neat, where we're playing video games and talking about security. We're open for that. But regardless, just thank you so much for being this awesome, being on the stream here. And good luck with the filming there. And we can't wait to see the new episode, because we'll share it immediately.
Oh, awesome. I'm definitely going to reach back out to you. You'll probably hear from our director of engagements at Psycho. We go by Psycho, and our tagline, by the way, y'all, is so good. It's "Don't get got, get psycho."
It's also appropriate because it's Psycho and we're in New Jersey, so we're very familiar with that phrase.
And I have been told once or twice that I might be a little psycho myself, so it kind of was apropos. I will say
you can't be as psycho as people who build their own Arch Linux systems.
I'm probably gonna hit you up soon because I am really excited to start my journey into ethical hacking, and I cannot wait when I might need a tutor. So anyway,
I think somebody summoned me.
Our co-founder works on Arch Linux systems. So he's been stopping in here mad. So, but yeah, I'm sorry. Continue. We didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's all good. I was just gonna say that I might bother y'all to tutor me a little bit so that I can, because I've been so compliance and policy focused. I want to definitely dive in to doing some real nerdy shit. But I'm such a kinesthetic learner that I refuse to go back to school for it. I wish there was, you know what I'm saying? I wish there was like, and I think I'm going to create it like a video series, like a Security Plus, where people use words like fuck, shit, and, words that we use every day.
Oh, so you're stealing our shtick. We're going to have to sue now.
Is that what you're doing? Because please teach me ethical hacking in layman's terms, and I just want to be like a low-key, script kiddie that could just do some fun shit and like prank my family.
We're probably going to do something like that for our fourth year. I can't believe it's 4-year anniversary in March. But yes, we will definitely thank you. We'll definitely hit you up on that. Real quick, just because it's been a while, can you please tell people where they can contact your org and to contact you, and we'll send you on your merry way?
Yes. Across the board. You can also find all of my old videos on YouTube. I haven't uploaded the new ones yet because I have no time. And then Cyber Collective is www.cybercollective.org.
We're going to reshare those URLs in a moment, but thank you so much. And again, good luck. Good luck for your streaming. Friday. Enjoy your day.
Have a good night.
Pet your pets. Drink milk. Stay safe. All right.
I will. Drink water.
Yes, if you can mute your mic and stuff, we're going to go through. I might have to reload the chat. All right, so that was the amazing Taz right there, as everything goes crazy because I think she just logged out here. So I'm gonna switch over to here. But yeah, that was Taz. I've been wanting them on the stream forever. And again, they're in New York. Originally, it was supposed to be an in-person thing, and then COVID happened, and then craziness. But yeah, we're just fortunate, especially with the area, and that we know so many people. And also, we want to reach out there that if there's anyone who either runs a DEFCON group or you run your own organization, don't be afraid to email us at info@defcon21.org and be like, hi, we're streaming something next month, but we don't know anyone locally. We've run out of our options here for people to talk about. Do you want to talk about things? Because we have endless... Either I will wake up and do something, or I might just grab another DC21 member and yeet them towards you to do things, because, like, one of these days, maybe during our anniversary, we might try to clean up the place more and do an apartment tour to just show, like, it's exactly what you think of when you think of a bunch of hackers living together, and then also occasionally meeting up with friends, because, as this weird tangent as I fill in some time, there's like so you know that thing where they warn, like, women when they move in with men that, like, oh yeah, like, you're gonna find, like, their boxers on the doorknob or something? That's our apartment, but instead of like clothes and like air quote manly things, it's all tech. So like we were literally like, who put the ding link on the stove? We're trying to cook dinner tonight. There's a 28 switch D-Link on the stove. Who brought this in, and why is it not hooked up yet? So that's literally what kind of our apartment is like. But yeah, if you also want to hook up with people on content, we love helping out other hacker groups, especially since we're bunkered down due to COVID, unlike the bunker bitch known as Donald Trump. That we can provide that for you. And of course, if you have anything you want to present here, definitely let us know. So up next, before we get into Hacktoberfest, and if not so, we're going to stall for time because we might have a cool thing to play with you guys, because it's going to get interactive really quick to the point of question marks. We have an amazing person. I'm going to turn my cam off for a while because everyone on this show deserves respect, but Tyler Speck is a good friend of mine, does a lot of activism work around New York City, but also runs, and I'm going to actually flip over to their page in a second. They run their own interesting, that's the Sex Abuse stuff I was looking up earlier for like the stuff in the chat, but actually no, that is I actually have to go back because I used their page. They run they recently started up a thing called Mind. It's bunker to the left. Mind Soul Tech, which is, and it's okay. You know, we all have different opinions, but it's sort of like, yeah, I like when hacking does things where it's like hacking and this. Like for a while there was a convention called Nauticon. Shout outs to Froggy. I spoke there years ago about video game homebrew and piracy hacking. That's really terrible, and I'd love to redo it one day, maybe in a future meeting. But so we loved because that was like hacker plus art, and for example, Hope is very much a lot of hacker plus activism. And of course, DEFCON is like a super convention, and CDC is often like the Chaos Computer Congress hacking plus policy. Mind Soul Tech, from what I understand, is very much like hacking plus well-being. So, you know, basically you work on like Python. She'll explain in a moment, but it's like you work on Python coding, and then there's like a actual like meditation section, not like with like crystals and stuff, but like, you know, actual meditative practice to bring your mind back down after you had to deal with the garbage collector for 5 hours, things like that. And you can find that at mindsoultech.com. In a second, I'm actually going to reshare that into the chat. I love the trippy background with the asteroids. I feel like we're in like a Star Wars episode. So Mind Soul Tech website. And I'm going to see if Valentina is here. If not, we're going to just kind of chat with you guys, all of you folks for a bit. So, there she is. That's the... Yay. Alright, so what I'm going to do, because I have to pee and a bunch of other stuff, is Valentina, basically, you have the floor until basically 9, and if you want to go a little bit more than that, that's fine. So, you do the awesomeness that you do. I'm going to say kind of, I can't remember the time, I'm going to say basically what it is. She's going to do, it's okay if you're new to this, it's beginner to advanced, learning C++ programming by doing... by implementing ciphers in terminal, if I remember correctly. So without further ado, you have the DEFCON tool floor. Educate the masses. Take it away. It's very honored to have you here, Valentina. So here we go. Edumacate. I'm going to go F off.
Okay, cool. So wait, how do I know?
Well, I can kind of do that. What I can do is I have to take a pee break, but basically if anyone in chat has any questions during the workshop, please act. It's going to be very interactive. I'll relay those to you as they come up. I just have to go take a bathroom break for a minute, so I'll be back. I'll have my cam off, but I will be on audio, so take it away. Love the paint. Is that painting? Did you paint that yourself? Tapestry. Because if you want to look it up, because she'll drop it later, she does a lot of, like, cause that's, I think, how we met is, like, costuming sort of stuff. I used to do more activism stuff in New York, but I've been, like, sandbagged here. So anyhow, Valentina, take it away. I will be right back in a minute or two.
All right, cool. So hey everyone, my name is Melissa, or Valentina on the internet. So what I do is I'm an applications developing intern at a law firm called Proscour. So there I do like SQL Server and background development. I'm also a Hunter community college, Hunter computer science major. So that's why I'm going to be showing you C++. It's like one of the programs in our class, and I thought it was fun because I like spies, you know, I like ciphers, I like Caesar. Maybe you like it too. Cool. So what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to share with you guys my screen. I'm going to share you just like a quick presentation on the background of like some things we'll be using for this workshop. So let's see. Hold on. So yeah, hey everyone. I'm going to see how I can share my screen with you guys. Give me a sec here. All right, I think this should be, oh, screen share failed. Something went wrong. Okay, hold on. How do I share my screen with you?
I'm back. I just need another minute. If no one asks questions, I will be gladly to be like the Patsy question person. I just need one more minute.
Cool. Well, I'm trying to share my screen, but it's failing to hear. Let's see here. Yeah, it keeps failing. Let's see here. Or I guess I could talk about it, but I wanted to share the screen. Yeah, yeah, what's up? It keeps failing when it says I don't have permissions. Yeah, it says, oops, something went wrong with your screen share permissions. So you might have to allow me to share screen. Okay. Start my. I do have Discord. Well, it keeps failing. It says something's wrong with your screen sharing permissions. Maybe let me reload. Let's see. Nope, still failing me.
We have some minor tech difficulties, everyone on the stream. Just hold on a moment. She's trying to share her screen, and we suck at tech despite being hackers, but we're working on it, so just give us a moment or two.
I'm using Google Chrome. Security. Okay. Okay. It's safe browsing. Okay. Standard. Okay. Let's try again. Nope. It's still failing me. What? Maybe I need to do this. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Oh, why do I look here? Why am I here twice?
A double thing here. Yeah, no, this is so for all the people that don't know out there on stream, Jitsi was registered by the GNU people, and it shows. I'm trying to figure out an alternative on how to do the slides. So are they do they have video in these slides, or oh, you're trying to share your screen because you're gonna have to do terminal stuff. Shoot. Okay. Right, now I'm trying to figure this out here. I just remembered something. This is gonna sound odd, but if I remember correctly, I think you can use Zoom for free for like 40 minutes to an hour.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I might be able to throw you up on a. Actually, that's the thing. I believe you have a Zoom account. If you can throw up on Zoom, I should be able to see it through that way in the browser, and hopefully Zoom will actually work for you because it's worked in the past. Do you want to try that? Yeah, what you could do is you can go on. What you can do is go on Zoom, and you can send me the link. Best way is you can message me, and then I will open that link and go in. Yeah, can you do that, or? Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. See, this is what happens with free software stuff, is that they do bullcrap like this, and then it's like the same thing where it's like, well, why do people keep using Windows? And it's like, because you end up in headbutts like this. Yeah. You know? And Windows and Microsoft drives us crazy, but unfortunately, yeah, it's, you know, when your competition is the code this, we might try to do Git pulls for Jitsi itself because of crap like this.
Yeah.
Because it is Hacktoberfest, so yeah. So everyone watching the stream, we're gonna try to load up a separate Zoom here. Again, sorry for all of this sort of stuff. We didn't anticipate Jitsi doing a extreme fail like this. But we have time here, so it's gonna be for all those just sticking around. It's gonna be a really awesome tutorial. So in a moment there. I also don't know how long this will last because our alternative is that I was going to load, if there was going to be a gap, I was going to load up what's called Quake.js. I can actually maybe blab about it while you try to configure that type of stuff, and just let me know when it's ready, and you can send a message on my phone, and I'll type in the link. But yeah, we're probably going to do this again next month, but this is a cool thing that I found called Quake.js. It's a port of IO Quake 3 to JavaScript. So you can actually run Quake and primarily the Quake multiplayer stuff all in browser. We're so jam-packed with content that I don't know if we're going to like be able to interact with this, and especially since I don't know how fast she's going to be able to spin this up. But I know that in like the next 2 upcoming meetings, I definitely would like to get a rounds to play with the meeting. Actually, while she's loading that up, we can go back to our kind of website here, and don't worry. So after her talk, we're gonna have one of our cool friends named Phoenix Firefly talk about the beginner guide CTF real quick. It'll be like 10 minutes, and then we're gonna go straight into the Hacktoberfest workshop. Yes, Valentina? Well, that comes after you. I was just mentioning that thing. So. Okay, I see the link. I'm going to open that now, so I'm going to... That's fine. I'm going to mute myself over here, and I'll open that Zoom. So I'll see you in the Zoom, and hopefully that should work. So just give me like 20 seconds. I'm going to mute myself now. Alright, let's try to solve this thing. Okay. Okay, so you do it, because I didn't notice... Okay, because I didn't know I didn't see that in chat until I moved over. So as soon as you post that link, I will open it. Yeah, it's okay. This is a fail on us, so don't worry. Like this is we were all like, oh, we're super elite hackers here, and then this stuff happens. All right, so I'm gonna mute myself, and I should be in there hopefully within 20 seconds. Hopefully within 20 seconds, I'll see you there. Alright, so I should be able to do these concurrently here. So it does this thing, and then I cancel that and join from the browser. So what we're going to do here, this is going to be fun, is I'm actually going to turn back my camera on, and I'm going to take off the browser because I'm going to do the stupid login stuff. And I get to do my favorite game ever that I wish you all could see, but I'm just doing this just in case of security, which is our captchas, which are just awful. And now we're joining in. I'm going to turn the browser back on.
I can't hear you talking. Maybe it's just loading. Okay, can you hear me though? Okay. Oh, so many tabs open. All right, here. How do you can hear me? Okay. All right. How the heck do I? Oh, there. Here you are. Duh. I can't see. Oh, hold up.
Just hang on a moment. We're going to try a different audio method here. Give us one moment. We're going to turn the browser off. This is hilarious. This is the most hilarious workaround. So, 253 215 8782.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Oh. Crap. Hang on.
You have not entered any number. Please re-enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
I think that is...
You entered 676440.
This is completely hilarious. Give us one moment.
Is I'm going to introduce C++ basic. Okay. Cool.
So take it away, everyone.
Okay, cool. So this is C++ Caesar Cipher Workshop for beginner / intermediate because you have to know at least a little bit about coding because we're going to go over like more detailed things other than printing hello world. Okay. So today's agenda is we're going to be going over some basics that we're going to be using in this code. We're going to set up our environment, which I use Sublime, but you can use any other text editor. And then we're going to start coding, and then we're going to compile our code through the terminal, which will show you basically what we're trying to do is trying to get a secret message and adding a key to it. So by shifting it a few like letters, it will be either 3, 4, whatever key you choose, and then it'll give you this hidden message to share with your comrades if you don't want the government to find out what you're doing or whatever. So okay, ciphers and strings. So cryptography has been a technique that's been used for many years, back in the day. And what we use these cryptography and ciphers is to basically create a secret way to communicate with each other that only two people, or like the people who have the key, know what is in that message. So the concepts we're going to be going over is encryption and decryption, functions, the for loop, if statements, and how to do a user input. Okay, so the next slide is going to be data types. So we're going to be using char and string, and these are data types that char is going to be a data type for basically a single digit character, like A or C or B or whatever, upper or lowercase. And strings are basically a full sequence of like a sentence, a full sequence of characters. So like, my dog ate a banana, or something like that. Just so basically it's a full sentence, right? Cool. So functions, some functions, what we'll be using in our case is going to be shift char and encrypt Caesar. I'll explain this later when we start coding, but the functions are to allow the structure of our program to be coded in segments so that it's kind of not too long. So basically we'll perform individual tasks. So like one function will be specifically doing a certain thing, and then another function will do a separate thing, but you can use what that original function does into the second function, if that makes sense. It's like putting a big box and another box inside of it. Okay, so for functions, what we have to do is we pick a name for it. In our case, it's encrypt Caesar. The second thing we'll be doing is declaring the variables. And if you don't know what variables are, basically another word that you choose to replace a thing that you're gonna do. Okay, so then the third is a specific type of return, and we'll want plain text. Okay, so the next thing we're gonna be doing is the if statement. And so the if statement is if this thing happens, and if that's true, then we print out what happens. Yeah. Do you have any questions so far, or am I going okay? Okay. All right, so the other thing we're going to be doing is the for loop. And basically what the for loop is going to write a loop of things that are going to be executed. We have the first statement, second statement, and the third statement. Yeah, I'll explain this later when we start coding. Next.
Great, keep up the good work.
Okay, and we are definitely gonna need this ASCII table because we're gonna need the numbers here. We'll refer back to these numbers when I show you in the code. So in this case, we're gonna be using the numbers 65 for the capital A and 97 for the lowercase a. So I'll show you that later. Yeah, this is just a check-in, how you guys feel, if these concepts, if you know about for loops, if statements, what strings are, what chars are.
One of our chatters said that ASCII is the official way they say it.
ASCII? Nice. Cool. Okay. All right. Anything else?
You should be good for now. Continue on. Everyone's edumacating.
Okay. So start. We're gonna write our program and the program's gonna be called Caesar.cpp. And it's gonna have functions implementing Caesar cipher encryption. And yeah. So basically what we want to do is make a right shift to whatever key the user decides on and give you the secret message. Cool. So yeah, now I'm going to start with the coding stuff. And I'm going to stop sharing the screen and I'm going to start sharing my the screen. Oh. Okay, does everyone have Sublime or like a text editor that they will follow along with?
You just said the magic word text editors, which means endless flame wars are about to happen.
Yeah, okay.
But don't worry, because this is also going to be up on recorded later, so for anyone who missed out on stuff, they can see the recording at a later date.
Right. So yeah, basically we'll be using a text editor to, you know, do your code in. And what I'm using is Sublime, but you can use whatever else you want.
Someone recommended in chat Visual Studio Code. I use VS Codium when it doesn't crash my system.
VS Code. I will remember that.
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, I will remember that one. That sounds cool. All right. Cool. So let's share the screen now. Okay. Can you see this code screen right now?
We can see the code. The text I'm looking at on the TV, the text might be a little small. I don't know if you can make the text bigger. Otherwise, we can fully see what you're doing.
Is that big?
If you can't change the sides, we can continue on with this.
Okay, yeah, I can't change the side right now.
That's perfectly fine. So keep going until someone yells at me of how to do it.
All right, cool. So yeah, I'm using Sublime text editor, and yeah. So I'm gonna start with the hashtag little sign here, and I'm gonna include iOS string with like that, and then also include CTD lib. So these are libraries. So iOS stream, yeah, I forget. CTD lib is basically just all the standard library, right? Okay, and then I'm going to be using namespace. This is some namespace. STD to call it. So the variable STD, which is fine. But yeah, this is what we do for coding in C++. We'll usually include a library that we're going to be needing in the code and using namespace. Cool. Standard. So now I'm going to start with creating a function. So I'm going to char, because I want character, right? And I'm gonna call my function shift char. So
I just want to interject and mention from chat. One of our members and commander wanted to make a note that CSTD lib is the C standard library, and the IO stream is the input output streams for C++.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's exactly it. Great, thanks. Cool. So yeah, I'm starting to create this function. So shift char is what I'm calling it, and inside the parentheses, I'm gonna do char c, which is just like a variable that I'm choosing, and then int r shift, which is the other condition thing I'm going to be using. This is a variable, this is a variable. Okay. They're basically names that I chose. All right, so in the curly brackets, I'm going to create if statement. So if it's an alpha is alpha, C. So if this character C is a letter, then what I'm going to do is another curly brackets in there. If int C is less than 97, another curly bracket, curly braces here.
Curly brackets make me hungry for curly fries.
Yeah, really, that's funny. And then a return char. This is okay. So this is going to be more of like the test. So this part is going to test all the lowercase letters is what I'm going to add now. So if is alpha is like it needs to be a letter, like either any letter in the alphabet. So yeah, that's basically what you're telling it to do. And then if this is less than 97, that's why I showed you that table, because 97 is the, where is it? 97 is the number for the lowercase a. That's why I showed you that table. All right, so far so good.
One of End Commander should probably clarify the joke because it's flying over my head, but he wrote war never changes. Coding is kind of like a war in my opinion, so I guess that's what he means.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess. Okay, so I'm doing 4 parentheses in here. So inside I'm going to do int C, and that's gonna be what the int C is basically going to be calling the ASCII table. And then I'm going to minus it by 65 because this little part right here, the return. So I want to return all the lower letters and then also return all the upper letters. So this function, what I'm wanting to use or do this for is to shift and go through each letter, if that makes sense. It gets a bit confusing, but just hang in there with me. Okay. So then I have a plus R shift. And then modulo. Modulo is basically what it does, it gives me remainders. Cool. So then 26. Because the reason why I'm using the number 65, 26 is because I refer back to that table that I explained before. And this int C, this is basically following that table. That makes sense. So that's kind of how it's doing its thing. Okay, and then I'm gonna do plus 65, and then at the end I have to do this semicolon comma thingy. Can anyone please tell me how to say this in person? Because usually I spend coding, like just coding, especially since everything's been so remote. It's kind of hard to verbalize it with other people. So yeah.
One of our chat members asked a stupid question, but is there a reason why not to use C++ built into lower or similar? People in chat theorize it's maybe about preserving case, but we want to know your thoughts.
Oh, why not to repeat that?
To use C++ is built in to lower.
To lower. Oh yeah, you could do that. You could do the to lower, but in this case, we're not doing that because we want to make the person see like the actual formulas instead of like, I don't know if I answered the question right, but
I get what you're saying. You're doing fine. If you don't mind me elaborating, basically you want to actually print it out in the actual like full case. So if there's like uppercase to lowercase differences, we'd be able to see it, right?
Yeah, I want it to be seen fully like transparent. So like if we do upper lower, that's kind of like not cheating, but kind of in this way you can kind of just see the full formula and be like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it better, honestly. Yeah. Okay. So basically this whole part right here that I just wrote is gonna test the lowercase letters.
Everyone got what you said earlier, so you're doing great. Everyone's saying keep going.
All right, cool. So that's all gonna test the lowercase letters, right? Cool. Next, we're gonna do an else statement. So because we want both lowercase and uppercase letters, right? So we're gonna do else, the curly braces, and then return char. And we're basically gonna do the same thing. I'm a coder who doesn't like to waste time, and I like to just copy and paste. You can get some issues with copy and pasting a lot, but in this case, it's the same.
Doing a lot better than me on crypto barons, because even when I copy and paste, I implode. So you're doing a lot better than me.
Okay. So, but the thing is, we don't want it to be the same because then it's just going to do the same thing. So I'm going to switch this 65 right here. Instead of minus 65, I'm doing minus 97 because 97, when we refer back to that table, you'll see that 97, it shows the lowercase a, right? So we're doing minus lowercase a instead, right? And we're doing the same shift 26, and then we're switching it. Instead of 65, we're doing 97 too. You see that? We just switched 65 to 97 because we want to include all the lowercase letters. And this is referring back to that ASCII table. Okay. Oh, and I'm just gonna add the comment over here. Oh, and don't forget the curly little semicolon thingy.
Yes, semicolons, the bane of all programmers' existence. It's literally a needle in a haystack.
Well, it's the thing is that's why I like Python is because you don't need that, but with C++ you kind of need it all the time, and you're like, why do I need this little tail?
What you're saying is you also like to live life dangerously, hence the C++.
Oh yeah, the C++, man, with the rules, all the rules. Okay. So there, we did our lowercase letters and our uppercase letters inside our function. And now we're going to do another else statement. Another curly brackets. Remember the curly brackets? And return char C. So that's that. Okay, I probably don't need this one. All right. So far, so good. This is our first function, guys. So we call our function shift char. This is the name of it. Then we have our C variable and our shift one. If it's an alphabetical letter, then and if it is within these 97 letters, and you return all the lowercase letters, or you return all the uppercase letters. So that's basically what this is telling us right here. Cool. Now, the next part we need to do, so we need to do our other function. So our other function is going to be encrypt Caesar. So this one's a lot shorter. Yay. So the first thing is a string and a crypt. Oh, and remember, spelling is super important. Encrypt Caesar is kind of one of those weird names. C-A-E-S-A-R. Okay. So we're calling it Encrypt Caesar, and then we're doing the string plain text. We're calling that variable. You can name it whatever you want, honestly. You can name it banana. I like bananas. You can name it kitty, whatever the heck you want. But we want to name it something that we'll know what it is, obviously. Our shift is the other one. And calibraces. Now here we're doing the for loop. So what the for loop does is it sets a variable before the loop starts. So that's what we're doing, int I equals 0. So this is our setting up in the for loop. Got it. And then the next thing we do is I less than plain text dot length. All right. So what this is going to do is the loop will run through the length of the text that the user enters. And if it is true, it will start the code below, right? And we're doing dot length because we want to get the length of the text. And we haven't asked the user to input yet. Cool. Almost there. So now we got to do I. Now we do I++, and that is just going to basically run through the loop until it is false, until there's no more letters left in the length of text.
Just want to quickly remind that again, if you, sorry to interrupt, but if you do like the content that you've been seeing and currently seeing with this awesome beginner's tutorial, you can hit like and subscribe to us on Twitch TV Live or YouTube. We see the notifications for that. Also, if you have any questions, while we're going to slot them more towards the end, if you have any questions about what she's typing or is confused or something, please let me know because I'll relay them to her. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. Sorry to interrupt. Please continue. You're doing great.
Cool. All right, so we did that for loop, and now we got it. So if this for loop is, if this conditions are true, then what we want it to do is say plain text. We want it to go through the array. So the reason we're using these square brackets is to hold arrays. I guess I should have mentioned arrays earlier, but that's another thing. An array would be like a string of, could be like different names of movies, different numbers, you know, things like that. So, okay, we're going to equal it to the shift chart from earlier, that function we created earlier. And the reason why I'm doing lowercase shift and then a capitalized C is if you guys are not aware of this thing called camel case, that's kind of like programmer type thing. So either do camel case or like underscore to separate. Just sidebar there. Okay, so yeah, I want to use that same function I created earlier and do the plain text. So basically, it's go through this array.
So chat's kind of interested about a hilarious issue where apparently someone was asking about, is there like a video game or something in the background? I think it's, from what it sounds like, I think every time you hit enter, it makes like this like puck sound or something like that.
Oh, you know that like that rant sound is actually from me not typing.
Gotcha.
In my decoding, the Sublime will make this like weird noise when it says, "Hey, you're not typing anything."
So basically, Sublime is the soup Nazi of text editors. That should fuel the fire for all the flame wars in the chat. So anyhow, keep continuing. We just wanted to solve what that was.
I like that noise. I think it's funny. Okay, anyways. So then we do our shift. We're going back to that. And then we need this little guy, that semicolon comma thingy forever. And then we're gonna return plain text. And then that little comma thingy. Cool. So this is our other function. Woo! And you see how we used our shift char in here. So basically what this is saying is like, all right, so if it's going to go through the whole length of text that the person inputs, and it's going to apply this function to that whole length of text. Cool. All right. All right, next. This is the last thing. So we're going to do int main. So why do we do int main last? Int main will always run first in C++. So that's the thing. It doesn't matter. I mean, I put it last just to, because that's like the standard that all the other people use, I guess. I don't know. But essentially, the computer looks at the main first anyways, right? So now we're going to do the curly brackets, and then I'm going to do count. So this is how we ask the user for something. Count, little, it's hard to explain these symbols when I don't really say it out loud. What's this symbol? The less than, 2 less than, and then quotation marks, and then enter plain text. So anything inside quotation marks is a string, and that's what the user sees. So the user is going to see enter plain text. That's it. And then they'll enter the plain text, and the computer will save it as a string S, because we're saving it as a string because the user is most likely going to import a sentence. So their sentences are same thing. Cool. Then what we're going to do is we're going to get the line. That's another one of those like built-in like standard functions, similar to dot length and is alpha.
One of our chat members brought up if implement functions below main, then you have to declare the function signature before main. I just wanted to read that.
Yeah, no, that's good. You have to, okay. Yeah, that's good to read out loud. That's a good thing to say. Cool. All right. Anyways, I will continue. Get length and then put sen, because that sen means spitting out. So basic count is what the user sees. Sen is where it gets stored. Basically, yes. Okay. Sen and then S. And then we're going to do these quotations, the single quotations, forward dash N, and that will give you a break. So it will print out each line. So I'll take the message as an input. Message as input. Cool. Cool, you got that? All right, and then we're gonna do another couch. Ouch. And then we're gonna less than, 2 less than, and quotations, and then enter shift.
I'm just so happy this workshop's going on right now, so you don't hear all the sirens going on where we live.
Nice.
We'll talk about that in a bit because we're saving all the general questions at the end. So.
Yeah, totally. We're almost done, guys. Oh my god, we only have like 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 lines of code. Woo. Okay.
Things most coders never get to hear is they're almost done, and now the big test, see if it works. So yeah, it's like cross our fingers, hold on to your butts, pray to the demo gods.
Ah, okay. But yeah, I can also post this on my GitHub. So like if people want to like refer back to this, they just go to the GitHub.
Please do. We'll share the link.
Okay, cool. So then now I got the enter shift because I want the user to tell me what's the key to the code, man. What's the key? So you want to put int key and that little curly thing, and then couch. No, send. You want send out the greater than symbol twice, and key. This little thing again, the semicolon, and count. These little things, and then we're gonna call our encrypt Caesar function here, because we want it to do what this does, and what this does both of these things. Woo! Okay, and then do S and key. So basically, what we want to apply these two functions that we created to the S and the key that the user inputs. Cool. All right. And then we're gonna do these less than here, and then end L. And that. And we are going to return 0, and bada bing, we are done, guys.
Like that old New Jersey touch. Bada bing, bada boom. We're done.
Yeah, we're done. You gotta make coding fun because it's a lot of, numbers and letters and symbols, but it's really cool. So hey, here we break it down one more time. We have our first function. And what this function is, it goes through all the lowercase and the uppercase letters. Boom. Then what this one does, this function, it goes through every letter that the user inputs and puts it on the loop until the user goes through all the letters. Woo. And then what this does is it tells the user what to do. Cool. So now I'm going to stop sharing this screen and I'm going to share with you guys my terminal.
I had to double blink there to just make sure you weren't secretly giving us the middle finger.
No.
Entirely warranted. I was just like, huh? Oh, okay. She's just holding her chin up. I get it.
Yeah. Cool. Is this good for you guys? Can you see this? My terminal?
It's a little fuzzy, but if it's clear on my screen, it should be pretty clear on a bigger screen. So I'll give it the go ahead. I'll let you, if anyone knows anything, in chat.
All right. So, what you would do is you would save this file as a whatever name you want .cpp file. .cpp because that is basically you're telling it to save it as a C++ file. Cool. So I already did the honors and I saved it on my computer. So I'm doing ls and I saved it in my work. So I go to CD work. I go to your work folder. Or if you save it to your desktop, you could just go straight to that. So in this case, I saved it to a folder. Right? And then I'm going to look at the ls to see the list of my folders. So I saved it as caesar.cpp. But in order for you to save it and compile it as that first, what you got to do is do G++. If you're using, this is a case if you're using a Mac computer. I'm not sure how you do it in Windows. Yeah, I don't know. But this is for Mac.
I think the way you would do it in Windows is install Linux. I had to throw a freebie out one there. Keep going.
No, that was funny. Okay, so I'm doing G++, -0, and then I will name it Caesar. That's what I did before. I named it Caesar, and then I call the Caesar.cpp file, and then you'll save it that way. And that way, it will show you if you have any errors in your code. In this case, I already did that, so I'm going to do slash the name of my code, the name of the file that I saved it as. So I saved it as Cesar. And so here's my code running. It says enter plain text. I'm gonna say, I love coding because yay. Whatever, you know. So now I'm gonna enter.
Thing no senior developer ever says.
I know. When I talk to my mentors at my job, it's funny. Yeah. So yeah, number 5, I'll do that. And then boom, it shifted. Now this is my secret. This is my secret message. Woo! Yay!
Yeah, we're clapping over here.
Woo! And yeah, that's basically it. For this. But you can always do it in the reverse, where you'll like decode, and that's like
decryption, right?
Yeah, decryption. That's like a whole other thing. But I wanted to show you guys this thing. Yeah, so that's kind of like what I've been working on is stuff like this in my studies, and I felt like it was good to share with people, especially hearing it from like a normal person's point of view. I don't know.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what this normal means. It may have meant something in 2019, but in 2020, I have no idea what that means.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes like coding language can get really intimidating. And, you know, like these type of things, like people can get so technical and, you know all the things. But as long as your code works and runs, that's all that you need, bro.
We've been having people in chat asking, which you can send in the Zoom chat, link to your GitHub, and if you have it, the link to this program. But everyone wants to see your GitHub. I don't know if that's like the new version of like asking someone for like their number or their Instagram, but everyone wants to see that. So whenever you get a chance, let me know when you post it in the Zoom chat. That was I thought was pretty good as the beginner stuff. Although there might be an end commander, which is one of our members haunting the chat, who might have things. It's not going to be negative, but he's probably just going to point out programming things because he likes banging his head against the wall. I know because I've been to his place. But I will say that unless you have any follow-up, and also in chat, if anyone's had any questions about her or the program she ran and stuff like that, please let us know in chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. So if you don't mind, since we have about 10 minutes or so left, I would like to pick your brain a bit if you could go full screen.
Yeah. Let's try to do that. How do I do that?
I think you have to cancel out of the screen share, and then it will.
Stop screen share. Boom.
Awesome.
Right.
Okay, so I'm not going to turn the video back on yet. So I'm thinking there's so many. Oh God, we had so many awesome people today, and it sucks as it's going to end with me, and that's never good.
Good.
One of the backgrounds a lot of people don't know. So I've known you because you've been doing these tutorial courses for Python online, and how long have you been doing that for? Like a month or two, or?
Yeah, like a month or two. I like Python, but I decided to do C++ today to also help me with my studies. So and I feel like it's good to know different types of syntax. I don't know. Yeah. So that's basically, yeah.
No, it's fun because, like I said, even though I can read and do some things in Python, other languages, what I eventually settled into is Ruby. And my whole thing is that unless you're told by above what to do, or if there's just something that has a particular thing that it just works better on that, it's kind of whatever works. It's like an artist where it's however you make the art, unless someone is really particular about telling you how to do it, just do whatever you know and works for you, because then you get people who are super stuck in their ways, and that's where you have things where for example, what if no one's going to use a certain language anymore, and now you've too much specialized in it and you're falling apart now. So it's always good to be good at coding as opposed to just being be good at a language, but to be good at the general concept of coding so you're flexible.
Exactly.
Speaking of which I think will be an interesting perspective is, so again, you mentioned you've been studying for this. I was just curious about, for the audience out there, of what are you studying in computer science, like in for, and how is it from, because we've never had like really a student on, and people ask questions like this to us all the time. What is it like from a student perspective going through modern day computer science?
Right. Cool. So yeah, COVID has kind of changed the game a bit. So I was doing the computer science at I do it at Hunter College. So from being physically at the college, doing code reviews on the whiteboard to now doing everything remote, there is a shift, but you know, we're coders, where everything is remote anyways. So like it's not too bad, but so in terms of like coursework at a college level, they kind of want you to do the programs in a specific way, even though you can do it in a different way, simpler, or with a different language, simpler. They're basically want you to be able to know these certain things, kind of like what I showed with functions and arrays, and you know, they want you to know the general concepts and algorithms. And then there's like math involved too. So like I'm in a discrete math course where it's like just algorithms and, oh, what if Mary Jane had 10 bananas and this many things? How many boxes can she put it in? And it's like all these like, basically you're telling a computer what to do, and computers are dumb. They're very
Humanity says challenge accepted.
Huh?
Humanity has said challenge accepted to that proposal.
Yeah. So you basically have to tell it exactly everything what to do, and like how many boxes to put it in. So like once you know that, and you're good with like picking up foreign languages, that's kind of like mashup of what coding would do. I don't know. Did that help anybody?
That makes sense. I'm not an expert coder, but what I am good from, what I think I inherited from my mom as a teacher, and so like I think what they're trying to do, if they're doing this successfully, is they want you to know like all the basic stuff of coding, so you can know it by, so you can just like regurgitate it by like muscle memory, so that way you're more focused on how you're building the program and what you're trying to make it achieve, than just be constantly worried about just base stuff. It's like the way I teach lockpicking, where I teach people like the physics of it and what all the tools use, so that way they're focused on actually like trying to decipher and how to pick the lock, than struggling with trying to figure out which is a different pin and which tool I should use. So if hopefully that guy does that for you. I'm just curious, what sort of stuff are you learning in computer science like now? Any particular programs, any particular methodologies?
So the ones that I kind of showed today, like some like of those function methodology, or you know, what else? It's basically, hold on, give me a second.
That's fine. Are you going to bring out one of your crazy notebooks? Because I've seen all your crazy, intricate, like mathematical notes in your notebook. Oh God, I think I just caused the thing. So this is, because I've seen this on Instagram. I think I just caused the thing. I caused an event to happen here.
Huh?
I said I think I just caused the thing. I caused an event to happen here because I've seen this on Instagram, so that's why I'm bringing this up.
We like cry to each other. I'm like, what is this even mean? But it's like numbers and symbols, and I'm like, wow. That's, I don't know.
Do you do documentation like that? Because that would definitely be much needed, because one of our big pet peeves is everyone writing 2 billion lines of programming, but they have either no documentation or like documentation that looks worse than doctor's notes. So like that's really impressive of how organized your notes are.
Oh, thanks. Artist and like writer first. I feel like I use the same skills for everything.
Even though it's like a kind of different methodology, like there's a reason why they're called programming languages. You have common things, like syntax and particles and stuff like that. So I was thinking, do you do a lot of outside of professional university stuff? Do you also do a lot of like looking around GitHub, like doing like coding stuff in your own time? Can you talk a bit about that if you do?
Oh yeah, so like I just got this thing in the mail I'm really excited about, guys. I'm really into like LED lights and coding lights. And
you can't hear it, but I think our co-founder G.I. Jack just screamed when he said that because he loves that.
Oh my God, I just got this. It's a Gemma. So you
Neat.
guys, I just got this Gemma. It's by Adafruit. And I have a string of lights that I'm going to solder to these points. And you actually use C sharp code. I know it's a C language, and you put in the Arduino software, and then you can make like your lights all sparkle and stuff. So that's like the thing that I like to do is make cool stuff with like the code.
According to chat, apparently, I think it's like base C, but it's probably adapted for for the way it would work in a Raspberry Pi. Yeah, no, that's something that I've been wanting to do because I also used to do a lot of soldering. I just haven't had the money until kind of very recently to get like circuits in. So I'd love to do that on stream. It's kind of funny because I hope after this, when you have any semblance of free time, you dig back to our older episodes. And one of our favorites was we did a LGBTQ hacker themed one back in June, and two of our guests at the end, and it went on for hours, was two furries in fursuits, and their fursuits had all these LEDs that like reacted to their body movements and stuff in there. So I think you'll greatly enjoy all of that. Someone said it uses C, but it uses a specific library to work with Raspberry Pi systems.
Yeah, well, the Raspberry Pi actually uses a Python language. So it's like you use sudo. With this one, it's different.
They probably have it like automated or something like that with the compiler or whatever. So yeah. So in addition to doing programming stuff, I've also seen your crazy adventures through New York City, and I don't know if you want to relay any of the stuff about that, because like in New Jersey, and it's not that we don't have any problems, but like we went to our own Black Lives Matter protests, and it was really awesome, and like the police were just like everyone's civil, so no one's gonna do anything, so they were just like sitting there bored, and that was a lot of New Jersey, and we've been doing a lot of lockdowns of COVID, and so we're like, oh, that's what's this? I wonder what New York's doing. We're clicking on it, and it's just like everything's on fire, and Albany's on fire, and so it was just curious from your perspective, like what you've done, like protest stuff. Do you do like paintings and things? Like what's your like art?
So when I go to the protest, is mainly I went to the the city hall. I went to city hall, and my friend has like this unicorn bus, so I just sat on there, like, I just like to take up space, because I feel like if there's more physical people visibly there, then it makes a statement in itself. Oh, yeah, that's what I did when the Breonna Taylor verdict came out. I went to Maria Hernandez, and that I felt was really powerful. It was like a whole group of us like chanting down the street, and there's like people from their windows like clanking their pots and pans all over the place. So like, yeah, we got some cool like positive. But then I went to a Trump rally as a counter protester, and
we weren't even counter protesters. We were just doing a performance.
We were doing performance, and it was not that well received.
Yeah, no, we can imagine, because like I'm actually shocked that our group doesn't get as a flack that we do, but I think it's because we like portray. I mean, it's not wrong. We portray each other as hackers that like everyone's kind of like afraid to like cross us because they're afraid of like their nudes are gonna get leaked, even though we wouldn't do things like that. It's just the craziness. It's like it's very much like in dog eat dog world out there, and everyone's like really super polarized to the point where we can't even like focus on like real issues that actually impact people, such as all the systemic problems and the fact that we have no economy, because how do you have an economy when everyone's dead and things like that.
I mean, I feel like the state of the world right now is really intense, and it's like we're still fighting about human rights when the earth is on fire, basically. And like, yeah, you guys.
To use a operating system joke, years ago, and I would cite it somewhere between JFK, Nixon, and Reagan, we started using Gentoo in production, and this was the end result of this, unfortunately. It was more of a matter of when instead of an if. Totally bad policy. I have seen, and then I'm going to get to more programming stuff. I do know that for the audience out there, if you ever check out her Instagram, I'll probably share the Instagram later if you don't mind, but you do a lot. I've seen you do a lot of like performance stuff, like you dressing up as Donald Trump and someone else like dressing as a rubber chicken, the rubber chicken like beating the crap out of them and things like that. So I'm just scared because we might have a future thing. I might call you back for like, hey, do you want to do one of these performance things on air because we love stuff? Because we're not just all code here. It's just like our co-founder just asked, where is this sort of stuff? Like, where can he get involved in things like this?
So I know that there's an Instagram handle with all the protest stuff. Justice for George, I think
Right,
like
we
always
follow
post
that on
like
there.
yeah, they'll post different things, and yeah, I mean all throughout Brooklyn. I mean, I feel like there's always something happening at Maria Hernandez Park, or even in Manhattan in some places. Like, yeah, through the Justice for George, I think they post the most like rallies and stuff.
Because I'm trying to bring it up because I know there's also one for Jersey City, and I'm like currently doing the search on that. So I would say that while I'm trying to search for this, as we're kind of going to wrap up here on your segment, and that it was really awesome. I'm always happy when we have like surface level beginner stuff, especially since the two shows that I focus on, which is lockpicking and cryptocurrency, like that's what I really focus on, of like going to really basic and bringing stuff up so that way not only can I talk about advanced topics later on, but that, if you don't, you have to learn how to crawl before you to walk and walk before you know how to run. And I've been in those situations where everyone's nodding in the room, but you can tell no one actually knows what any of the people on the stage are talking about because no one has ever given like a workshop or a talk about, like, for example, which I've done, this is how social engineering works. These are what the terms are used. This is how you do like no one knows. So it's just a giant beat off session with everybody. But so with your that's okay. I'm not Mike Pence. I don't try to talk over people. And I also don't attract flies, no matter how smelly I get, and that's been hilarious. The secret Antifa spy flies. So with your with all the stuff you're learning with programming and computer science, if I may ask, what are the things you're going to learn next? And like when you get this degree, like what are you going to major in, and like what do you want to do with that?
Yeah, I mean, those are good questions. I kind of ask myself on a daily too. But my goal really is to, once I get my computer science degree, I want to get more into like the neurotechnology part of it. And I really want to get into work for Neuralink. Elon Musk is and like create applications for that. Like that would be the dream ultimate. Because I feel like we gotta connect ourselves to our brains, connect the computers to our brains. I know
we need to start the Matrix. There's a fourth movie. Come on, everybody.
We need to step it up, people.
we were both like, it's an interesting piece of tech, but we're like somewhat making fun of that because we know from experience from stuff with the internet of when people make tech and then no one kind of thinks the policy until after it, and then we have like crazy like violation issues and stuff. And what we personally find amusing about the Elon Musk thing is like it's weird, but it's like there's tech like that. Like someone says, someone wrote TensorFlow is a great starting point for neural net stuff. But what we've been laughing at is that we saw these people, and it's not necessarily like alt-right or Trump supporters, but like a group of people who are like, oh no, we're not going to get the COVID shot because they'll probably microchip that in 6.6 of the beast. And then Elon Musk is like, I put a radon graphics card in a pig's brain, and I want to put it in you, and everyone's like, sign us up for that. And it's like, how is that not the mark of the beast to everybody? Like, like I think it's cool tech, but it's like, yeah. No one kind of thought this through.
I know it's like scary, but like to me, I think that's like groundbreaking is like when it's kind of scary and you're like you don't know if that will be a thing. Like I remember I was like, no, I don't like touch screens. I like buttons. Guess what I'm using now? Guess what everyone's using now? It's like the evolution, that's just how you try to like not like no I don't want it, but then when everyone has it you're like, well,
someone said in chat that because we all understand Elon is trying to get home to Mars. No, I agree with you because there's a lot of stories, particularly it's funny because we're going to cover this in a second around NASA, because a lot of NASA people, for example, are giant, including co-founder of giant, not that he's part of NASA, that this sort of subject is he's a huge Star Trek fan, and like you look at like they had those like voice communicators they would carry around, and that was like science fiction back in the day. And not only do we have them now in the term of smartphones, but they do way more amazing and awful things than what was ever conceived on there. And of course, as someone who is born back in, not in ye olden days, but close to ye olden days, because I'm 33, that I remember when, like, you know, particularly the World Wide Web in like 1993, 1995 was this weird newfangled thing. And like, what's scary is not to me like a new piece of tech, but like when it becomes banal, like when the banality of it, and that's when people start shoving like truly, bless you, like terrible policies in there and stuff. It's like they shove it in right at birth, and now it becomes like part of its DNA, and everyone's just like, oh yeah, you know, everyone can see the inside of my vagina, or like when I get an erection, so now I don't care anymore because that's just what I see every day when I look in the mirror, and that's what kind of makes it scary, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the evolution of us is scary. It's just like
Artificial we are as a species, too, to be honest.
I mean, I truly believe that one day we can download our consciousness to something. But when that will happen, maybe not in my lifetime, but eventually, possibly. I don't know.
I tell people about that, like how scary it's going to be, like if you upload your consciousness and like, you know, you try to do everything, but now you can't remember your like childhood because of a corrupt partition, you know, like these are stuff where maybe not our generation's going to have to think about this, but the way things are going, it's not only are we going to have to think about this type of stuff in the future, but it's probably going to come way more sooner than we actually think. I didn't know, like, I thought all the stuff we'd been in now, like the idea of having like a virtual currencies at all, I thought would be something that would happen like my children's children, not me going through this now. But that's what happens when like money gets involved. So I will bring up Commander stuff in a moment, because I think he's coming in. So there's a term for it, the deviation of normality. And Commander wanted to clarify what I was saying, the banality of stuff. But what was going to be the second to last question I was going to ask? Just trying to think. So yeah, I guess to kind of sign off before I go into chat and ask if they have any questions at the end is if people want to check out whether you're like programming or studies or your art or like oh, here's a good thing. Let everyone know where you could go. Talk about Mind Soul Tech, because I brought it up very in the beginning and kind of explain what that is, and I'm going to start playing like cool Juno reactor music in the background or something. We can't do that due to copyright stuff, but I feel like it'd be appropriate for like that sort of convention.
Cool. So yeah, with Mind Soul Tech, I feel like technology is not going to go away. It's just going to keep going and accelerating. So I feel like we need to evolve like mentally as a human like space. So it kind of like is a mix of coding workshops, people who are like business owners in like the mental health sector, or like they do things around like mental health and like bringing laughter, but they're also in tech. So it's kind of like a relief for like the people who are in tech, to kind of like remember to go back to mindfulness or meditation to kind of be like a better like person and not be so grumpy all the time. Yes, kind of like that.
In the hacker community, this saying about this, or at least what's the left of kind of an older generation, is that we, you know, anyone, like, no offense, because you did a great job introducing the tutorial, in my opinion. You know, there's always criticisms, room for improvement, but I thought that was great for a first run. Is that, like, dead serious? Because I would totally fail. And I used to do C++ like years ago to do video games, and I really want to forget about that. But no, that we have a whole thing about you know, anyone can know, like, you know, how to parse data or how to like do a DDoS, but what we're losing in our community with tech is, and with hacking, is the mindset. Like, you know, there used to have been all of these like properly rebellious people who used to, you know, question government and corporations and tried to build new things in order to make just everything better. And because we didn't carry that mentality in our culture, it's been replaced with like this gentrification of just endless of like people causing more problems than they solve and being really opportunistic and stuff like that. And, you know, and it's a mix of like people who sold kind of their own community out, and then influxing these people who came in who, like, even if they want to do good stuff, they were never taught like the history of the thing, and you repeat history. If you know, if you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. So like having that sort of mentality. And especially I know a ton of coders who really need a chill pill, including someone named N Commander in chat sometimes, where this might be like a helpful thing for a lot of people, focusing like I like the mental health aspect with the tech aspect. So where can they check that out? I think I said it before, but I'll type it while you say it.
So there's a website, mindsoul.tech, and then there's a Twitch channel with some uploaded videos of it. So what I want to kind of do with that is to upload workshops every once in a while, and also the same with like some sound meditations onto that. So it'll be sound healing and workshops, and then a whole other conference like at the end, a similar.
Before I get into any stuff in N Commander, if you have any comments, because this will be the last stretch and we really need to go to our friend Kusanagi and get the Hacktoberfest going on, please let them know. Also, please be gentle, because the N Commander has kind of the ability to be like, but the charts say, he's really awesome though. I hope you get to meet him one day. And what was I saying? This, I know you've wanted to do this as sort of your own thing, but I will say two things of recommendations from our community. There's a big hacker convention that everyone in chat will remember I famously covered for all 9 days of it, called Hackers on Planet Earth, that happens in New York City. It's one of the oldest modern Hacker Day conventions, started in 1994. I believe the stuff that you're doing there, I know you want to do as your own thing, but if you ever want to bring Mind Soul Tech to like a bigger hacker thing, especially since you're locally in New York, you pitch that to Hope and see how it goes. Like, you know, because I can't see they would say no, because one of the big people in the community is Mitch Altman. He does all the you would love him. He does like a lot of like he does all the soldering stuff. He's the reason why we have hackerspace villages at most conventions. And one of his big inventions is he's made like a sleep mask that you wear, and he has LEDs programmed in such a way that you start to like basically light flash bilineal hallucinate, and it allows you to go into meditation. So that's kind of something that happens at Hope. So if you want to bring like coding plus meditation and have it be its own little thing, I think Hope would be good. Also, if you want to be in sort of the hi Benjamin, if you want to be in the biological section and you want to do something with DEFCON, there was a small thing about this at Hope, but it's really big at DEFCON. Is DEFCON's in Las Vegas, is the biohacker village, and a lot of them are online. She travels a lot, but she's normally from New York, named Nina, who heads a lot of it, and they do things like they've coded in DNA, they've done neural implants and missing limbs and all sorts of stuff. So I should hook up with you for that. This is DEFCON 201, by the way, Benjamin. And so N Commander wrote, so in all serious about to do things that it was more important to do so. I won't give much comments in private. That he basically just wants to blab about I must say COVID. Ooh, that too. Coding. So he said that like it's not that constructive. He just wanted to talk about more programming stuff, and I think because he's honestly really good with a lot of stuff. So if you also need someone to, you know, now you can reach out stuff, I could put you in touch to him, and he might be able to, like, he won't do your homework for him. He won't do your homework for you, but I think it'd be great to talk to like programming, and it might also help his mental stuff because we're all going crazy over here. So yeah.
You need to talk to people.
So does anyone else have anything in chat? While I do that, I just want to thank you, Valentina, for your time. I'm really, it was awesome of doing with someone and compared just yelling all caps. We're all going crazy, ah ha 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 ha, like evil laughter. So, but thank you so much for your time. I'm always glad for new tutorial stuff. I will post your Instagram later in chat. It's also mostly Mind Soul Tech. That was awesome. Sorry for the malfunctions on our end, because it's not a DEFCON 2.1 thing without some sort of piece of tech crashing, because we're hackers and we can't maintain anything, which is why we have to do Hacktoberfest in the first place. And if you want to also, you only probably have stuff to do, but if you also want to chill around, and whether doing Hacktoberfest with us or doing it before the end of October, we're going to kind of explain what it is in a moment. So if you want to, not here, but if you want to stick around, listen to the stream, me explain Hacktoberfest, and then do it on your own, it's a great way to learn programming experience. A bunch of people are saying thank you, Valentina, and stuff, so thank you so much for that. So now we're going to get into the boring part with us. And actually, before we do that, we're going to go to one more last speaker. I almost forgot because I'm an idiot. She's going to kill me. So we're going to go back in the Jitsi, so I'm going to exit out of the Zoom. But have a great night. Stay safe out there protesting. Hopefully someone gets kicked out so we can, like, actually, like, to use Rodney Dangerfield, hey, we're all going to get laid. And, you know, it'll be fun times. If not, we're going to have to do a lot more, like, put ourselves on the gears and the wheels to fix crap, because that's what we do as hackers. Oh, that's neat. Okay, so here's an odd request. Can you hold the Jitsi up? The Zoom up for 10 more minutes, and the last speaker's gonna come in and talk for 10 minutes, and then bolt. Is that okay for you, or? Okay, I'll send. I'll try to. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna send the link to her on this. See, I hate this because we're like trying to get away. Sorry. No, I should have it in browser. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm gonna send her the link without doxing the link. So just give me a minute or two. I'm gonna send it over here. I have an idea actually. If you can hear us, Phoenix, I'm gonna send it to you on Twitter. So I'm going over to Twitter right now as the old decrepit man that I am, and messages. I'm gonna send it to your other account, so not the Phoenix one. All right, it's a long link, but when they click on it, it should work. All right, so just hang out a minute or two. I'm sorry.
Oh.
What happened?
I'm gonna stop my video.
Okay. Yes. As long as you don't exit out, and we'll have her on here. Otherwise, we'll try to deal with the Jitsi. So thank you.
No, I'll stay on.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see her if she pops in. All right, so that was, I'm sorry, probably reverting here. Everyone say thank you. Thank you, Valentina, for that, especially going back to see. Wow, I haven't done see it forever. I actually forgot to bring up, and I guess I'll talk to this in chat. Let's see. Someone just in chat asked, what should I start to pursue? All right, so here's the fun thing we get to answer. Does anyone want to take this up besides me real quick? Someone wants to ask best ways to start out for being, learning how to be a white hacker. Go.
Oh, contribute to open source projects.
Contribute to open source projects. We're doing a Hacktoberfest shortly after this. That's a great way to start.
Hack your game console and run homebrew on it.
Hack your game console and don't tell anyone, or game companies will sue you.
Yeah, and finally, if you have a router or something that can run Linux, get into it and learn its Linux.
Learn Linux. I would also say learn a bunch of different computing systems, programs, operating systems. Also, if you are worried about people being oh, how do I, oh, I don't know about to fit in. If you show up to a hacker convention and start making fun of Ilmob, everyone will love you. So just note about that. All right. Oh shoot. Let me message her. Okay. So I see what she means. Val, send me the passcode. And I guess when she sends the passcode, I'm actually going to turn off the browser part temporarily as we get the passcode for that. And I'm going to turn the camera back on temporarily because I'm going to need it later. So just give me a second. Okay, cool question. Everyone's asking all the hack questions. Best way to protect my IP when visiting a website. Best way to not configure stuff. Skip a VPN. Use Tor browser. And what's great about it is when you click on the little it's a Firefox browser. It's stupid simple to do. You just click on the thing and it loads. There's no installing on all three major platforms: Windows, Mac, and PC. Windows, Mac, and Linux. And what it does is unlike a router, unlike a VPN which only routes you once, Tor does it through 3 times with a special technique called onion routing. And if you're ever paranoid, you can click the little padlock in the corner and select new route, and it'll reroute you a completely new, different way that's anonymous. So that's great. If you're on mobile, Tor also has, for Android, there is a Tor browser on there. You also need to download Orbot in order to make it work. So it's 2 programs, the browser to surf on and Orbot running in the background. For iOS, it's the same thing, although if you're on an iOS device, it's more locked down. There's not a Tor browser on there, but there's a thing called Onion browser that would work. So, yeah, I'm going to turn on the normal camera here, and hopefully we'll be able to get our last speaker here. So, okay, so I think my face is more properly rendering now. So I'm going to figure out the passcode here. Let's see. All right, so there hasn't been a response yet. Hang on a moment. Valentina, are you there? We need the passcode for the Zoom, otherwise we're going to have to torture ourselves with Jitsi. Because she's in, physically, but I think maybe she stepped away from her desk. So I'm going to try to figure this out here. Let's see. I know there's a way to, message directly. Because if not, I'm just going to skip to, Jitsi, and we're just going to have to unfortunately, deal. Let's see here. I'm just doing a grandpa right now like an idiot. Let's see. We need the passcode for your Zoom. Alright, so I'm gonna give it like a minute or 3. The guy in the back is Siracel. He's the reason why most things work around here, because God forbid if I was in charge of anything, nothing would work. That's kind of like my MO.
Yeah, I hack things.
Yes, he is a hacker that hacks things, so let's see, going once, going twice. That's weird because when I got in, I didn't need a passcode for this, so it might have just been the different invite. Alright, what I'm going to do is, unfortunately, if you're out there, Phoenix Firefly, I am going to go back into the Jitsi, and we're going to try to make this work, so I apologize way in advance. I should be able to work without closing the existing thing, because I think, unfortunately, she, stepped away from her desk, and I am kind of stupid, so we'll just make some space here. So let's try to figure this out here. I think I need to like re-moisturize my face or something, because I think there's a couple of cracks in it, but hopefully they don't show up on camera. So I'm rejoining the Jitsi. Allow. Alright, so that's fine, because we don't need the camera. As long as the audio is working, we're fine. Phoenix, if you're out there. Yeah, so the thing about Jitsi is that it's open source. So, we're using Jitsi Meet, which is like the easier variant. The problem is that because it's open source, that means there's a couple of nuggets that they haven't figured out yet. In fact, I'm actually probably going to see if Jitsi is... it might be on GitHub. I'm not sure. It might be on GitLab.
It's github.com/jitsi/jitsi.
Yeah, we're gonna bring up the URL later because I actually want to look into that myself. In the future, we're gonna try to implement Big Blue Button because I've used that before, and it seems that that doesn't have most of the problems that we have. So yeah, so I see old Valentina in here. Phoenix, if you are in here, I'm gonna try Zoom. Sadly is bunk. I will resend for the Jitsi, and we will try to make it work. Because what we're trying to bring up is we have an awesome friend that we refer to. Her streaming name is Phoenix Firefly. We know her as her handle Kusanagi. She streams a lot on Twitch. She does both video game like Overwatch and what was the other game? World of Warcraft Classic Edition, which is why unfortunately she hasn't been on a GI Jack Arch Linux perspective. And what do you call it? But something she also streams a lot is she does a lot of like CTF and hacker challenges. And we're actually engaged with CTF all this weekend. There's actually, unrelated to Hacktoberfest, there's a Hacktober CTF. And it's going to be a CTF. It started right now. It started at 10 a.m. in the morning, and it's going to end 10 p.m. tomorrow. And, well, I'll post it in a bit. You can join us on Discord in the same way you'd be able to join us on Discord for Hacktoberfest. Even if the Hacktoberfest is a crapshoot, join us for the CTF. The CTF itself is designed for beginners, and we all help each other try to get through. And you know, we don't normally try to like. And I'll answer your question in a moment, Benjamin. I just want to get the spiel out in a moment. Yeah, no, Big Blue Button seems to always work very well. It has one little nugget about YouTube videos, but that's the whole thing. So we're just waiting for her to potentially show up here. So what was I saying about Hacktober CTF? It's beginner friendly, and we all help each other out. And we're not really here. I mean, it's amazing because we have placed in the past, like in like the top 50 to like top 20 teams when we do CTFs in the past, including Google CTF. But we're mainly there to like learn how CTFs function, as well as just to improve our skills. And because it got delayed next year, we would like to eventually make our own CTF, particularly in person, war games and CTF, so we can actually build a real team. Let's see, CTFs are really fun, but we all remember when we first started and we kind of just waited to the end and asked the shit ton of questions. No, that's why there's write-ups. And again, I'm very still new at this. I've done it a bunch, so I'm, I guess, a bit more experienced than someone who's completely green, but I'm very new to a lot of things. I'm really good with, like, web browser and web exploitations, but, like, anything else than that, it's, like, kind of, like, forget it. I'm still learning. And Kusnagi's in, so I'll just finish up the spiel. Right now we're looking for 2 more people for the Hacktober CTF, so you can email us at info@defcon201.org or message us on Twitter or Instagram, and we would love to have you in. I believe we're in the process. We're going to try to stream part of us working on that CTF tomorrow. You can also make your own group and still collab, and we all do this on Discord. And then to answer an earlier question, someone said, will I see you again on DLive? We always stream on DLive, and in fact, the next shows, real quick after this, is next week will be Archvile Linux Perspective, where you get to learn Arch Linux and also see gaming stuff from our co-founder G.I. Jack, which will pop up a little bit later on tonight. And then I have a show called Crypto Barons, where I look at cryptocurrency from a technology perspective. And thank you, Hacker Benjamin, for thank you, Benjamin, for following us on DLive. And also just know on Crypto Barons, on DLive in particular, we distribute lemons, particularly on, we're not probably distributing lemons today, but on DLive, lemons is kind of like if you're on Twitch, bits and stuff like that. It's like a payment system. We do distribute lemons as a reward for watching Crypto Barons. So if you do stay attention on DLive, you'll eventually end up with a crap ton of lemons because we have a crap ton of lemons. So, yes, I will poke you online and Khmer for working on CTF. I'll also just poke you in general because you're like the realized Pillsbury Doughboy. It's kind of cute. Thank you for sending us a lemon, Benjamin. But now we are going to go back to the Jitsi here and finally give Liz, Kusanagi, and she's first Liz, her well overdue 10 minutes or more of fame because we kind of were delayed here. So, can you hear us? Lemons! Kusanagi, can you turn on your mic and camera? Is that working?
Yeah, lemons!
I see a chat going up here.
Yeah,
wait, what's this
lemons!
Oh.
Yeah!
If you get enough of that, you can get a lemon party. You know, also, here's a terrible factoid, right? I'm not even kidding. Everyone unfortunately knows how Kanye West is technically still running for president. I crap you not, the name, because you have to put a political party affiliation down in order to run for the presidential seat.
Oh, no.
It's actually called the birthday party.
Oh, I thought he was going for the lemon party.
No, it really is birthday party, so yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Valentina, we can't, sorry, so Kusanagi, we can't hear you, Valentina. You need to send, there's like a passcode for if we're still using the, I don't know if she can hear. Okay, so I guess we're using the, we can't, hear you, Kusanagi, on the Jitsi. We're gonna try to make this work. Just like everything else, we're gonna try to make this work, so I don't know if it's, functions. Actually, what we can do here, folks, is, we're not going anywhere. What I'm gonna do is, will probably be, like, in terms of visual, like, I'll keep the, no, actually, because it won't do that. Should we do it away from keyboard for, like, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, and try to help Kusanagi?
Hey, it's up to you.
Just because I don't want, like, the crosstalks to do stuff. So I'm actually going to end this terrible joke here and take this mask off, because I'm done with masks today, and mask to mask. As long as your subnet mask is running, I think I'm fine. But yeah, we're going to go on, like, a short break for, like, a couple of minutes, and we're just going to try to get Liz to pop up, and then we'll do Hacktoberfest, and then everyone can be merry and happy and be tired of us. So stay tuned, where I'm going to load up some cool, not open source, but like just like free copy music. Like it's like definitely, because you'll see it in chat, check out like some of the bands that are playing in this because it's really cool music. And we're going to try to troubleshoot here to get our last speaker on because trust me, it's going to be really worth it. So just give us a moment. We will be right back in a couple of minutes. Stay tuned. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're on our last limb here, literally and figuratively. So to bring Awesome Liz on here to talk about CTFs, we're gonna try different methodologies now. I believe this didn't work before, but I'm going to try it anyhow because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. But we're gonna try this anyhow. So I'm gonna attempt to add a Windows capture here, Discord. I doubt we're going to see any... Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Okay. So because of the way the CPU is... sorry, the GPUs are done on here, it doesn't know which one to render to, so... Oh, cool. Benjamin, I didn't know you were an affiliate, so you actually just hosted us on DLive. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, because on DLive, you have to actually, like, be an affiliate with them in order to do hosting, which Twitch does for free. But then again, DLive has no commercials. It's all balanced. So what I'm going to do instead is the other thing that I hope translates well, and don't worry, I'm going to bring up the browser in a moment, is I'm going to go via browser, which actually might make this a little bit easier to manage on our end. So I'm actually going to exit out of the current chat systems that we have, and we're going to go and try to bring the Discords into the chat. And we have another follow. Thank you, Wildo Weasel, for following us. And Benjamin just posted a cool gif of this weird gelatinous furry thing bouncing around, which I think is cute. Alright, so we are bringing this back. So what we're going to do is we're going to open in browser, because I know I can get this through the browser. Make this full size. Because the thing is, we're not sure if audio will work, but we definitely know that, we know video will definitely work. Audio, on the other hand, that's going to be, audio is going to work. Video, on the other hand, that's what we're going to figure out in a moment. So I'm going to turn this on, and we're going to get this back on here. Okie doke. And it's a little bit of a question thing. So now I'm going to make a, because it's not supported. I can't do the actual video call, but I will call through audio here. And probably going to yell at us for being not being up to snuff with all of our tech.
You know, not for nothing. Come on, man.
Can you hear me?
Oh no, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me. Okay. I think that has to do with an OBS thing. So let's see here. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Oh wow, that's loud.
Okay. Yeah, that's because I had to switch to the microphone that actually worked. All right. So
okay.
Yep, so I think we're good here with this. So yeah, unfortunately we can't do the video because it's in browser, but we do have the audio here, and we just got another follow by Erotic Canadian. Oh God, this is like one of the most amount of follows we've had in a while on all the different platforms. So I'm pretty happy about this. So our last speaker, who will, and to be honest, because of how much hell it's been, and we have enough hours to continue on Hacktoberfest. If you want to end Wolf Makes, because I'm not going to say the first part, also follow this. Thank you. Thank you for all that. Again, if you really like this sort of stuff, hit like, share, subscribe, hit that button on Twitch Live or DTube. We see these notifications and it's great, but I digress. So, if I said 10 minutes, if you want to go longer than 10 minutes as an apology thing, you can go on for your topic for as long as you feel comfortable with, Kusanagi. But, if you can, introduce yourself and teach us about your experience at CTF and how someone who might be interested in CTF but kind of afraid to get into it, like what do they need to know about tackling it for the first time?
Sure. So I'll start off with a little bit about me. I started my journey way back in 2009. I started off as a computer science and applied mathematics major. Stuff happened along the way. I wound up switching schools, and during a prolonged break, I fell in love with the idea of becoming a pen tester. Because it seemed like really cool that you could get paid to essentially break the law and be legal about it. So I wound
up be a politician.
Well, we're getting to that too. If you forgot, I went back to school a couple years ago. I decided to major in cybersecurity over at Western Governors University. So I'm actually going to be graduating in December, which is pretty exciting.
Congratulations. That was a lot of hard work. I'm shocked you're still coherent enough after all of that.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm falling apart at the seams, let's be honest. Let's be completely honest.
Great acting. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Um,
It's just literally congratulations.
Oh no, no, thank you. I appreciate it. It's been a long time, and you know me. We've been friends for like 10 years, so you know what I've been through to get to this point. So
Right.
it's been a lot.
Why
It's
that's why I have to intro people here because you know me, but no one out here knows who you are. But now they're
yeah,
going to know how your awesomeness. So keep going.
yeah.
And
Um,
one of our followers from YouTube also said, congratulations on the degree. They accidentally wrote, because
oh,
it got cut off, congratulations on the D, but I can't comment on that. So.
that might be later tonight.
Oh, great.
Um,
Demonetized. There we go. No kidding.
oh, there we go. There we go. There goes the money. Um, along the way, when I started my degree way back in 2009, I thought I was going to be doing AI and ML, artificial intelligence and machine learning, specifically for game design. Like I said, I fell in love with the idea of pen testing along the way. So and over the course of this, I also became interested in a lot of digital rights. I actually was involved with the United States Pirate Party for a very long time. Um, for a very long time. I actually chaired the organization at one point. Um, for also a pretty long time. Um, so if with everything going on right now with the election, it's been fun to watch, but I'm not really involved with that as much anymore. Um, so yeah, my experience with CTFs, I really didn't do a CTF until like last year. And I got an email from my
Same.
school, and like, yeah, and this is like the absolute like one to have gotten involved in. An email from my school saying, "Hey, there's a CTF going on, and we want our school to have a really good showing in it." And I got the email and I looked at it. It was May 1st of last year or May 2nd, something like that. And I go to my husband. I'm like, "Well, what do you think? They say I could get this scholarship thing." And I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna get it, so I'll try it. And what happened after that was probably the street. So I decided to start doing the CTF the next day, so like May 2nd, and I wound up finishing that round completely. I was one of 300 people out of 13,000 that
Sweet.
completed that round fully. I moved on to the next stage with only, I don't remember how many moved on to the next stage. It wasn't that many that moved on. It was like no, it was 20% for each stage. So it was maybe about 5,000 who moved on to the next stage, and I was one of 24 people who completed that entire second stage. 100% did it with max points, and
Sweet.
went to the final stage. I didn't do so great, but I was selected to win to get granted a $25,000 scholarship to Sands Institute. They paid for my couple of my GX certification, all my GX certifications, my GSEC, my GCIH, and I'm currently taking my GPen right now. Alongside those GX, I have my CompTIA Triad. I have Project Plus. I'll have CISA by the end of next month. Yeah, so and that all came with my school. So that's been my big experience with CTFs was that I had such a great time with Cyber Fast Track. And I started doing Net Wars earlier this year as well. I think it was Net Wars 4. Because of COVID, Sands decided to make all. Yeah. Net Wars is the CTF that Sands Institute puts out that goes along with like their major events. So Pentest Hackfest has a CTF that goes with it. Net Wars is typically the one that's given out with a couple of their courses. Because of COVID, they decided to just make it free to the community. And so I think in June I participated in Net Wars Continuous 4, which was one of those challenges. I came in 96th place out of 600 or so. A lot of teams beat me, but I was one of the few solo people in the top 100, which was pretty 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 rough. It was a lot of fun though. Yeah. So that's my intro thing.
Well, yeah, no, because honestly, again, when we do the CTF stuff, that's just us, like, one, testing our skill, and two, we're sort of, like, studying, because it's fascinating is how, even though most CTFs nowadays are what's known as Jeopardy-styled CTFs, and I guess we'll get into that in a bit, it's fascinating, like, the different types of platforms they're on, how they're set up, how they do their challenges, how they do their scoring, so we're sort of, like, figuring out, like, what's been fun, what has not been so fun, what, you know, has been headaches, and what's worked really easy, and kind of figuring out, like, okay, so when we eventually make our own, like, training CTF, like, how are we going to design this? So part of it is, you know, you learn by doing. So but even then, we're always shocked of how much we place. I think the first time we did yeah, if I remember this, I think the first time we did the Google CTF is one of the biggest CTFs out there, and I think, yeah, it was 2 years ago, and I think it was like 2,000 teams, and we actually placed in the top 400. So for a group of people that literally was not trying to win, we were shocked of, like, wait, what? And, like, a lot of the people did score, so it wasn't like there was endless 0 points. So, like, that always surprises us how high we score on these things where we're not trying, and it makes us think, wow, when we actually eventually put a team together, like, we might have something here. But so maybe you want to explain before we get into it, something I think we can both kind of talk about to a bit is like what are the different types of CTFs out there that you would encounter? Like, what's usually, like, what are the different types, and, like, how are they normally structured? Just, like, very general. Hello, are you there? Did a disconnect happen? Did that make any sense? Huh. Okay. So the call's still going, but for some reason, there's no... Huh. Alright, we're gonna take away the browser for a moment, and I'm gonna hang up and call back again. I love that. It's like the 90s, where it's like you hang up and you call back again, and hope everything works, you know? Alright, so we're calling back now. I have no idea. Oh. There we go. Yeah, you, like, conked out there for a second. It might have been on our end. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can just like.
Awesome. All right. So, yeah, I don't know how much you heard of the last bit there, and I'm going to turn the browser back on because we'll only go for a bit more because I guess the connection's being really weird in terms of Discord anything.
Yeah.
But basically, like, what, for someone who doesn't know, like, what oh, wrong thing here. Where's this? There it is. What sort of things do, like, people are, like, you would encounter when you do a CTF? Like, what are the different types, and, like, how are they, like, broadly structured? Like, you can be as general as you want.
Okay, so we were talking briefly about the Jeopardy style ones.
Yes. That seems to be the most common now.
Yeah, those kind of are easy, a real easy. You get one question, you solve the problem, you get the flag, and you move onward to the next point on the board, so to speak.
The flag's usually like a password, or like a line of code or something, correct?
Or sometimes they'll in the beginning, especially with Hacktober, I did take a peek before. It'll be in a particular format. Most common I've seen, and actually a number of CTFs, is the word flag and then something word or a number or some other text in that bracket, and then that gets submitted. So there's also attack and defense style CTFs. I haven't been a part of one of those, but that's when you have a red team or your offensive people, and your blue team or your defensive people, and they go against each other. Usually, the blue team loses horribly.
Oh, that's some shade.
Yeah, it's the truth. It's the truth. Yeah, CDC, CCDC is the big one for colleges. One of my, I don't want to say mentors, but the guy who founded the Cyber Fast Track program, James Line, he told a story about how he was in one of these CTFs and they actually broke into the defense's computers. So they were watching.
Really?
So the red team was watching the blue team. It was amazing to hear him tell the story. Yeah. So they were watching them make the moves, and then they were like, "Okay, we just undo this." And the blue team couldn't figure out what was going on. It was really, really funny.
And nowadays,
To watch.
a lot of CTFs have rules now about that. Like one of their main rules is you can't hack like the platform that you're on to prevent stuff like that.
Yeah, like the Jeopardy style. The attack and defense ones, you're given like VMs that connect to a particular like network. Sort of how like how OpenVPN works with Hacktoberfest or TryHackMe, for example. So
Yeah.
those are kind of safer.
And if I remember correctly, the DEFCON finals, because there's a whole series that leads up to the big CTF at DEFCON that's now currently done by Fail Overflow Industries with 3 O's, is a attack and defense. And Pros versus Joes, which had its start in besides Las Vegas, which is one of the many, but one of the big 3 at Hacker Summer Camp that usually happens. This year they did it earlier online. Is also an attack and defense, and that one's unique because what they do is all the team leaders are experienced like people who work in information security, and then they're paired with people who have either never done a CTF or maybe have only done 1 or 2, or they have like 1 minor degree and they have no idea what they're doing. And so for the new people, they get to work under an experienced person and learn to better their skills. And then for the person who's in InfoSec, a lot of people know like how to do attack and defense, recon, stuff like that, but they're terrible at working with groups of people. So that allows each like the pro and Joe to sharpen their skills in 2 different ways doing the same things. That shows you how diverse sometimes CTFs can be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And even then, there's CTFs that aren't necessarily flags. Earlier this summer, I actually got to participate in Trace Lab's Missing Persons CTF, where we were given
we want to do
information
that
on
for
people
like
who are
eventually when we do one in New Jersey. That's the one I want to do.
It's a lot of fun. Honestly, it was one of the most difficult scenarios because I'm a parent. A couple of these were kids that weren't missing, and I'm very happy to say that one of the people in that group was found. She sound okay.
Yeah.
So.
So
yay!
Do you want to explain what that one is, or do you want me to explain it? Because I think it's simple, but I wish it got more popularity because I think if more people thought hackers did this, we'd have a completely different reputation.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So the Trace Labs Missing Persons CTF. Trace Labs is an organization that works with what's the missing and exploited children? I think it's the org.
Yeah, I call them missing persons
and the
cases,
innocent
yeah.
or missing persons. So we, as CTF participants, we get several cases. I think between 5 and 8 to work on during the couple hours of the CTF, and we have to use all. I don't want to put it this way, but it's the only way I can accurately describe it. Please, from the bottom of my very feminist heart, forgive me. You have to use the skills that a jealous ex-girlfriend would use. Dig into everything, their Facebook, their family's Facebook. Try to like reconstruct where they were, all their people. National Center for Missing Exploited Children. Yes, thank you.
There's been all sorts of genders.
And try to find
crazy stalking ex-boyfriend is equally valid.
Okay. Well, I only have experience with the girlfriends.
Don't ask me how I know this. Go on.
In that regard. Yeah. And we have to look into their family, like where they may have been working, where they were last seen. There was one person in particular in our cases, and it was heart-wrenching. It was absolutely heart-wrenching. She was underage, and she was on a seeking arrangement type site, to put it rather delicately. And that was related to her disappearance. There was another person who was missing, and her mom insisted that she was being groomed and she was taken, and it was really rough. It was really,
it's kind of
really
nuts
rough.
because we did our opening specifically, like we we wanted something that was spooky and kind of Halloween themed and hacker themed, but we also wanted to tackle like a real world issue. And so it's kind of weird how we started off with like CP and human trafficking and grooming, and it's like now we've like come full circle here. Where like, yeah, this is like how hackers do all this sort of like. Because the thing is about this, I think the key is that these are all. This is not like scenarios, because a lot of times like CTFs, you'll see this with Hacktober. Actually, I can quickly go to Hacktober for a second here. That they usually have like the story, and when we talk about missing persons, these are not fake missing persons cases. These are real people who have gone missing. Men and women and children particularly have gone missing, and if you actually legit capture the flag like at its utmost level, you actually find a missing person and save their life, or at least find how they ended up, so, and give closure to families. So yeah.
Also, she made it home the day before the CTF. So we got social media points like, hey, we know where she is. So,
literally, I know where you live. Yeah.
But it yeah, like, okay, the family member says something.
I hate to make a joke. Well, I usually make jokes to offer levity, but like how kind of if I was involved with that, the first reaction like to the press, which is why no one would let me speak, is like, awesome, years of playing We're in Carmen, San Diego has finally paid off, you know, because you never expect to do that as an adult, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely like a little bit more like serious and intense. There's like one person who, you know, by his postings online, it was obvious what happened. It was obvious what happened to him, and his family just still posting all these years later, you know, begging him to, if you see this, come home, and you could, you knew like what happened, and there's at least one person who stands out, for that.
So to kind of get more on, I guess, like a happy topic, if you don't mind, because it's 2020. There's already like, it's not your fault, because I think this is very important. I wish this would get a lot more attention, but it's like also 2020, and I can look out the window and like see all the crazy. But and that's why I'm actually switch over to this tab, because we have like kind of a write up on it, and I actually think I'm actually trying to remember where I actually might have to dig back in like older CTF posts. So while I do that, tell us like what. Because I'm gonna, it's a two-part question, so I'm gonna ask part one first, because there's a reason why I'm not asking the obvious part two yet. For someone who's getting in, okay, so they find a CTF, they're like, oh, cool, it's beginners friendly, I'm gonna sign up. The question I always get is like, what operating system do I use? How do I configure it? What are like popular tools? Like, so my question is like, how do you have your setup to tackle CTF? Like, what sort of tools do you have? What operating system do you use? And like stuff.
For me, I run VMware Workstation Pro. I recently upgraded because I had the opportunity to. But before that, I was using regular Workstation Player. I have Kali on my system as well. Some people using Parrot. When I get
I like that
with
pause,
school,
because you know who's using Parrot.
Who?
We'll get there in a moment. I'm sorry to
Parrot?
cut you off. Continue.
Oh, no, you're fine. I mean, I know someone else, but plan is the opposite. Yeah, but that's vigilantism, Wolfie, and can be illegal. But if you need addresses, I got one for you. Anyway, moving onward without my vendetta. Black Arch is really awesome too. Black Arch has like everything though. But most people use Kali. Kali or Parrot. Parrot, if you want to like really get used to like, using Linux like on a daily basis, I would recommend Parrot over Kali. From what I understand about it, it has some more features, especially like car hacking stuff, which that seems really cool. That's not my thing. But you know, that might be yours.
I'm the Parrot freak. Yeah. I'm like if this was like text editors, I'm the Parrot, like, fight me, Kali. But no, and we actually, when we did our guide for the Google CTF, one of the things that I share if I have space is like, because everyone always asks us, is like recommended tools and platforms. So just to kind of air it out there, as you said, Kali is like probably the most famous and common. What's also neat about it, and there's another thing on our list that's like this too, is you can also run, not recommended because you have to like build it from scratch, it doesn't have everything, but you can run the terminal version of Kali in Windows Linux subsystem, which is basically a way to run like kind of Linux in some degree in terminal mode on Windows, and it works with all the same commands and stuff. So you can literally go to, if you have Windows 10, if you're stuck with Windows 10, first of all, my condolences. Second of all, you can go to the Windows Store, do a small configuration in PowerShell, and then download the official app for that, and it will, and Kali and terminal mode will run. I use Parrot, and you hit it on the head, thankfully, because a lot of people are like, what is Parrot? There's some tools, I can't remember off the top of my head, Kali has, and some things that Kali has that Parrot doesn't have. And two things about Parrot is, one, they have it automatically built-in car hacking tools, so if you're ever in like the car hacking CTF at DEFCON or whatever, or I think they've done it online before, like you have a leg up on that. But the neat thing about Parrot is that Kali is very much like it runs as a desktop. You can install things on there, but everything's preloaded, and it's super designed to be like a penetration system testing. There's Parrot OS Security, which is designed the same way, but then they also have a version called Parrot Home, where it has like things like VLC player and a more competent browser and stuff, so you can literally use it as your home desktop, and it has some of like privacy security tools built in, not the full set that the security version has, but there's that in there. And yeah, and I don't know if Jack could chime in on it, but like Black Arch is another thing for other people who like Arch Linux out there. And what's neat about Black Arch that I don't know if you're familiar with or know about, because here I'm going to Arch explain someone, which is hilarious considering who I live with, is if you have like any version of Arch, you could actually use Pacman to essentially import all the tools and stuff that Black Arch Linux uses. So you can basically convert any Arch Linux system into being a Black Arch Linux. You don't have to just download Black Arch Linux new and run it separately, although that's something you can do. Also, which I'm going to bring up, its interface is hilarious. Like, look at this. This is some pew-pew crap right here. This is like some
it looks absolutely badass. That's why I like that's a joke. I'm gonna graduate from Cali after I get my OSCP.
The other lesser,
to Black Arch.
The other lesser known things, and then we'll talk about like tools and stuff, and then kind of I guess cap up and finish off. I'm really happy that you're here on this, and we're really excited that you're on the show, because we tried to get you here through World of Warcraft, but apparently that's worse than like Vim versus Emacs with the divisions, I guess. So we're doing this.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna.
So another thing, if you're unfortunately stuck on Windows, is there's a thing called Pentest Box, and it's open source and pre-configured. And what's neat is instead of just the terminal like Kali, it actually has a sub-menu system, so you can auto-load stuff. G.I. Jack also brought up Arch Strike, which I'm eventually going to put in, which is sort of like, I think he could probably more detail the difference between like Black Arch and Arch Strike, but maybe I'll put him on that in a little bit in a later. But the other thing is, if you're on a Mac, my condolences, but you can actually load terminal, and because of the similarity between its base Unix systems, you can import, like if you know where a bunch of security tools are, you can install them through terminal and basically have them work. So you can actually battle harden your Mac OS in order to work as that. And this is sort of experimental. There is a FreeBSD variant. Jack wrote, it's a fork. It's like Black Arch, then Arch Assault, then Arch Strike. So it's like a weird nesting doll, because Arch Linux, and we have to be more confusing than Gentoo. There's and I actually skipped one by accident, but there's a free BSD thing that's like in prototype. And so while it doesn't fully run, if you have free BSD, it has a list of tools, and some of the tools are also have the same versions but compatible in OpenBSD, so if you're on BSD variants. And the one that I skipped or forgot, this is my brain work. Brew install is how you would do it for Mac. Is if you want to be more insane than Art, there is Pentoo, which recently got a revamp, which is Gentoo, which is sort of like, the best way I've heard it described is like building Arch Linux from scratch is like ordering individual car parts and building a car. Gentoo is getting all the individual atoms and building a car.
3D printing a car.
3D printing a car, which they have done, but I think 3D printing is even more automated than this. But if you are familiar with I just blanked out on Gentoo. There is a Gentoo version that is preset with tools, and even though I haven't looked into it too much, I really haven't found. I think there kind of is one for Fedora, but I'm pretty sure you could probably take a thing called CubesOS, which also hypervises a lot of crap, and just import the tools, and you have like a way more battle hardened station. And speaking of tools, we'll go back. So I'll let you talk a bit about like common tools that you use, but we also post like a top 10 recommended tools. I'm just going to read them off before you continue on. Nmap, Wireshark, Putty, SQL Map, Metasploit Framework, Burp Suit, the OWASP Z Attack System, Nessus, Nikto, John the Ripper, which Jack's probably going to cheer on, Hydra, Waif, and BetterCap. And then we have a link to the like top 125 security tools. There's a lot of security tools out there. I want to know, Phoenix, like what is your what are the tools that you commonly are using when you do different CTS? What do you use that in the field?
It depends on like what the question's asking. MNAP I use all the time when I'm doing hack the box stuff. TCP dump is pretty cool. I've done that in a couple of labs. Not necessarily yet for like a pen test. Listen to me. That's how you can tell I'm like.
I feel like half of
messing
CTS
everything
challenges
up.
is you trying to find where the hell it is, you know?
Yeah, that's part of it. The on Hackbox all the time. They give you a box and like you're messing around with it. You're like, okay, let me exploit this. Let me exploit something. Usually it's like some stupid little misconfiguration. That it isn't necessarily a vulnerability. I think there was like one thing with like a cron running cron job that ran as root, and you did a little bit of that, and bam, you got your shell. John the Ripper I've used. Hashcat actually is really awesome as well. It's a little bit intimidating to use at first. But Hashcat's really, really, really powerful, and I'd say a little bit more so than John the Ripper is. John I've used as well. I actually had a whole bunch of John the Ripper stuff that I did with my GCIH class. Very, very useful. It's an older tool, but it's still really, really useful. Netcat is so ridiculous. Netcat is how I get shells back when I'm doing hack the box. It's also a way to just do like a little you could do something called a backpipe, and it's so wild. What you could do is essentially you could pipe one data from one computer and move it through like different computers, like different computers on a network if you need to like hide traffic or something. It's really, really ridiculous. I've used Bloodhound. Bloodhound is really cool. That helps when you're mapping out when specifically like Windows networks that use Active Directory, so you can see like what users have which types of permissions, where are my domain admins, where are my domain users doing, what kind of groups do we have, what permissions those groups have. Those are really, really, really cool. PowerShell Empire, I've used that.
I just heard N
as
Commander
well.
swear
That
because
was
he
also,
absolutely hates PowerShell. But
you know what? I did too. I did too. I learned to love it.
I feel like
it is so fucking cool.
funny enough.
Like when you sit down. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go on.
Isn't Netcat? Oh, I'm sorry. Isn't Netcat loud as hell? It could be.
I was gonna read that. Yeah.
Backpiping is a little bit quieter. Like it's harder to track it. It was difficult to do just in labs. So when you're just starting out, I feel like most people start with Wireshark. Wireshark's great when you're looking at network traffic captures. TCP dump's really good for that too. But that's a little bit more tedious than I would really do.
To me, it's very tedious.
I got pretty proficient with Wireshark.
Yeah, no, it's
I got really proficient with Wireshark.
When you're talking about PowerShell, like that's how exactly, because I'm more familiar with PowerShell, but it's like that's exactly how I feel at Wireshark, and I feel like a lot of challenges this year has to do with network traffic stuff, where a lot of times you're using Wireshark. So it's like one of those things where there's just some things, it's like certain programming languages, or like, I think Jack and I can both grow about this, it's like Perl, where like no one wants to learn or use it, but because it's unfortunately, it's not even that it's in everything, it's in a lot of critical stuff. It's not that you learn to love it, you just learn how to be proficient at it, because unfortunately that's to get the job done.
Yeah, that's how it is with most programming stuff. Something I didn't see on there was actually any programming. I've used Python quite a bit to do like quick and dirty little scripts, try to get something to work. These base tools in Debian are Perl. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, so a
What you
lot of
didn't
my
hear
own
was Jack
programming
slam his
has
head
come into
against the
play.
wall when he typed that.
Oh. Oh. Um,
It's okay. We can laugh
so,
at his pain. You can
yeah.
always laugh at our pain. So, but no, keep going.
I
Programming
I I
stuff.
I do during the 2600 meetings, you know.
Yeah.
I do that. Um oh, that question is for there's definitely a loud cat
The
involved in
chat's
hacking.
really
Yeah.
blowing up. They love this topic.
That's actually, yeah, absolutely. Connect, that question's for you. I'll let you answer that. What would I recommend for learning PowerShell? In my particular case, I learned through SANS classes, and I know that isn't an affordable way because the classes cost $5,000. I was really lucky and I got it for free. However, I can recommend the Cyber Mentor. His practical ethical hacking class
Yes,
and
he's
his
awesome.
has been really, really good. Yeah.
He also
It's
streams on
honestly
Twitch.
really, yeah, he's great. Um he's very, very nice guy, very generous. He actually has come in my channel, hung out a couple times.
Lucky.
His practical ethical hacking class goes into some of the stuff for PowerShell. Um, and he has a Windows escalation class as well. I think he goes more into it that way. So I would definitely recommend those two classes actually, and they're all those classes right now are on sale. There's a coupon code. I don't know it offhand, but his new website is like Academy at TCM Security, I think. Let me just look that up for you. Yes. Oh wow, I was actually pretty close. I'll just pop. Can I pop links in chat or?
Sure, pop links. Just don't pop any of our shells. You can pop
Okay.
any other shell though.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna behave. So on that website that I just linked in chat, there's a hacker bundle of classes. He's actually going to be releasing a new class next month. It says $60, but I think there's a code. Let me go into his Discord real quick. Totally not doing this right now. Do. And you could use code launch mode. I'll post that in chat. The coupon code is launch mode, so it should still be working. So it's $20 for all three of his courses. He's gonna have a new course in November. Honestly, I really liked his classes. They're well taught.
They are very good.
He also has like, yeah, his window. He on his YouTube. I know he had some more stuff on Windows. So that might be a really good spot to start.
Me, you don't want to learn PowerShell like the way I learned PowerShell, which is basically doing a lot of chocolatey installs and like seeing if you can crack Microsoft games for kicks.
Yeah. Oh my God, chocolatey. I loved it. I loved it so much though. But then that's probably why I took such a liking to PowerShell. So
if I can do another recommendation for like a teacher learning thing, they dissect they're super involved in CTF, so even if it's an advanced thing, he dissects it really well, and that's Live Overflow. And not only does he have a lot of really cool, like, just in general crazy hack stuff, but again, he dissects CTFs. He usually dissects the DEFCON one every year, and actually last year physically he finally participated in it, and he does a lot of the European ones, and so he has a nice, well-rounded perspective, and it's just great to not only hear his methodology of just about hacking in general, but also particularly about, like, CTFs, what constitute as them, different strategies, and how, like, certain teams won or how certain teams, like, fell way behind and stuff like that. It's kind of like, it's like a very nerdy, it's like a super nerdy sports commentator. He's really good.
Even more nerdy than, like, esports? I don't know.
Well, no, that's a different type of, that's like, it's all glitzy and stuff. Like, what's been really fascinating also is this year's, because again, COVID is, I remember I wanted to have a CTF at Hope for like the past couple of Hackers on Planet Earth, and the key was to live stream it. And in fact, it's not really an NDA thing, but a lot of the people who originally worked for DEFCON's CTFs a couple of years ago, they've wanted to stream it, but because of the nature of DEFCON, like, there's a lot of old school people there that run particularly that segment, so they're very big on, like, even if it's just, like, showing the visual graphics or just bringing up team members for interviews, and the team members always love to get interviewed, but they're like, no, if you have like any camera, it's immediately going to be captured by the NSA and it's going to grow horns and start attacking people. So they were interested in doing at Hope, and then what's kind of funny is COVID happened, so a lot of CTFs were forced to figure out not only to put themselves like online as they're happening, because there's a lot of online CTFs, but like to actually see it happen and be like, how do you present that? And I can put it out this way and find the link. There is a major CTF that's now part of Hacker Summer Camp that unfortunately didn't happen this year. Hopefully it happens next year, called Wicked Six. And it's pushed by a lot of like the women in cyber jutsu and stuff like that. And they really cracked a lot of the code of like how to present it live, like in an esports way, and have it be really entertaining and interesting. So if you've ever wanted to see what like an entertaining CTF would look like live, instead of what a lot of times they do is where they just have the white paper write-ups and just like an instant fast forward replay of all this stuff, check out that, and check out the Pros versus Joes live stream that they did a couple of months ago, because they really like blitzed it up and they had actual talks and interviews with the team members, and it was actual esports commentary and stuff. It was really cool.
That existed.
My mic's muted. What's the point of? And like I said before, if anyone has any questions for Phoenix, let her know, and then we're gonna tastefully dox her so you can go watch her stream and maybe make an announcement or two. But you know, there's no point in having a hammer if you don't know how to use it. So my question is that I know probably part of it is it depends on like what questions or how it's styled, but like, what's your methodology when tackling like most CTFs that you enter into now that you have like your setup? Like, what's like your method of madness?
So, it's a little weird, but I kind of bounce around a little bit between questions. If I don't have to answer them linearly, I won't. I'll bounce around, see like, okay, this
That's
question's
perfectly fine.
asking me
That's
to do.
anytime I talk, it's always non-linear. So it's like a freaking Christopher Nolan movie. So you're more than welcome to go non-linear.
Yeah. Like, okay, this is asking for like a cryptography challenge. This is asking for some digital forensic stuff. This is asking for me to hammer a script multiple times into a server. And I'll go, I'll do the ones I feel faster, and then maybe I'll go smash my head a little against something for a little bit. When I was doing Cyber Fast Track last year, there was a number of digital forensics questions that took forever just to even load up. I would spend like an hour just waiting for the file to download and then opening up an autopsy. It was just a nightmare. And being able to be like, okay, that's going on in the background, and I'm going to work on something else in the meantime, was pretty much a lifesaver. The other thing and this is like a really simple thing, but it came up to be like really important as time went on. Know when you need to stop and walk away for a bit. It sounds like the silliest and like a weird piece of advice, but these things, especially if you're a beginner and you're just getting your feet wet, these can be so frustrating to the point where it's where you get really frustrated and you don't make progress and you don't learn things when you're frustrated. I don't believe that's how that works. So if you feel like you haven't gotten answers in a bit, you're starting to like smash your head against the wall, maybe take a step back, go get a Thai iced tea, or talk to your cat and be like, hey cat, I don't know what I'm doing, and
the cat is like, I don't know, I'm a cat 127.0.0.1.
Morgan is really smart. My cat, she constantly interrupts me on stream. That's what Connect was making the morale joke about before. And,
she cat 5 or cat 6?
When I have, I mean, she's more like a cat 17 at this point.
Ooh.
But yeah, she's an old lady. But I just sit down, I explain the problem to her, and then she just looks at me. She fixes her low paws a little bit and meows. And usually after a couple times of her meowing at me, I figure it out. And of course, like, of course she would know the answers.
I'm just imagining an in-person CTF when hopefully COVID is all over, and like I would love to see that announcement of like the refs are now going to contest the ruling of team disqualified because cheating through cat. Like they wrote all their answers on the cat, then tried to telepathy it through the team. Is that illegal or no?
I mean, she just sits there and meows at me. But isn't Cat 5e like almost gone now? Because I know we're up to Cat 7. I'm surprised people are still using Cat 5.
I'm not an expert on this, but my advice is never underestimate how incredibly ancient, backwards, and crumbling the United States infrastructure is, not just with the roads, but with like communication cables.
Mostly because of one person we mutually know whose name won't be mentioned.
Like there's
right?
there's a bunch. And,
well,
I'll put it this way: there's a reason why everyone is truly salivating and celebrating at the potential actual death of Internet Explorer. Never mind that's crappy browser, but because all the business stuff, the legacy is all attached to that. So it's like it was 2018 and people were still loading Internet Explorer just to communicate between two servers, was like driving people nuts. But yeah, Jack's going all cat crazy in here.
There's the Cat 5e, GBE, not message option anything beyond that. Cat 5e is also easier. 6 and S7 is STP. Oh, okay.
I'm just happy that the guy who's an expert at playing in Pussy is being able to give all this detailed information in chat, so good for him. What was it that we were doing? One piece of advice I have your version of this sounds stupid, but it has to be said because I'm shocked how many teams like this doesn't happen to, right? A lot of CTFs have a flag that is about, hey, fill this survey and tell us how our CTF is. And,
yeah,
or like,
that's Sam. Oh
or
my
do
God.
this, or
Sam
do this. Yeah.
has a survey for everything. Oh my God.
Or do this write up and tell us, and a lot of times you're so being crazy of trying to do that even if you know it's there and you're like, oh, I'll just do that near the end, you're going crazy. And what I say is, as soon as that comes up and you're comfortable with it, like when and it's actually a good break too. Like if you want to kind of be in the mindset, but beyond break, like stop what you're doing, do some hand exercises, get something to drink, alcoholic or non-alcoholic, and then load up that challenge, because not only will you be able to basically type your frustrations out and submit it in, and it's good feedback, you get points for that. And especially if you're like actually like let's say it's like 2,000 players, you're actually in the upper couple of hundreds. If you want to rank even I'm shocked. Like I remember one time we did a CTF. I'm trying to remember which one it was. It was a couple. I think it's the I think there was one that was called the fish CTF or something like that, spelled like fishing with a PH. It's like water with PH. And I remember I realized near the end, like we had an hour left, and I think we were ranked like something like 216. And I was like, no one filled this thing out, and I filled it out, and we bumped up to 188 just by filling it out. So like, don't if there's like foo-foo homework stuff, like don't ignore that. That still counts as points. There was real quick, it wasn't a CTF. I'm gonna drag Searcell on this. You did a thing where it was like looking for bugs. It was like a bug bounty thing. And
yeah, bug bounty. Yeah.
It was like a I think it was mobile, maybe it was Nokia, like bug bounty, like you were there with Zoe and stuff, right? It was like a year or so ago.
That was that thing with Cobalt, right?
It was in the before time.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it was basically they were. It was called Secure Code Warrior.
It's called Secure Code Warriors. Yeah, it was.
And basically the whole point of that was to find vulnerabilities in an existing, like it was a test to find vulnerabilities in a piece of code.
Yeah, you're trying to find vulnerabilities in existing piece of code.
I think they can hear me.
Okay, I know it's really sensitive. I'm just making sure that relays. But the reason I bring that up is because I think all because you ranked I think it was between you were in the top 5 or something like that.
Something like that.
And the funny part was, if I remember correctly, the reason why the team who won at first place won, they were clever, but for a while I think first and second place was constantly neck and neck, and then everyone was like, how did you win? And it's because every time they got stuck, they used the help button, and the help button rewarded points. So that all those extra points added up. So don't ignore fluff stuff. That all contributes. If it's worth points, go for it.
Yep.
Low hanging
ever heard
fruit
that.
is still fruit, so. But that's
Yeah,
sort of,
with CTF I took part in, the help button took a waypoint. Oh, it was a bug thing? No.
sorry. They told everyone there, like, hey, if you, like, for this bug bounty thing, it wasn't a CTF, but it was, like, looking for bugs in software. If you use help, that gives you, it's like a crypto faucet where it gives you a little bit of, like, it's like a half a point or a point every time you're legitimately stuck. And, like, but those, again, build up, so that gave them the edge to hit to number one. So, by being brutally honest that they were stuck and asking for help, that still contributes. So, most people ignored it because they were either so into the stuff they forgot about it, or they were like, oh, that's some dumb stuff, I don't need the help thing, and then they ended up only getting like 8th place. So, and it's just an example of, like, you know, if there's like a survey to fill out or something and you can get like 5-10 points for it, like, when you have the time, you want to relax, like, go do it. Like, don't ignore stuff like that. Points are points. So I guess we did good. I'm really happy it's on here. So unless you want to, like, relay an experience of something, actually maybe that's because we'll round out with last question. And again, if anyone has any questions in the chat, let us know. And then we're gonna, I think instead of covering all of Hacktoberfest, we're gonna kickstart Hacktoberfest and then see how it goes. Because I'm definitely gonna work on some code tonight and some documentation. Tell us. This is kind of like sounds like one of those survey essays. What was, like, the most awesome, best CTF you've encountered? And you don't have to name them, but, like, why was it awesome? And what was the most frustrating, grueling? Not in terms of, like, it was a challenge, but just it was, like, poorly designed or something didn't work, and why did that fail? Like, what was the good? Which one was good? Which one was bad? If you don't want to name names, you don't have to.
Yeah. I just want to take this time to give a shout out to Registered Jack 45. Really? Yeah. It's my chat making fun of me.
Oh, so your groupies followed you over in our chat. So hi, us. We have a bunch of shows too. We're gonna make an announcement near the end about this that we kind of talked about before. But I'm curious about what your view is.
The worst one, honestly, it might have been because of the timing, but Google CTF 2 years ago was like, it threw me into, like, the middle of nowhere. I took the beginner CTF, so I figured, all right, it should be a little bit easier. And I've never felt so incredibly lost. Like, I looked at it, I blinked twice, and I was like, no, I'm done. I got up, I closed out of the browser, and I literally walked away from my desk. I literally just, like,
So it literally trained
nope,
you
I'm
for
not
being
doing
a
this.
Google engineer. That's impressive.
Yeah, it really did. But honestly, the best one, by far, it has to be Cyber Fast Track. It was intense.
Thank you for Registered Jack.
So going back, it was
us, by the way.
They're making fun. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's great. Oh no, RJ45. That's an Ethernet cable.
I know.
And it's yeah, it's making fun of, like, a very particular thing.
No, I get that. No, I'm talking about the person itself. Like, we don't know them, so you're just like,
oh no, that's
this person, and I'm like, is that like I'm happy to see this person, or this owes me $5? I know. I'm just for clarification. Anyhow, go on. Why was the Sans Cyberstart one the best?
Oh, because the amount of stuff it made you go through. During that first stage, I did my first reverse engineering puzzles. This, as someone who failed assembly because I didn't understand it, it was like the most awesome thing to get not one but two really difficult reverse engineering puzzles done. And one of them, they said use Go's debugger called Delve. We have banned the word Delve in our households because it was so bad and it's so difficult to use. But there I was, like, 2 days before the deadline, like, using GDB, like, next to tears. Dan's telling me, my husband, he's saying, "No, come on, I think you're done for tonight." And I'm like, no, I think I have it. And I hit enter, I think twice more, and I, like, almost shrieked. And because the flag came up, and he's like, "Are you okay? Oh, what happened? And it was just like, it was so powerful because at this point I was in it was like the third term at my current college, and I didn't feel like I was getting a lot out of it because they just had me get a couple couple certifications at this point. I wasn't really deep in the stuff I wanted to do. And it was like, oh, hey, I actually have the ability to do this. And when I found out that I was one of 300 people who was able to solve that challenge, it was like, holy cow, I'm really good at this. The next stage of it was even worse because they're the digital forensics challenges. They were really long and difficult, but I was the first out of the group of people who I was like working alongside. We weren't like in a team per se, but we were like, hey, did you get this one yet? I was one of the first people to finish all of the forensics puzzles. It was ridiculous. And it was like, hey, I can actually do all this. I can do SQL injections. I can do command injections. I didn't even know SQL at this point. Like this, didn't even know it. Honestly, I was like, I know it does stuff with databases, but I was able to learn so much. And for the other opportunities that it's given me because of the CTF, by far, it's got a very special place in my heart. So, if you are, and not to go on this whole tangent about how great this program is, but if you are in college right now and you're in the US, there is let me just go to my page real quick because I want to grab this link. There is a link I can give you to sign up for it. Honestly, it is an absolutely fantastic. I need this out of theater mode.
Just to note, if you see me yawning, it's not you. I've just been up all day.
Oh yeah, no, I got you. So if you're in college right now, doesn't matter if you're in going only for like your associates or if you're in your master's program, it's open to you as long as you're in the United States. It's cyberfasttrack.org. I was one of the first 100 people to get the scholarship. And the program is amazing. And it's literally going to be a big swift kick in my career's ass. Because right now they're working to place me in a role, which is pretty fucking cool, quite honestly, especially like with how much difficulty I've had just finding work. I could tell stories about that.
Thank you. This is Chris Wright, by the way, for following us on Twitch. To throw my 2 cents out there, and then you can like tastefully dox yourself. In terms of scholarships, and this is very new. So for we were talking earlier with Taz about being both a sexual and a racial minority. And if I remember correctly, and I'm going to post a link in chat, there's actually a group for African Americans, and they extend it to Latinos and other minorities called BlacksInCybersecurityConf.com. And not only do they do like a lot of workshops and their own like mini conferences, but they've recently started to link up like scholarship programs for minorities of both sexes. So if you also want a swift kick in your pants, that's a neat way to go, especially if you again qualify as being a minority. I think the quantification is it's in the United States, but I know they're looking for like other countries now, such as UK, Australia, Germany, stuff like that. And just to put my personal, if you don't mind, because they're really quick, best and worst CTF. I actually can't remember the name of the best one. I don't want to like misname it. I don't want to say it's the CTF and then it turns out it's not. I just put it out there. I think it was the fish CTF, but there was one where, again, I'm really good with web browsers, but what made me laugh is that literally the challenge, and it was a high number challenge too, was called This Shitty Website. If that makes sense. Are you still there, Kuznagi, or did we lose her? I think we may have lost her again. Hold on. I'm gonna hang up and call again, but I will give my I will tell this story here. If I can. Oh, I just heard the hang up, and I guess the call in's gonna happen. So I'm gonna. Are you back?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Don't worry. We're gonna be done now. But I just wanted to relay. So what I was saying before was I just want to put in. I talked about BlacksInCyberConf.com, which also has scholarship programs, and I just want to quickly share my two, like the best worst, and then I'll throw a humorous one. Then you can tastefully dox yourself, and we'll be on our merry way. And I'm really, this has been awesome. Like I've been wanting you on either at our physical meeting or online. And I know how you're a busy student. I'm happy that you're finally graduating because it felt like you were like gone for 8 million years because you basically were gone for 8 million years because of how intensive all this stuff is. So I'm just really excited to also like just talk to you again. Of course, I've been missing the past couple of 2600 meetings. 2600 is another long-standing hacker group and stuff, just because I've been busy and tired. But my two favorites, so I don't want to misname it. I think it was the Fish CTF, right? But I just don't want to misname it. So I'll put it in the show notes later. But like, so I'm really good at website stuff, and it was worth like, I think the max for a challenge was like 50 points, and this was worth like 35 points, and it was just sitting there forever, and it popped up on the third day, and it was literally called This Shitty Website, and it literally it was truly the definition. It was so bad that they actually managed to emulate Bonsai Buddy like in the actual browsing window. And it had like glitter and scrolling stuff and auto MDI. And what was amazing is I found out, like, I solved it. It took a little bit more, but I solved it. And it turned out that the reason why they threw this challenge in there, and they're now thinking of making it a category, I heard, next year, is that because the website, you know, was doing things like it was using like iframes, you know, and like old JavaScript and like basic CSS and what is it called, SHTML and stuff like that. The funny part was, despite it being so basic, it was all web programming techniques that web developers don't use anymore. So it was designed, which is what happened, was there were people breezing through web challenges of like, you know, breaking like Amazon Web Services, and then they got to this shitty website and they didn't know what to do because they were never trained on how to build something like this with these old tools. It'd be like the equivalent of like you'd be doing something and all of a sudden there's like a punch card Fortran challenge, just because no one uses punch cards in Fortran anymore. So it like, that's like, you know, for me it's like, oh, I remember that thing. Let me think. Oh, okay, it's this. But to everyone else, it's like, what the heck is this? Because it was like before they were born. You know, never mind like learning it in like an academy.
I actually had a tough question like that. They gave me COBOL, and I'm just like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, I've never seen COBOL before in my life. Like, I had no idea what I was even looking at. And in fact, it was actually on stream, and it was probably like, I'm sorry, I'm almost upset that no one clipped it because it was really funny.
Yeah, there was an entire COBOL CTF at Hope too. Yeah,
it's real. Oh my god, no.
Yeah, there was. It was really fun. It was in the workshop category, and I watched most of it. It was great. One, so shockingly the worst one for me, and it's really simple, quick, was actually the semifinals this year for the DEFCON qualifier for DEFCON by Overflow. And what happened was, I went in, I did a couple of challenges, and then I went on another thing. I couldn't log in. I went back to the original machine. I could barely log in, right? And then so finally at the end, I reached out because other people were doing it, and some people got stuck on our team, and we went in because you have a group account, right? And we were like, why wasn't this working? And it turns out, which apparently they're not going to do next year, in order to secure the entire CTF, the CTF time syncs to your computer. So if you're on another another desktop, and the time is even like, and it's not the computer, not your clock on your desktop, the computer cycling. So if you're on a different machine and it's like on a different cycle, it thinks you're trying to hack it and prevents you from coming in. And that apparently cut a lot of the teams out this year by accident, so they're thinking of a new system. So like that's a good example of like, you know, I used to make video games, so I think of game design, and like that sounds like something that would happen when you were if you like designed a video game where it's like, oh yeah, we forgot to put the run button, crap, you know, like things like that. But yeah, I'm really happy for this, and I guess the announcement is, now, I'm going to try to wake up, but because I have to, unfortunately, I have to get going at 4 p.m. tomorrow due to stupid shenanigans in Manhattan, but we're going to talk a bit afterwards because I am going to stream my stream soon. If you want, I can also talk in, the morning when you're awake or whatever, but I believe we are, our account at DEFCON 1. What? Sorry?
Wait, I'm sorry. What you said when I'm awake in the morning?
I don't know when you're, I don't even know what type of blood you drink or whatever, you know? Like, I know what blood I drink. I'm A-. So I don't get, but I know that we're trying to work on, because it ends at 10 p.m. tomorrow. We're going to attempt, and it's probably going to crap out at my end. We've been talking about trying to tackle the Hacktober thing tomorrow, and doing it on stream. Like both of us load up our streams and just be like, let's go. Or I could just join your stream, something like that.
Yeah. I actually, because I've been really bad this week because I'm trying to catch up we've had an series of unfortunate health and family related events the past 3 months at this point.
Yes.
So this week I was just like falling apart at the fucking seams. So yeah, I was thinking about just firing up the stream early tomorrow and just going for it because I have to
that's fine.
do a couple
what
things. I also promised my chat. Huh?
Is just let me know.
What?
Yeah, just let me know when that is. And absolute worst, I will be in your chat at best. I would love to link up either on Discord or whatever platform of your choice, and I'll be on my end with Parrot. I actually might have Parrot emulated on this machine because I do, or I'll use my actual desktop and we'll try to chew through stuff together. So that just let me know what time, and as long as it's, I mean, I can even go to like 5. It's just the problem is my thing. I think it starts at 7:30, but I have to double check. But basically, like whether it's between 4 or 5, like I think 4 or 6. I think 5 is my absolute latest. But just tell me that stuff, and I will be there for a chunk of it. And I'd like to work together. We also have 2 more slots on the DC 201 team for challenges. I'm going to do a couple challenges tonight myself. So so we'll work on them.
First couple are easy.
Yeah, no, this is designed for beginner to intermediate, which is one of the reasons why I always love when not only when CTS happen during our meetups, but when also like it's like, oh, for beginners, because we have a lot of people who treat like CTFs like they're made of nitroglycerin, so it's good to ramps you up. So I guess the last thing is, as I said, you do stream. Do you want to dox yourself on here? Like, where can people find you?
Yeah, sure.
Play awesome video games and do CTFs and complain about life and look at the pretty kitty and stuff.
Yeah, multiple cats actually. So I stream. I'm supposed to be streaming every Tuesday, Thursday at 10 a.m. Eastern time, New York time, and every Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern time. My schedule's been kind of wonky because school, a couple other things have been going on. So I'm trying my best to stick to it, but things are just all over. So it's kind of like weird. I stream at twitch.tv/Phoenix Firefly, fire spelled with a Y. You can also get me on Twitter with that name as well. Actually, oh man, I have to get a new header because I'm not with Andromeda anymore. You can also follow my infosec Twitter and at my infosec Twitter at Liz_Kusanagi. There's more knitting and infosec posts there. I'm pretty reachable. I mean, what else? The Twitch account has most of my links. You could also even get me on IRC. I'm actually at a hop actually. What's the word? A hop over on 2600. So you can come bother me there. But don't bother me too much because I can ban very easily. Yeah. So yeah, that's all of my socials. Oh, Flower. I know Flower.
Let me turn back on the... Yeah. Awesome. So yeah, thank you for that rundown. I look forward to... I'm going to do maybe 1 or 2 challenges tonight after I do a bunch of the Hacktoberfest stuff, and I hopefully I'll be able to come in tomorrow and at worst be on chat, and at best we'll try to tackle challenges together, and you realize how much my noobness is at a lot of different things, but I'm looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to what I normally do in life, which is learn by failing. So
are all about building those skills though.
Yes.
And like you're gonna still come away with learning something no matter like how much you do. Like it doesn't like it the point of just for glory's sake. It's really about if you learn a lot, you're really the winner.
Well, just like in real life, usually the things I learn is like what not to do. That's the common thing is like
hey, that's just as good. That's just as good.
And we can all agree, hopefully, that dead serious, possibly nothing, no CTF gets any worse than the worst CTF of all time, which is being staff at Hackers on Planet Earth.
I will volunteer, but no. You're wrong. You're wrong.
All the coffee. I mean, there are rewards at the end.
But... We had this discussion. I've won this argument already. It's being code of conduct.
Yeah. Yes, we all need to. It's the same thing.
I'll probably do it again.
I'm
What?
going to be back at radio again. It's just like DEFCON 201 where it's like everyone has to worship our giant cock, so our COC. So
Yeah, I don't know where I'm gonna be because I don't know if we're gonna get info desk again because the whole thing that happened. I don't want to go back to code of conduct because I got really sick after it.
I
And
mean this
and the person who shared it was
comically
like
is that
I made a joke to him and he yelled at me for 10 minutes in like August.
Oh,
Like
geez,
seriously,
yeah,
he went off on
that sounds
me.
about
It was
right with
so
like
funny.
core staff
Like,
stuff, dear lord. No, I mean this in a I mean this in a joking way, so I don't want to cause any alarm. I'm also hoping there might not be an info desk this year because I don't know if Neo is gonna who runs this information desk is gonna have brain cells left in order to like man it. So
I don't know. Like honestly, Sergio was like really pissed off. The head of what's it called? Head of code of conduct. He got really upset because of how we were like joking around with people. Because he was like he had asked me a question about his workshop, and I don't care about doxing or whatever because this is a really funny story. And for those who are not really familiar with
and
the
remember this is going to be recorded, so as long as you're fine with it, I
don't care.
Okay,
I don't care.
That's
like,
fine. We'll end with the story. We'll end with
this
story time with Kusanagi.
Yeah, my story times are wonderful. So and you know we joke around. You know it's stressful for everyone. We have 1,000 people coming to us asking questions over and over, and this guy comes up to me and asks me. He's demanding to know what's wrong with the audio for workshops, and I'm sitting there like I don't know anything. He's like, well, you're supposed to know this, that, the other thing. I'm like, look, I don't know. I could tell you something, but I could tell you what you want to hear, but you need to pay me $5 first.
Yeah,
and
no.
He's like, well, yeah. So
He took
and
it
this
seriously, yeah.
apparently set in sentence in so much because
I could see why. Because,
and what's the best part was
what?
well workshops weren't supposed to have AV. They weren't supposed to have them at all.
Right, not
He
until this
requested
year,
things
yeah.
and he was told no. And then he came to me, came to the Infodesk demanding like what to do. And I'm like, I could keep an eye out for like AV people, but I can't like do anything.
I have
like your workshop. And Neo's like he's workshop. He doesn't have AV.
I have a
AV
pharmacy
is
story.
audio visual. He was supposed to have like a
I have a pharmacy story that's
yeah.
similar that one day I'll tell in the future thing. But no, yeah, no, it's one of those things. I also think because I know Code of Conduct went nuts because like they're worried about like tiny fixable stuff, and then I'm not going to repeat what they were, but the two big incidents happened, especially that first one, and that's when it was like, yeah, I fold. But
like and you know it sucked because I got thrown into it and it's really rough for me to talk about because the stress got me sick.
No, you don't have to talk about it.
Months, Jordan.
Yeah.
Like,
no,
no. I'm gonna because like literally, we were thrown under the bus, and then as I'm puking sick with vertigo on the way to the what's it called? Not the ER, but the
ICU.
What's the place? Urgent care. I was on the way to the urgent care, and I'm hearing Eric go on about how well it wasn't how we expected, but when it comes to how we run the conference, and he basically just threw the entire code of conduct team under the bus. I was listening. I'm like, you son of a bitch. I was so pissed. I'm like, okay, and I went through vertigo. Yeah, like literally for 4 months. And I'm
and I just want to let people know too that it's not to like excuse people, but usually like Hope is much more fun and better than that. Like literally the last last convention 2 years ago was like the darkest the con ever had. Because so many dumb things broke down that I honestly don't want to go into because this stream would last like 10 times longer than it already is. The only thing I could sum up on my end, because I worked in radio, is nothing, and then we're horribly off topic, but I love this. Nothing makes you more important and scared than to find out that the keynote speaker that is being targeted, that the safest place, which is true, in the entire area is your facility area at the conference. So you just went from just broadcasting fart jokes to like, we now have to defend democracy and here's its last stand. Good luck. And it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, you missed a lot of like war stories for Hope and also just like our methodologies for CTF, and that we're going to try to tackle it together tomorrow, provided that we both wake up. But yeah, so that, as I posted your Twitter and Twitch in the chat, definitely check out Phoenix Firefly, whether you like games or especially if you're going to check out when she tries to tackle this stuff tomorrow, and hopefully I'll be there, provided I'm not dead.
So
yeah.
Typically on Tuesdays I play Overwatch. I'm actually really deep into Overwatch. I was a esports manager. I'm starting to actually get back to managing teams again. Last year I was actually running for Team USA general manager.
I have to get into that because right now there's a free trial going on with Overwatch for Switch. I need to download that.
I don't know about that, but I was like in the running. I was the only not Overwatch League related person to even make it that far, so that was really cool.
Jesus.
So Overwatch, and then Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays I typically do like Hack the Box, try Hack Me, and other like things to teach more about cybersecurity, about how to break into the space. More recently I've been like kind of like, because unfortunately like someone in my family is really sick right now. It's been very traumatic, so to speak, for not just me but everyone. So I've been having to take a lot of time off to like kind of deal with that, and my last couple of courses with school and my GPAN, and it's kind of a nightmare. So my schedule's kind of up in the air. Please forgive me if I miss my scheduled days. But tomorrow we're gonna do the CTF, and after the CTF closes at 10, I'm thinking about doing some more scary games, because it's spooky time. And one of my viewers bought me Resident Evil 2, and that was a lot of fun last week. Me getting scared absolutely shitless.
Yeah,
So
I don't want to count chickens before we hatch. We're trying to, which is the start of this with you and us. We're trying to do like more partner stuff with like different like Twitch streamers and media and stuff. And I can't promise anything or name names, but I'm trying to get on a stream where I can literally live up the title for Master of Unlocking, and so just cross your fingers that collaboration happens.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, so I think it's like, obviously, you're live for 10 minutes and went on for a while, but we got a great ton of information. Plus, also there was so much text screws up. I'm like, screw it, I'm just gonna let her talk because like it's the right thing to do, and also I don't get to blab, so it's great.
Sorry about the difficulties.
No, you're sorry. We're the ones that kept.
Like
I was like, hello, this, not that, and it's just here's the whole thing, right? So to sum it up, we need to have the big blue thing because we can't get it up anymore, and we need to have better, consistent performance. So we need to install the big blue thing. Do we get that, staff? Good. We're gonna start working on that for November. But no, thank you so much for on here. I mean, when just talking to you, I kind of was realizing, oh yeah, I should probably like tackle things that way. And it's just nice talking to another person who's been doing CTF stuff, because like I don't think I'm an expert in it, but it's just nice to chat to someone else on that. So thank you for dropping your knowledge here, and definitely go follow her on Twitch, and if you like our content, you can follow us on here on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube. We're going to do a bit more streaming. I don't know. I'm going to sit on here for a little bit and see if anyone's doing Hacktoberfest, but we're going to at least start off Hacktoberfest. So I'm going to end the Discord stream, and is there any last shout-outs before we end the call? For chat or for Liz?
The Twitch follow is always greatly appreciated. I think this time next year, I'm going to actually start like pushing toward partner. So those follows help. And even if you just come by and hang out, if you don't want to chat or anything, we're a community that's all about like helping you learn and become, a little bit smarter than you were, yesterday. We're very my Discord, which is also linked on my Twitch, very chill community, very relaxed, lots of jokes. Radio Hope, that's Radio Statler.
Yeah, I'll explain that in a bit.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so we hang out a lot. I do giveaways now and again. We also do a really big we also do a lot of stuff for charity. Last December we did we raised $100 for Girls Who Code. This May we raised $500 for St. Jude.
Yay!
And I'm looking to double that in December. So it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a little bit.
We can segue.
Yeah, it's.
We can segue into you because we're looking into going back to charity runs in November. So
I think I'm gonna stick with St. Jude. I kind of like made that decision, because honestly, like I had so much fun doing it, and I also have the ability to make people cry. And no, I'm kidding. No, but honestly, there's like a really good community that does a lot of fundraising for St. Jude. Yeah. It's a great charity to do stuff for, and I have some really cool ideas that aren't necessarily hacking related. Maybe some art stuff. Question mark. I haven't decided yet.
We can talk on those on the
Silver
next stream
unlock
here.
We
can talk about that hopefully tomorrow on the hack stream.
Oh yeah,
definitely. But thank you again for having you on here and dropping some knowledge and having this great chat.
I really appreciate it.
Go get food, go get rest, things that I really wish I could have right now, and I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, I'll catch you later.
All right, Dirge User represent. Peace. Okay, so that was it's weird because like I've streamed like less time, but I felt like I've been streaming since like 5 a.m. in the morning because it's been not that I'm like exhausted or pissed off. It's like this is honestly I'm very happy despite all the weird disgruntled things. But I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna cap everything off here today. Again, that's our website, and let's go back a page or two. So again, originally I thought we were gonna be doing this at like 8:30, like 8:30 at the earliest, maybe 9. So I don't know if like I'm gonna try to do Hacktoberfest stuff, but what we're gonna make sure to do is at least we're gonna start it off. So we have a little small schedule thing here, and we're gonna mostly follow that. I don't know if G.I. Jack's gonna pop in at any point, but I can carry most of this. So we're doing a thing called Hacktoberfest. I just heard some deranged Jack sounds.
Just pop in and say hi real quick. Hi, everybody.
Okay, yeah.
Called G.I. Jack here. A little bit of a headache, so I really didn't get to contribute anything.
Hey, I have a name.
Thinking about you guys. Thank you for this gentleman right here, Side Pocket, for holding on the fort while I have this headache.
Well, I've been screaming the entire time, so yeah, I'm sorry about that. This will be over soon, though. Yeah, no, I get it. So, I'm going to do a quick rundown of Hacktoberfest, what it is. So, we've been doing, I don't know if they started around the same time as us, but we've been doing Hacktoberfest at least, if we didn't do it the first year in 2017, we definitely did it in 2018. So, I think this is, if I remember correctly, I think this is actually either the third or fourth one we've done. I'm leaning towards this is the fourth one we've done. Because I remember like doing Hackerfest 2.0 and 3.0, and now we're on Revenge of Hacktoberfest. So what is Hacktoberfest? Well, it's a thing that is mainly done by DigitalOcean, but they have different partners in addition every year. And this year it's Intel, yay, because they need to save face somehow. And yes, I'm going to be doing that. Thank you for that. And this is not just me. We have a lot of thanks to all the speakers out there, and we also put a lot of work behind the scenes. Jack keeps the website running. Siricel is the only reason why anything actually works. I'm just here to annoy the crap out of all of you. So that's why I'm going to explain Hacktoberfest. So, got my Boomer Juice and a Red Bull. What is Boomer Juice? Do I want to know what Boomer Juice is? It sounds like, is it ground Boomer? Is it sweat of Boomer? Essence of Boomer? Is it watching the town hall with Trump? I don't know, but I don't want to do that again. I'd rather have the frickin' high-powered alcohol instead. So, it's like crack or Trump crack. So anyhow, it's mainly pushed by DigitalOcean. And what it is it's a way to, well, first of all, unrelated, it is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. So hopefully by watching the stream, you are more aware about cybersecurity. Be aware. Wow, scary hackers, bad things, great Doge. So are you worried that all the pull requests hitting a strong? We're gonna talk about that. We are gonna talk about Monster. Yeah, I drink Monster Zero. That I forget what flavor it is, but it's the blue can that has 0 calories. Not that I care about 0 calories. It just tastes the best. So, but we're gonna get into about kind of a bit of a negative side of that Hacktoberfest and how we're gonna mitigate it. So. What Hacktoberfest is kind of semi-unrelated. I feel like we're the only we're at least one of the only security groups covering this. I actually am curious because I haven't played this video. Let's actually play this video and hear what they have to say about it, because I can't remember what this video contains, but maybe they can explain it than I do, and that will save me some wasted breath.
Hacktoberfest!
And if you don't know what Hacktoberfest is,
it's a celebration.
And it's an open source.
Hacktoberfest is a month-long celebration of open source software
created by DigitalOcean.
It's changing the world one pull request at a time.
You can be a developer, designer, or even a content writer.
In short, you do open source contributions and you get lots of swag.
Yes. Swag bag. This is so amazing.
Oh, look what I got. Yeah.
A Hacktoberfest t-shirt, guys.
I would like to thank DigitalOcean for sending me this t-shirt because I was participating in Hacktoberfest.
So join us for this year's celebration of open source software at hacktoberfest.com.
Let's get hacking.
Okay, so that was kind of a weird, like, overall hype feeling just about this with, like, terribly bad fake rock music, so I'll explain a bit more detail. What Hacktoberfest is they've partnered up mainly with GitHub. I kind of wish they could partner with GitLab in addition, but I know GitLab and GitHub are rivals, especially with the Microsoft purchase of GitHub, so years ago, you know, which that's a fun thing for Hacktoberfest. Do pull requests and type in to abolish ICE and you'll find fun reactions on GitHub. Although some of the open source software has to deal with countering some of the stupid stuff ICE does. Anyhow, which is a lot. That's their entire org, but I'm not going to even get into that. So Hacktoberfest, it's month long. So it actually started back on October 1st. It's going to end by the time it crosses from midnight in your area, I believe. And I think they time it mainly because they're in New York to New York's time. But in general, once it crosses over from October 31st to November 3rd, so Halloween night, it's over. But in that time, and especially with us starting today, what you can do is you can go to HitClub. You can go to GitHub. I'm saying it the way ICE says it. Hit Club. We need to hit this now. No. And as you can see here, at part of their website, there are a bunch of stuff. And the key here, and that's why I'm going to address the issue someone brought up in chat, is you're looking. There are a lot of programs. There's a lot of repos out there that are being tagged with Hacktoberfest. You go into those code pages. Like, let's pick one right here. It's a Sanctuary Zero command line bound invitation of secure synchronous lightweight chat room with zero logging. Blah. Let's just kick this because it's easy to click on. Because I'm not clicking on something that has to do with WordPress. So this is the pull request for that. We're going to click on this project, Sanctuary Zero. Has the tag. It has tag Hacktoberfest in it. And then you go in, and as Cyrisol's going to show in a moment, you're going to see if you can find bugs in the code. You're going to look at the documentation, see if you can improve it. You're going to try to run the program. If it breaks, if it does, you're going to type stuff in. And the main thing is you're going to want to do a pull request. When you do these pull requests, I'm going to show you here. So hang on a moment. So we actually have our own info page. I'm going to post this in chat. It's somewhere. Here we go. So they've teamed up this year for organization since everything is online for Hacktoberfest, because normally this would happen in person like at our meetings. Done by our, let's see, so DEFCON 201 Major League Hacking Register. And that's the link for it in chat. We also have it on our social media and pinned on our event when you click on the news tab, also on our website. So you go in and you're going to make a major league league hacker, which they normally do with CTF stuff, but for this year they're going to do Hacktoberfest for October. So you click the register button, you're going to fill everything out, make an account there. You're going to then tie your GitHub to that account. When you make a pull request, it's going to log in on that system, and of course you should all show up and register directly for our event here that's going on until the end of time. Today I was supposed to clear in the midnight, but we'll just see how well this goes. If you want to collaborate with us, whether it's tonight or throughout the entire month, you can head to our Discord chat, like what I was talking with Liz before. I'm going to put that link in here. You're going to go to Discord, you're going to join our Discord, and you are going to go to Pound Hacking. It's one of the sub-channels, and that's where we're going to be talking about there. We also have it linked to our own GitHub, which also, if you're on Twitch, you can scroll down, and our link is right there to our GitHub. And you will see the pull request that we and other people have done there. I'm actually going to put DC201 GitHub and type the URL in for that. Oh, sorry, wrong thing. Here we go. GitHub.com/DEFCON201. See, we're like DEFCON 201 on everything but Twitter. And now this sounds complicated, but like I said, so Major League Hacker Gaming, we have the link for there. You register with that, then you link your GitHub to that. If you want a reference link, you can go to our GitHub page. I'm also going to make some recommendations on here. But if you want to chat, you can join our Discord. That's where we're going to be mainly is under the sub channel Pound Hacking. We also have an option, which I'll put in chat if you scroll all the way at the bottom. One of the cool things about Major League Hacking is that every single group that's participating this year, including us, let's try to do this here. Where is the... Here we go. Also has its own free Mattermost. So I will constantly be popping in throughout the rest of the month between Mattermost and our Discord. I'm mainly going to be focusing on Discord because that's also where our CTF is. If you want to do, again, Hacktober CTF, the Hacktober CTF, you go to our CTF channel. If you want to do Hacktoberfest, you go into the Pound Hacking, and you're going to do pull requests. When you do a successful pull request, it logs in. When you do 4 of them before it turns to November 1st, you will win. You will get this year in the mail because you'll put in your address or your PO box. Let's go back to the website. There will be a Hacktoberfest t-shirt that is designed after the main logo. You can see it here, and I think you can choose it in black or this like bluish black or in white with this logo. And that's the only way to get this, unless you go to like eBay and buy it off to someone, or someone gives it to you and it's like has holes in it and Cheeto stains and other white stains that you don't know where they come from. But if you want a clean one, that's how you do it. After you sign up Major League Hacking, go to GitHub, look for stuff tagged Hacktoberfest, or go to our GitHub because we have a bunch of stuff there. Do 4 proper pull requests. When you get those in, and it should register under Major League Hacker. If not, you can contact Hacktoberfest and resolve issues. You do 4 of them successfully, you get a free t-shirt. That's how this works. Now, here's the thing. The free t-shirt is great, and this year I'm going to actually work to truly get my t-shirt this year. But because usually I just oversee everything, and now I have time because it's, you know, COVID. I'm not really going anywhere, despite having to go anywhere everywhere these next 2 days. There's been a thing that's been happening, and I have to address this, and that's why I'm brought up in chat. That there has been controversy in the open source community about all of this, and we're gonna go to should pop up when I type this. Yes. So there is actually a Twitter account called Shittoberfest, and you can find all these instances with hashtag Shittoberfest. And the complaint is, which we agree with, is that so many people, do they have to be tagged? They don't have to be tagged, but, and this is why I'm doing this, if they're tagged Hacktoberfest, whether it's on our GitHub or in general on GitHub, that means they've consented to the Git pull request. There's a lot of projects that don't really care about being for Hacktoberfest, and there are also projects, whereas as you can see here with the Shittoberfest, where people are doing like pull requests and they're like recapitalization all the letters and submitting them in. They are changing the font and sending them in. They're adding semicolons in places where semicolons shouldn't be because it would read wrong, or the programmer, or they would add comments of like comment on like programming language like in the code itself. Yay, I just did for Hacktoberfest and submitting that as a Git pull request. So basically everyone's using every excuse to make any type of Git pull request, and people are swarming the system with Git pull requests that don't improve any of the software code. So a lot of people are mad because this is supposed to help improve everyone's open source projects, again, open source projects moment, and because of greed, you know, as we've seen with the current administration in the United States and other administrations around the world, it's being capitalism to death, essentially. So that's going to be our thing. As one, if you do follow our thing, especially tonight, please either use stuff that's tagged Hacktoberfest or follow the ones that we're going to put links into chat, and we're going to explain bits of them. Before I go on to that, and I will drag Sarasol back for this, I'm actually going to try to find a video about this, because while I can explain it, I'm always worried about botching it. We actually have this video on here when we're supposed to do like cool live stuff, but I have that as a file, and I didn't think to load beforehand. So hold on. So what is open source? This was originally supposed to be G.I. Jack segment, but again, he's currently really under the weather. Yeah, here it is. So you know, he will be on. He will probably be well enough to do Arch File Linux perspective next week. So this is a simple, like barely 5-minute video. I love it. It's animated in Legos. For those people who are really curious about open source, or have never heard about before, or may have heard about but no one has ever properly explained them what it is. They're just open source. What's open source? It's open source. What is it? It's magical. So what does it mean? It's open source. Come on, what the heck? This is like the Who's Third on Base thing. We're gonna play this video for you all here. So let me just change some stuff around, and here's an explanation of open source. Someone wrote, capitalism to death should be the rename of the United States. No, I think that we should rename the death penalty to that. Instead of the death penalty, it should be called death by capitalism. And I'm someone who, for me, death penalty personally is a case-by-case basis. My views are not the views of DEFCON 201, unless I say so. And this is not one of them. But do pay attention, because we do view on this of open source. So let's have this little cool Lego mini figurine explain to us what is all this open source stuff and why is it good for everybody.
Hi, I'm Jonas. Do you know what open source is? Well, let me explain it for you. Basically, it means that the recipe of any given work is shared and free for anybody to use. Let me take you back where it all started. In the 1980s, a guy named Richard Stallman had a problem with the software in his printer. He could fix the printer himself, but unfortunately, he was not allowed to get inside the black box by the manufacturer. This frustration was the beginning of the free and open source movement. The essential benefits of open source are access to the source or recipe of any given work, free remix and redistribution of any given work, an end to predatory vendor lock-in, and a higher degree of cooperation. Open source is originally a software-related term. But let's take a non-technical example of where the open source mindset is actually used today. Here's Dave. He is a really passionate skateboarder. He loves the community because everyone shares tips and tricks openly. This means that everybody has access to the source of becoming a better skateboarder. Dave has the opportunity of remixing an existing trick and making it even better. He becomes more skilled, faster. If Dave's skateboard breaks, he doesn't necessarily have to go back to the vendor to get it fixed. He can also fix it himself with the help of one of his friends from the community. This is because the design of the skateboard is open source. In the skateboard community, you share new ideas and remix each other's tricks. You cooperate and reach much higher standards than any skateboarder could reach alone. Now let's take another example. Here's Susan and Michael. They have just bought a new property and now need a new house. John is an open source architect and offers 3 designs that Susan and Michael can base their dream house on. They choose option A because it best fits their needs. But Susan wants a conservatory as well, so Michael draws one and adds that as an extension to their chosen house design, option A. Susan and Michael choose Company A to help build the house. It should be easy for Company A to build it because the architectural drawings and guidelines are already produced by John, the open source architect. But during the process, Susan and Michael find out that Company A's employees are very slow and not very polite. They therefore get Company B to finish the work. It's easy for Company B to take over the project because everything is openly documented. Fortunately, Company B does an amazing job of completing the construction project. In the meantime, Coco and June have shared a new solar cell design as an extension to option A as well. Susan and Michael also decide to add that to their home. Susan and Michael are now happy owners of a beautiful and customized new home. But John is also happy. He can now add 2 new extensions to his professional portfolio without having done anything himself. So now I've given you a taste of some of the many benefits of open source. But before I leave you, I have to put an end to some of the myths that still exist. First, you have no control of your work. That's not true. As the initiator, John, the open source architect, verifies extensions and chooses what can be added to his specific project, and therefore also decides where the project is heading. Second, open equals unsafe. Not true. In an open source project, many people are involved and cooperate to make an even safer product and to keep unauthorized people out. And third, everything is free. No, the source itself is free and publicly available, but the house must, for example, still be built, customized, maintained, and provided with water, power, and heat. Hopefully you can now better understand the positive term open source and the principles within. Please start opening up and use the extreme beneficial principles the way they deserve. As mentioned, my name is Jonas, and I'm representing Bit Blueprint. We have, in collaboration with Moving Monday, made this video to help scale the positive principles within the open source paradigm. We have, of course, made this video free for everyone to use, modify, and share. So feel free to do that. Thanks for watching.
So those were really cute Lego minifigurines explaining about open source in a fun, not neckbeard yelling at clouds sort of way. That sometimes that unfortunately happens with because of the history of blah, blah, blah. So what we're gonna do now is, now that you know what the challenges are up, yay for Hacktober CTF. And again, if you want to do Hacks here for CTF with us, go join our Discord. I'm gonna share the links, the 2 links again. Go to what do you call it here? There is the register, which is in Major League Hacking. I believe we have 20 people registered so far. So here's the Major League Hacking sign up link. And then I'm going to share the Discord invite one more time again. So now that you know what Hacktoberfest is, and now that you know like our methodology here, where we're going to be focusing on either things called Hacktoberfest or projects that we've been personally recommended or recommended by the community of people to work on, and that you're going to actually, like, you know, if you're going to do documentation, add new documentation. If it's completely bad spelling, fix, like if it's like truly garbage chicken scratch, fix all the spelling, and if it's code, like add a new thing to code, explain how a bug doesn't work, stuff like that. Do actual stuff, just don't change one letter and submit it to get pull request. It's for both. So Discord, if you go to pound CTF, that's for the Hacktober CTF. That's completely unrelated. If you join our Discord and you go into pound hacking, and that's going to last until the to November, through the end of October 31st. So when it changes to November, that's where you can find, not only will you'll see our pull request happen, because we have like a bot extension essentially for that, but that's where you'll see me particularly chatting about the different stuff. So now that you know all of that, I'm going to talk about, here's something that even confuses me half the time, which is GitHub. And GitHub drives me absolutely crazy. So because I have to, and you can use your imagination, if you hear a loud sound, I have to go run off and beat my meat and beat other people's meat. I'm going to have a resident non-meat beater, because he has way more sensibilities and taste than I am, Saracel, to explain about GitHub, and I'm literally going to open a new window and do GitHub. That's fine. Just don't disturb all the other GitHub windows. That's all I ask. Just because those are going to be projects I'm going to be showing off later on. But I'm logged in. If you want to log me out and log back in, that's perfectly fine, like your thing. Just make sure when you log in to make the browser disappear like this.
Okay.
So if you log in, just put it off, log in, then put it back on.
I'm going to probably just add a couple of tabs and flip through them.
That's fine. Yep. So, yeah. Take it away, ye old master of putting up with Microsoft's bullcrap.
Oh, jeez. Alright.
Also, finally, get you all this stuff exactly.
People here might be wondering what GitHub is, and why it pertains to free and open source software, contributions to open source projects and development thereof, and why Hacktoberfest has chosen GitHub as their major platform for Hacktoberfest events. To start off, GitHub is a website, and it's a rather large website that has a lot of source code. To put it more particularly, GitHub is a hosting service for the code repository system, Git. It's a VCS. I forgot what VCS stands for, and I don't think you need to know what VCS stands for either. And honestly, most of what Git does, you don't even need to bother with if you're using GitHub. As long as you're pulling in code, pushing code, if you want to build things locally, of course, then yes, you get to use the Git clients a lot. But there's a bit of a background discussion going on. Anyway, so GitHub is a website that has many Git repositories that people work on. And the reason it got so popular, nobody knows. Maybe it just provides a better service than others, but GitHub is based around the Git source code management system. So they have their own website, and they basically describe it as a free and open source for distributed version control system designed to handle everything from small to very large projects. Okay, that's kind of true, but if you've ever had to deal with a merge conflict, then you're probably very familiar that there is a lot of buried leads in that statement. But regardless, Linus Torvalds designed Git as a replacement for the Linux kernel's base source code management system, at the time, Perforce. If you think I'm giving Git a hard time, yeah, don't use Perforce. I mean, use it now, I mean, if you're using it, but Git was chosen as a replacement by one of the largest open source projects on the internet. So that's kind of telling. Regardless, and if your organization's using Perforce, I guess that's okay. You're still using it. It works.
Do you need all of it or half?
Half the meat.
Okay, is this Sarah's meat?
Yeah, we're preparing some meat for dinner tonight.
Alright, that's all. It should work because it's half.
Regardless. So, why am I telling you about Git if I just told you don't need to use it? Well, it's fundamental to GitHub. It is how GitHub works, and Git provides cool things like branching source trees and... Yeah, I'm reading it. Yep. Yeah, so anyway, it provides branching source trees, various management capabilities for patches and updates to code, but thankfully you get to eliminate a lot of that by just using GitHub, and here's how. Let's go to our website. This is just some crappy code that I actually forked from someone else and completely turned on its head to make our actual website with, as you can see here. It was actually based on mlabs.hk, I think. Now their website might be down. No, it's loading. Yeah, actually they've changed their website in recent days. Yeah, that's a lot different. Their old website, in other words. By the way, they're a cool open source hardware design lab that does some cool things. But yeah, I happened upon their static site generator, and I was like, it has just enough of what we need, and nothing more, nothing less, and we don't need to grab weird Python dependencies for it. So great. Now, let's say you want to contribute something. One of the ways you could do it is by getting the SSH code link, which this account, SidePockets account, doesn't have the SSH keys added, so I won't bother with that. But you can get the Git link and then do a Git clone. I actually don't have a command line window open, but the command you would put in is git clone and then that URL, and then it'll pull down the code and get your repository initialized and ready, all in one fell swoop. Then you can edit things locally and then push to the remote. Now, what I do is I regularly don't even bother with that. Neither does SidePocket. We just edit things on the fly. And yes, speaking of GitHub pages, our defcon201.org is currently, our front page is hosted on GitHub pages. I did a big turnaround on the code to get it moved from a bespoke HTTP server running on one of G.I. Jack's web cloud things. I got it moved over to GitHub pages naturally, so everything still works as it does, and anything on the other subdomains that we might have had hosted is still hosted where it is. So hopefully nobody noticed any hiccups in the transition. Regardless, so what we have is a bunch of files. Docs is actually the live website, and that's on a submodule, which is basically a Git repo inside of a Git repo. But we don't really have to bother with that much, because right now we're just going to edit one of the main pages here. So here I have, say, the index page, and you know, it's a bunch of HTML code with some Python interleaved for, you know, different functions that we have in our code. Probably not the most secure code, but we're only running it locally, and please don't hack us. Anyway, you can edit this by just going to edit this file right on the GitHub website, and you can change whatever you want. You can deface our website literally by doing this. Now, of course, we'd have to approve your pull request. Now, if you have, like in this repo, we have the capability to contribute directly, and it says commit directly to the master branch. Most repos that you're doing for Hacktoberfest won't allow you to do that. It'll only allow you to create a new branch and then start a pull request. So that's what we're going to do here. And I'm going to change some of the information here and deface the web page, because that's what the media thinks us hackers always do. What can I change here that'll... Okay, open technology work group. Let's change that to... what would be a good call out? Anybody from the chat have any good ideas of what to throw in there? Let me just switch over to here. Okay, so nope. All you've missed was me pretty much long-form ranting about Git and how much it sucks and how much you can avoid it with GitHub directly. So, hack the planet GIF. Perfect. Let me just search one up. Images.google. Yeah, I don't have a macro for this, so... Hack the planet GIF. There we go, perfect. Absolute. I'll do Imgur because it supports hot linking. Or the Muppets Hacker GIF. Cactus, cactus, cactus. We've got some good suggestions. Cactus, emoji, Unicode. Just because I need the Unicode code point, because this is HTML we're talking about. Whatever. 1F335. So, let's go back to the GitHub page, and okay. What's going on in the chat here? We were just talking about meat. Also, this is an all ages kind of channel, so try to keep a good mind about yourself and how you conduct yourself. But yeah, no, we were just talking about a giant cylinder of meat that we just pulled out of the fridge. So yeah, anyway, yeah, got the cactus down. Now the Hack the Planet GIF, I'll just drop that on here, right in the middle. I'm going to use the center tag because everyone hates HTML5. It's deprecated, but it works in 100% of web browsers, Quarks mode or not, so who cares? Imserse equals paste. No, I must have lost the link. There. Get the link. GIF and i.imager.com. Okay, the GIF is in there. Now to just finish this off. always include your alt text because accessibility. Okay, that should do it. Okay, center tag is passe. Screw that. We'll do a span div style. Actually, no, screw that. Center tag works best. Why not? That should work. This should be fine. Deface index.page. Yep. Create a new branch and start a pull request. And exactly, what would XKCD be without the ever-present hover text? So, excuse me. Let's just set that up. And now it'll ask you to open a pull request. You can describe it further, what you're doing here. It supports Markdown, so create pull request, and there is now a pull request on DEFCON 201's website. Now, I'm going to pivot, go get my computer. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Okay, I'm good. And now, I have my computer. Right, I shut it down earlier. Now wait for that to boot. Meanwhile, over here, so when you create a pull request like this, it actually forks it into your own GitHub account and makes a separate branch. You can browse this branch and see what's been changed, see that it's one commit ahead of master, etc., etc. And these branches are usually generated automatically whenever you create a pull request, just to make things, more manageable on the source side. But as always, anyone can just pull from said branch and make their own changes or propose new changes on top of your pull request. So, logging in here. Everything okay in there? Cool. So anyway, back to here, and let's pull up GitHub. So now I'm also a administrator of the site repository, and I see we have a pull request. Deface index.page. I'm not sure if I want to accept this pull request. You know what I'll do? I'll test it locally. So what I want to do is get the branch with the patch and take a pull down of that. Let's copy this and clone it locally. I don't think this computer actually has the... Shoot, this one doesn't have the git key that I need on it, so 1 second. Having to play musical computers here. Now, yep, this will do it. This will do just fine. boot up. Shouldn't take much more than a minute. Using Haiku on this computer, which is an alternative open source operating system, much like Linux, but it's derived from BOS rather than Unix, so kind of different here. But it still has a shell, still has GNU utilities, and still has Git, most importantly. So, and Python, which our site generator provides. So, documents, EC201, okay, EC201 site. Put in my key passphrase. Okay. Git branch. Check it out. So now what I want to do is get the version that has this here. Alright, good night. Anyway, want to get the version that we have here at this pull request. And I think I actually have to go to SidePocket's own site here on GitHub, and then there should be a version of the here, okay, off to repositories, and this should, nope. Now I thought that it actually pulls in the, well, whatever.
As soon as the meat's done browning, we'll switch.
Okay. Bear with me as I stumble around through Git. Let's see, yep, okay, that's a branch, so I should just be able to check out that branch. Git checkout. Yes, okay. That looks like the one. Git diff. So, yeah, if you run git diff, it shows you the differences between the old and the new repository. So, that's all good. Generate. That runs. Now let's just make sure the website is operating well. So, if I load it locally, I seem to have missed something here. Yeah, I use Haiku in a virtual machine on this computer just because it boots up damn near instantly and has all the Unix I would really need. I mean, it has GCC, it has Bash, it has a competent package manager with a full stack of libraries, most of which ported from other Unixes, but so be it. And it's its own independent kind of operating system, and rather high performance on newer machines, but runs very well on older machines, especially 32-bit ones. So if you have an old computer like a ThinkPad T40 or
T30 or even older than that. Anything Pentium 3 or newer with 256 to 512 megs of RAM or better, that's your best bet. Like Haiku is the best computer for that range of machines, from Pentium 3 all the way to Core 2, Core i series, maybe 3rd generation, 2nd generation. Haiku is a good choice for that. Anyway, ranting aside, so I have the contributions made. I just need to check one thing, because I seem to have missed something. Let's go back to pages and index.page. Actually, see if I can add to the pull request that I already have. Let's see. Review changes. Nope, that's not what I need. Want to edit the file and submit a new. See, this would probably be more doable from the Git command line in a way, but that's just how Git works. It's a mess. So, we got this commit. Now, I want to maybe if I go back here, go to the actual branch, make the necessary edits. Pages, okay. Index page, edit. So the thing I need to fix is right here. What did I miss? First things first. That's broken. Forgot that. There we go. And ampersand X. Yeah, that's what I remember the thing to do. Maybe I'm wrong. It's and number X. Forgot the stupid number signs. See, this is what happens when you don't remember your HTML correctly. And I'm doing our website. Fix dumb. I hate this keyboard. Okay, create branch, patch 2, propose changes. Okay, with that having been done, create pull request. So, for Benjamin in the DLive chat, I'm working on defacing our website through GitHub Pages because Hacktoberfest. Right, so now that we have that done, I can pull down the new, well, check out rather, the new page.
So let me know when you're done and I'm good.
I'll be about 5 minutes.
That's fine. If you do if you try to do anything, try to bring it up on the browser. So if you're looking at the new page, you might want to bring it up on.
Oh, I know. Okay. I'm just.
Gotcha. It's fine. Keep going.
Yep.
You're an expert.
So now, git checkout side pocket branch 2. Have to pull it down. Git pull. Yep. Okay. New branch. Perfect. Check it out and generate. Bingo. Now if I refresh this, it should, yep. That's a typo. So I'm gonna have to do a third. This is so right now this is to merge a commit into patch 1 from patch 2. And yeah, I guess I could do that. Create a merge commit. Confirm merge. Okay. Now if we go back to patch 1, now that's 3 commits ahead of master. So now that's a pull request on top of another pull request. Now I'm going to do the same thing a third time because I need to fix a typo. Pages, index. The good thing about Git is that it just handles all the state. It merges everything down, and it seems to be rather intuitive on how it works. But yeah, that X is supposed to be after the hash. Okay, good. Save it. Fix typo. And we'll commit directly to the patch this time. And now it is in the patched branch. So now I'm going to go back over to my other computer and pull down the changes with a git pull and a git checkout to the other branch. So patch 1, okay. We are in. Now I can generate. Generate.py. All done. Success. Output is in docs. Now if I refresh this, yep, it looks as it's supposed to be. It shows the defacement we did on the website with the cactuses and the Hack the Planet GIF. So now, let's say I let's just say I wanted to submit this branch out. So now we will docs directory and hit status. Okay. Just for cohesiveness, today is the 16th. 10/16. Right. All told, that should be as it should be. So that's actually an old tree now, because if we go to master, 23 seconds ago, it's still building. Refresh, check. So now, if you go to our website and refresh, bypass the cache, GitHub Pages is still probably building. It should be defaced with the silly thing I just did, all told. Let's see if it's in the code. Yep, it's in there. So it should just show up on the website in moments time. There it is. And now our website is hacked. So with that being done, that that is how you contribute to an open source project without even touching the Git command line, at least on your side. On my side, as the administrator and the hacker, I kind of had to do some work, but if you're the one who's contributing, like you can see, the only times I ever had to use the Git command line was on this side, on the other computer. Over here in the browser, I didn't have to do crap. So, yeah, if you want to contribute other things to other Git projects, you can easily do so by editing things within GitHub. And that's pretty much how, including such advanced things as double pull requests, bifurcating branches, and several other very complicated things that you would not want to do in the Git command line. I mean, if you're a real advanced Unix head with a lot of Git expertise and a brain the size of freaking Texas, then sure, you might be able to do it through Git, through the command line, like a little Unix nerd wizard all by yourself. I don't have a problem with that. You do it your way, and it works for you, and you're productive, and that's great. But a lot of people don't know that a lot of the things you can do here is, yeah, Marvin the paranoid android, big bulb head thing. But yeah, this is just an alternative way to go about your business without having to touch the command line, and maybe you'll be better off for it. Maybe this will hurt your productivity so bad that you come and sue us. Please don't do that. But regardless, this has been my segment. Now, let me just check in on if we are able to switch over. Here's what I'll do. I'll put us AFK briefly. I will see you in a minute.
This is Toasty. Oh, you forgot to turn the music on, I guess. Sorry, he's still used to the live streaming stuff because normally we turn on the music. And that was the amazing Saracel talking about how GitHub works. And I'm probably going to screw this up because I was debating about actually doing my Git pull on air just to show everyone. But I think instead I'm going to cap off with, not because I'm like nervous about doing a Git pull and I would love to show it to everyone. I'd love to show it to everyone, but I'd love to show it to everyone just so that people could, you know, so that people know what it's like, especially since I'm kind of nearly every time I do a Git pull, I feel like I'm doing it for the first time. It's like my sex life. It's crazy. So I'm going to instead just show you, because I'll put it this way. The current stuff on our GitHub outside of our site has a lot of programs on there that probably don't need to be on Hacktoberfest anymore. So what instead I'm going to do is we're going to just go through a bunch of really cool open source projects, some tagged Hacktoberfest, some aren't, but they really need support. And then I think we're going to do music, go ready to stream on Twitch and be done with it. And otherwise, this has been an amazing stream. And once again, thank you all for everyone who's been in chat and participating. And thanks to all the speakers and stuff. I'll do the big spiel at the end. But again, if you really like this content, if you really like this meeting and show, I feel like we're doing like a telethon where it's like calls are standing by. If you really like us, call it. No. But if you do like us, you can hit that bell, click like, share, and subscribe on Twitch, DLive, and YouTube. We do see your notifications as you've been seeing all stream and cheering everyone on. And I'll also take a peek on Discord and our Mattermost near the end. But let's go through some open source projects that that I think are really nifty here. So first of all, and I'm going to post the links in the chat because I wasn't expecting the stream like nearly past midnight. Holy crap! Is there's a bunch of stuff of like repositories for the first time that I'll be over shortly. That's what she said. Different programs like they have here, repository coding for beginners such as AppWrite, Template Buddy, HBD, Hacktoberfest projects. So this is just like a master list of if you need resources for all the stuff Saracel covered, or like just beginning programs, potpourri of them to start off with. You can go to the awesome Hacktoberfest 2020 Hacktoberfest 2020 Start Guide, and this is the GitHub that is to that. So that's really nifty and a good resource. We're just going to go through a bunch of these. The next is this is a whole list. This is actually a different subsection of GitHub called GitHub Gist, which just sort of like, it's like the, you know how like when you used to study books and like if you did study in high school and there would be like the quick notes for them where it's like they summarize like Macbeth in 5 pages. GitHub Gist is kind of like that, but for code and projects. And this is a list of, this is a README list of different OpenVPN hardening links. If you know any of your own, and this shows you, again, this is not just code here, OpenVPN hardening doc. If you have other links that you might be able to contribute to how OpenVPN works, configurations, and like cool different ways to configure your VPN, your OpenVPN to harden it, you can submit you can do a pull request and submit your link in this document, or maybe make it not just be a bunch of bullet points, or maybe a bit more organized and things like that. Again, we want to do actual useful pulls. Another one here is Code Executor, or CSI VIT. It's a library to execute code against test cases in various language and obtain relevant results. It's a pretty nifty project. Now, warning, it is based on Node.js, which is a lot of times like that plus Rust plus Perl is the bane of my existence. But I will, despite my better judgment, I will post this for everyone in here. So we'll just yell trash. So that way, if you want to suffer with me in those 3 fields, you can contribute to it right here. Rust is pretty cool. When it works, it works. The problem is that it's just like Rust is appropriate because it's like a rusty rail. Your train will eventually get somewhere, but it'll take forever to get there. And you also hope it doesn't break in the meantime. Like, it does work. It's just, you know, not my cup of tea. And then there's, we're going to go through a bunch of these, trust me. There's My Libre Lab, which is a fork of My Open Lab, which became maintained in 2020. And they put the originals together, and they've been doing updates on it. Again, this is Java and IDE. So if you want to work on documentation, because they don't really have much in terms of setup here, this is another cool project. I'm also going to mirror these links in the Mattermost, and after the stream, I'm probably going to go on Discord. And I've got ways to go before it can truly replace C. C is literally the language that fucked everyone because it has like 8 million illegitimate kids. And well, that's what you get when you have a deadbeat dad from Central New Jersey, you know, at Bell Labs. You just have like 30 deadbeat kids and their grandkids. Now this is really cool. Okay, so I was going to tell Liz this story, and it's going to be really quick. One of the best hacks I have ever seen in my life, and this is it's related in theme, it's not related in concept, was when we had our own programming lab at high school, and they taught C++ and Java, and Ruby back when it was new. And when it was on Mac, so I was doing Xcode in the early days. I don't know how the hell I survived that with all my limbs. I'm pretty sure I'm missing. Maybe I had 5 limbs, and then I don't know. But I was not the smartest person in my computer lab. I did help out the teacher and a lot of the students a lot, and even like some of the sysadmins. The smartest kid in that class sat down, took the entire, both the C++ guidebook and the entire list of assignments for the year, which he requested, and he wrote one program in C++ that automated all of the projects and homework. So all he had to do was click a bunch of parameters, and in the C code, spit out other C code that was the right code to pass the test. That's just the coolest thing. Some guy from NT Hall here developed something called Hack2Pi, and if you can get this running, it's on GitHub Gist. If you also want to update it, but it's a great program to use during Hacktoberfest if you're like intermediate to advanced. It says C trust you, and that's all. And that's its first mistake. I think its first mistake is that it was made by Bell Labs, but by cranky old men. Anyhow, you know, men who thought botulism was a sauce. Kind of like our kitchen sometimes. No, it's a script that checks your starred GitHub repos for projects that have been opted into Hacktoberfest 2020 by adding the topic Hacktoberfest to the repo. So it's a script that's automatically going to scan any starred repos on GitHub and ones that you've worked on, and see if there's any that you've worked on, and let you know that they worked on because they're tagged. That means they actually want to be part of Hacktoberfest. So it's a way of automating the entire process. So I think this is a really cool script. It's called hack2.py, and I'm going to share that link in the chat. It says, reminds me of the engine wrote in Brainfuck that I've also got Brainfuck. I wish Vi was on here. Vi is streaming right now. We'll visit him. He's from Rochester, Michigan. Not Rochester, New York. Rochester, Michigan. Population of him. And he's a brilliant coder. He does a lot of like crazy like retro hacks for NES and stuff like that. And he live streams on here. And he wrote a Brainfuck interpreter for NES and actually had a Hope Talk just about that. So if he's on, we might rate his stream. This is a fun little code project that's under Hacktoberfest. It's called Go Rainbow Collage. It basically allows you to upload, once you compile the program, it uploads. You can upload images, and it will make rainbow collages out of them. You know, it's not anything completely useful. It's not going to save or change the world. But, you know, we like rainbows, as we proved back in June. Yo, LGBTQIA plus people. And we're going to share this in here. Go Rainbow College. We're definitely past the time. We're like halfway done. I just want to show you a bunch of cool projects so that you have no excuse of like nothing to start with. There's a really cool article that actually, you know what, I'm going to wait. I'm going to share this at the end because what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to annoy everyone as, oh God, you were waiting for me to find that out. What? Hack the planet with the cactuses. I like the pumpkin though. That should have been up. We're going to keep that to the end of the year. That pumpkin should have been in the beginning. Although I can tell you moved the logo and made it smaller just to put the pumpkin in. It works. Yeah. It works. It's kind of funny. No, that's just great. Because unfortunately I have more tags open in another browser that I'm going to share, provided they load these projects with you. Now, these are not necessarily tagged Hacktoberfest, but these are projects that from our colleagues that a lot of people believe in, and we're going to go look through all of them, and this is the other half. So starting with, if you were here last meeting, you might remember not only all the copyright strikes we got, but we did an entire Apple-themed hacker meetup. It was all about hacking Macintoshes and iOS, some really good security, like malware and bug stuff, and Neo, our old man Neo ranted at iCloud and jerked off on the screen. Don't ask, just go look it up. It's absolutely amazing. And so there's a group, yep, that's called Objective. No, the place for all ages is Epstein, and he didn't kill himself. So, but yeah, so Objective C. I'm so glad because we say demonetize like we charge for this stuff. And Objective C, kind of styled after Objective with a C, but this is spelled S-E-E. They're a group of people run by Patrick Wardle, and they make a lot of they not only research malware for Mac, but they have a lot of really good security measures for Mac that's custom coded in open source. So they have 15 repositories of these different programs, and so what I mean, for example, is like, you ever had someone who's like a Mac who's like recently stuff's beginning hit with malware, like what do I do as a hacker? And you're just like, I don't use Macs because they're the devil. I don't know what to recommend. We can go Objective-C, and for example, they make something called Lulu, which is an open source firewall for Mac OS that guaranteed, because I've used it, works way better than this default Apple firewall. And that's actually one of the reasons why Apple hates them. They also have, they have Do Not Disturb, which detects anytime a device is hooked up to a Mac and alerts you immediately and tries to block it, and it's designed to prevent what are called evil maid attacks, which is the idea of when you leave a room, someone could just quickly stick a stick in for 2 seconds, pull it out, and now you have like malware and keyloggers on your computer you don't even know. We'll look at one more thing on here if I can find it. Let's see here. What's a good one? Sniff MK, which sniffs for mouse and keyboard events, and it's a great way to find different keyloggers if they're on someone's Mac system. So, you know, people who own Macs, like, you know, we might question some of their life choices, but they are people too. It's a good chunk of the market, and they deserve privacy and security to the best of their ability as anyone else. And since there's these amazing open source tools that are done by an entire volunteer group of math enthusiasts, I can't think of a better way to help out here. So the next one we're going to do as this loads is this we actually showed off earlier. This is the actual source code for it. So if you saw our intro, there was a whole thing. It was called Tor Child Abuse Filter, and we posted the link to that. I'm actually gonna post the here's the TCAF GitHub, and after I post the link to that, I'm actually going to go into my notes here and post the link to get to the extension yourself. This is an invaluable link, an invaluable extension to put in any. This is literally the extension I pretty much recommend. Immediately after term service didn't read for your Tor browser, and what it does is there is a search engine called Ahima. It also searches I2P, and as we saw on the stream, even though a lot of it's unfortunately on the ClearNet, there is a lot of unfortunately CP and child abuse and sexual abuse stuff on Tor. It's just a given. It's the same way how it's all over .coms and I2P and stuff. But what they've done is they've cataloged a list of potential and known onions that probably have it. So what it does is when it senses it, you don't even reach the point. It stops you before it even connects, and it immediately tries to fill a report with the search engine. It will also let you know that it's contacted with it and gives you a link to submit that directly to authorities. It's an invaluable thing if you're worried about finding CP while browsing the dark web, because that's a big concern for some reason for everyone, even though honestly it's rare to come across unless you actually look for it. But some asshat might go to a chan and post like a link obfuscated and trying to get people to accidentally click on it. This will prevent from doing that and also alert the authorities. It's a great extension, and if you can, he constantly updates it. He's tries to update it every year, but you can see how small this documentation is. I'm gonna probably fill out more documentation on this, more explaining what it does and everything. So the more documentation, and if you know how to make it search for stuff better and everything, the better things can get. Now, the next thing on their list, we have a couple more to go. I'll probably skip around. Now, this is kind of obvious, but believe it or not, I'm going to give you guys a hint. This is actually the most open source pull request out of any repo, and that's NASA's own GitHub. Well, that's especially under the Trump administration, and that's the thing. If Obama was rapidly defunding NASA, I'd be extremely pissed off too. We're just saying Trump because he's the president. Sadly, a bunch of nuggets voted him in, so that's our president. If it was, we don't care the name. It could be a fucking cheeseburger up there, aka Chris Christie. Although that's an insult to cheeseburgers. Cheeseburgers are actually welcomed and delicious. That we're saying this because NASA's been horribly being defunded for the past 4 or 5 years. It's literally SpaceX pretty much keeps them afloat, and SpaceX wishes they could, because they need a functioning NASA in order for SpaceX to work. So even if you're corporatist, NASA being defunded is an annoying, terrible thing. And so NASA has a bunch of different projects such as the Astro B robot software, the Cumulus API dashboard, the Cumulus framework system, all this sort of stuff. And I actually just remembered another repo.
And the thing, just 20 years ago, it was a sign of status to want to hack NASA.
Right.
And now you can just do it on the web.
Now we actually hack NASA for good.
Yeah.
Not for good as in finish, but to actually help them out. Because unfortunately, as we've learned with Google and Canonical, there are worse things out there. And more delicious and awful targets that deserve it.
Did somebody say Canonical?
Oh god, yeah, right. He walks in immediately. Yeah, I was waiting for it's like a Christmas special where he walks in. He just has a crowbar covered in blood. So that's there. And speaking of it, here's something that's not on NASA's repository, but honestly, so far it's been the most popular project. And it literally, they basically dumped a ton of data, and they didn't know what to do with it, and so they tagged Hacktoberfest with it, and now it's almost over halfway done, and it's the most amount of pulled request thing, and that is a archive of, this is crazy, the original Apollo 11 guidance computer source code for the command module Comanche 005 and lunar module Luminary 009, and so people have been going through all of this code, making sure it actually can emulate and run, and documenting all the code and how it works. And this is an official, actual dump. This is not a leak. This is something that's been open sourced. So, and it's in public domain. So if you want to work with something that's NASA, but you're more into the old NASA back during the space race, where racism was an Olympic sport, kind of like how now it's an Olympic sport, unfortunately. Times don't change. You can literally not only hack NASA, but literally hack an old Apollo machine.
So
did you want to say
also,
something?
To go with that. I'm working on a pinball table which uses the Apollo 11.
Oh yeah, that
Apollo Command. The computer as its as a pinball controller.
Did Canonical do something particularly nasty? Not shocked, but please elaborate. It's given way too many of our friends PTSD. And I think it's given a lot of users PTSD. Yeah, there's a dot. It's a happy thing. I thought that was like a dot. Yeah, I thought a rant was gonna go.
One thing in particular is them selling out to big cloud providers like Amazon, and in particular selling some user data like. Whenever you use the dash search between between Ubuntu's version 10.10 and I want to say 18.10, that would send your search data to Amazon, and you had to actually opt out of that. It wasn't an opt-in.
It was turned on by default, and they made it ass hard to try to get out of it, just like everything, just like their friends Google with everything else, and Microsoft. So these people are amazing, and sound like Trump. These people are amazing. Big hands, accordions. But no, these people really are amazing. I first encountered them when wow, this is a long time ago. Holy crap, I can't believe back in March. March felt like a decade ago. With Libre Planet Online, which was really good actually for once. And they've been trying to promote stuff. I'm trying to get them onto our show because we want to make a Compile Farm Part 2 where we talk about like the environment and farming tech. And this is appropriately called Farm OS. And what it is it is a web-based operating system that logs, mans, and keeps track. So it's like you deploy it on a local area network, and it links up to all the tractors and robots that are being used on the field. And it keeps track of what machines are doing what and what crops are where and how they're doing. And it links the whole thing together instead of them having to run out and looking at each system individually. Yeah, it's a web-based record application, and they have map systems. Everything is programmed mainly in Python, JavaScript with some PHP in the back end. Stapling the whole thing together. We are a big breadbasket for the world, so the fact with coronavirus and everything, as well as just stupid business practices, farm industry is kind of dying off, and open source tech like this is really saving its ass, especially with how closed source a lot of the tools are. So if you really want to help out the breadbasket and help out all the people, all the good people in like the actual farms, Midwest and rural areas, keeping up the good fight, that's a great project to do. Now here's a project that I like. It's probably going to be the first Git pull I'm going to do. Unfortunately, because of time, I'm not going to do it on air. I'm just going to type it in first. So we haven't done this in a year. I'm trying to go back. My goal is to have this by the next meeting. It's called Open Sorcery. Mozilla actually teamed up with a local brewery, and they made their own IPA. And the recipe is completely open source. And I've made this IPA enough times and done modifications and cleared up directions that I've experimented. For example, if you can't find like the Comet Idaho and Chinook hops, what you can use as substitutes with the same amount, how to make a 3.5 gallon version instead of a 5 gallon version, because even with a 5 gallon pot, they're 5 gallons, so you actually technically need an 8 gallon pot and things like that. This is a project that needs to be like updated a lot, and we forked it, and I'm gonna make a new one that's like peach flavored, pink gold peach flavored, as I should say, and we get to name the second batch. But that's a good one. Another project, speaking of China, as the old senile man upstairs who can't condemn QAnon, who aren't real hackers, keep talking about. This is Lantern. It works for Windows desktop and Android, and it is a comprehensive VPN system that's specifically designed to break through very sneakily China's great digital firewall, so that people in China, whether people visiting or citizens there, can actually get access. So that's a great one. We are almost done here. This is a cute one. I'm not even going to go into too much detail about this one. Then I actually have to search for something else because I just remembered it. This 30 second of code. It's a website where you can submit mainly for JavaScript, but like coding lessons and code scripts that only take 30 seconds to make. So they're great. It's a great tutorial resource, especially for beginners out there. So if you want to improve the documentation, submit your own script, stuff like that. It's 100% JavaScript. So for all you sadomasochist JavaScript fanatics out there, this is a project that's definitely down for you. This is kind of nuts. This is kind of creepy, but we're going to put this out because we can't go by without putting one IoT thing out there. And so the one that we've chosen is, there is actually an open source on GitHub home automation system, and what's really neat about it is that it integrates in all the current systems, so you can replace your Alexa with it. You can basically keep the hardware and rewipe it. It's compatible with Zigbee, Sonos, all the big ones. And it's not only open source, you can audit the code, but it also has a crap ton of actual privacy features in it, so it doesn't leak your data for the hardware for all these different devices. It actually tries to fend it off. So, you know, we always make fun of IoT, but if IoT was like this, we would, I mean, besides weird things like light bulbs having operating systems and nails having operating systems and coins and your mom having an operating system, which I pwned multiple times. That's the term popping the shell. You know, it's a cool thing to look forward to. So it's a cool little IoT thing.
What's this one called?
Home Assistant.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very generic name.
There's another thing called Tasmota, Tasmota,
okay,
which is a framework for open source home appliances and
Can you
IoT
spell it again?
devices. Tasmota. It's on GitHub.
I know. That's what I'm searching. Oh, did I type it wrong? T-A what?
Tasmota.
M-O-T-A. I did double S's because I'm a moron. Which one is it? I think so many people have forked it.
Let me see.
It's been forked like 47 pages.
Aaron DST/Tasmota, the top one.
Okay.
Yep.
But sometimes the top one's not the correct one. So yeah, what was it again?
That's it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just no, so people know it on the stream.
It's called Tasmota. It's a open source ESP8266 firmware for IoT devices that works on your terms, not someone else's cloud.
Awesome. We're gonna actually, you know what we're gonna do just as a preliminary? I'm actually gonna fork that to our repo right now, and
cool.
When I do the management, that will be one of the ones there, so you can actually see what forking is, and then it's usually followed by spooning and then knifing. So you click on the DEFCON 201 and I always love this gift with the giant fork and the book and the copy machine.
Yes.
It should just have an old woman with like a hairnet, like turn the page, scan, turn the. That's compiling anything in Rust. So yeah, thank you, Sarah Sel, for bringing that up. We should be almost done, even though I have to search for one more thing here. One more thing. Sarah Sel actually recommended me this little gem because I asked him like, what out of all the open source video game engines out there and 3D and 2D engines, what should be one? And he recommended the Godot engine. Do you want to do a quick blurb about that?
Yeah, so Godot is a free open source 2D, 3D game engine. Pretty much a platform that has all the SDK bits built into it. Uses a Python-like language as well as having Python bindings. And
the makeup of it is interesting. It's like 90% C++, and there's bits of C#, Java, GSL, Python, Objective-C, and a mysterious other.
A lot of cool indie games are made in it, and it's very self-contained and very portable. It's also available on Linux, Windows, Mac, iOS, Android, Windows Phone,
Emacs
Nintendo
GD
Switch.
script mode, okay.
Yeah, GD script is the language that Godot uses for internal scripting. You can use that, or you can use Python, C#, and I think just C++ straight up. But yeah, it's a very versatile engine.
Yep, and they have a documentation for it and website and everything. So if that's something, I know I am unfortunately missing one here. I think one got eaten, so I'm actually going to do a quick search for it. Actually, let me do the quick search on the web page that everyone can actually see.
And Wolfie makes an excellent point. It doesn't require any royalties, only attribution. That's down to it using a permissive license.
Yeah, you get to do what most, unfortunately, most game companies and people in the industry don't do and give credit. That's the only thing they ask, because that's actually worth more than gold.
Yeah, this is opposed to like something like Unity or Unreal, where after you start making money with the engine, they start wanting to take a cut, and that cut gets bigger and bigger and bigger as you go along.
So I can't spell, so I'm going to just use a generic search engine for this. There we go. I found it. I am dumb. So we actually brought this up last Hacktoberfest, and when we had a special guest, Liz Fong Jones, on to talk about doing security if you're like doing a startup company and how to secure your own like packet management and stuff. She was actually part of that team and was shocked that we included it on Hacktoberfest and was very happy. I also had the stickers for it at the time. And it's the open telemetry people. So this is, I think, a nice compliment to NASA, where this is it makes portable telemetry it's like what is it? It's, I think its main thing is that it's like a cloud native software and it allows you to like map out stars or something like that.
No, that's something completely different.
Okay.
Open telemetry, despite the icon, is actually a utility you can use to harbor data from
right.
To collect data from user trials and studies and surveys, and do it yourself rather than having to host it on a cloud or use someone else's service.
I need after this stream. I'm definitely eating food because I'm sorry about that.
But yeah, it's very useful for if you want to collect telemetry and not sell it to someone.
Yeah, it's like a nice version of like Recon OSIN combined together, except you're doing it for like good.
Kinda. It's more for if you're doing a software project or a website, or you have a large deployment of servers and things or packages, and you need to know, okay, my site's getting hits from these IP ranges. I want to know what the details are, and if I can target my audience to be more proficient to that. That's one of the ways you can use it. And the main benefit is that because it's open source and self-hosted, you do that on your own terms and not on, say, Google's terms.
Yeah.
Because it basically replaces the Google Webmaster front end.
Another thing about it is that they basically like ported it or near ported it to every single language type. So they have an edition in Java, Rust, Go, .NET, Python, Java, JavaScript, Ruby.
You said Java 3 times.
I know. That's the welcome to the hell of Java. Erlang for some reason.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Erlang's big in the service.
Swift, which is the only thing that makes me cry more than Rust. I know so many people who unfortunately their first language was Swift because it's supposed to be like the easy intro language, and that was a lie by Apple, like many of its lies. But we're going to do two last ones, and again, if you have any suggestions, you can drop down, and I'll send the links again to our Discord, or if you sign up, there's also the Mattermost. I'll be dipping in and out of both. Now, as you all know, we're going through COVID right now, and this page is a little old, but we have a replica on our blog, and there's still a lot of, and they're also tagged, a lot of them are tagged with Hacktoberfest, various GitHub-related projects that are for COVID, such as the Folding at Home project, which is something we've been doing. You can actually join our team. Right now, the team name escapes me. I can actually scroll back and if I can find the page somewhere. I can't remember anything. Oh, it's no, that's not it. IR the extra dumb. It is somewhere around here. I had it at some point, but you meddling kids. Here we go. We can go back to our info page because I do want to read the team name, and we're very slowly still going up the list. It's still kind of hilarious. Folding at Home is like, for example, is a program that you run in the background. It can use, depending what you tell. I think it was originally designed for GPU, but it's like you can use your CPU and GPU extra clocks that you aren't using on your machine in order to contribute to different contribute computations to projects. And a big one is the I'm trying to remember which project it is, but there is one that is specifically designed for coronavirus for protein folding, and we are Folding at Home team 241960. I'm actually going to click on it, and as it elongates the stance. So there's an entire list, including open source applications that don't sell out your data and stuff for COVID-19 related projects. And you can both go to Hacktoberfest's page or this page that's done by GitHub and look them up. So we are 599 out of 255,152 teams. Ironically, the root people that cuckooed us are now only at number 4. Jeff Moss is still at number 3. Neo, for some reason, is still at number 8. So he's still running his entire office floor. That has no one in there. G.I. Jack actually blew out his GPU, and that forced him to upgrade to 2 GPUs. I need 2 GPUs for this, but this is our folding at home team, and you can join us. Yes, we'll repeat again. Our team is team. Well, we're DEFCON 201, but it's team 241960. I'm about to share that in chat. I just want to go back a page so I can be lazy and do the copy pastas. And then there's actually 2 more that I forgot about, and then we're going to end this shindig here. So again, if you want to join that team, and you can run folding at home on Windows, Mac, various Linux, and there's also a version of it that's been directly ported to FreeBSD. And there's 2 more. So if you are super elite, and you're like, okay, I am elite, I am beep boop, I am basically the spawn of Aaron Schwartz. What could be the ultimate Git pull that's actually for Hacktoberfest, where you would be the elite of the elite? Let's think like a hacker. What would be the most craziest thing for an open source edit in order to pwn for Hacktoberfest by doing the Git pulls for?
Hacktoberfest itself?
Very close.
Okay.
That's actually a very good answer. Unfortunately, it's not up. They should do that one day. I don't know why.
The Hacktoberfest's own website isn't up on Hacktoberfest.
I'm not sure, but I don't think so. Tor, we could bring up the Tor Foundation because I think they have some stuff on GitHub. Yeah. Oh, shit, it didn't copy paste correctly. God damn it. Let's try this again. So, how about and random output pwning Git itself. So Git is listed for Hacktoberfest. You can do Git pull requests to attempt to make Git better, especially in the
Git better.
Yep,
really?
especially for documentation. And look how much.
Ooh. Yeah, this looks like a Linus Torvalds project.
Yeah. This looks like a bunch of fuckwits got together and slammed and wrote this with their penis.
Yeah.
So this is the only documentation that's there for the whole thing. So if you want to be ultra elite and do Git itself, you can pwn Git and improve open source. So here is the actual Git, and you can be the biggest Git around. Just because you folks reminded me, I am going to actually bring up. I hate this. Let's search for all of GitHub. Tor project itself. Tor has infamously the Tor browser. They do not only onion routing, but they do a lot of different projects to support privacy and security. So there is Tor. So thank you for. So it said, pretty sure Bia is the spawn of Aaron Schwartz. That's a great way to tie this entire episode together. I still can't believe we have all these viewers. Trust me, we're going to thank you all before we go off. And then very last, but not least, if I can remember this, the last repo that we want to share as like our best of list, and we're gonna redo our own page, and this will have pretty much all of these there, and then they'll probably sit for like until the end of November just in case. She's very cool. She is cool. I like how you spelled it with a K-U-H-1. That's the way. Is that what all the young kids are doing now?
That's an L.
Because that's
not a 1.
Okay. Because it's like it looks like leet speak, but it's not. Maybe that's the zillennial hacker thing. I don't know, but I actually dig it for once. Unlike TikTok, or that. I mean, when I see Ja, I think Jamaican. You know, Ja.
That's Ja,
man. Well, whatever. I'm an American. I don't know culture. I don't even know my culture. My culture is duct tape and a prayer. So, I think that's the official motto of New Hampshire. So, I'm trying to remember. So last one, because I have to search for it, and it completely escaped me. Also, again, you can do Git pulls for our website, by the way. If you think you can improve our website, whether it's documentation or the process or stuff, Ciricel's on GitHub. He maintains it all the time. Send requests to him, but actual ones, again, don't change all the letters to ass and then submit. That's our job. That's what we do.
If you do, I might laugh and then deny your pull request.
Yes.
But it'll be a laugh.
Yes. We might even record that, potentially. That'd be a weird series of videos. I Bubkiss. He did say it's Deutsches Deutschland. Trying to remember what it was, because I had it earlier. See, I really need to eat. And actually, I need to check on my food to make sure I haven't burned it.
Oh, you burned it.
Oh, good lord. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to think of this as fast as I can. What was it? It was the last repo. There's a title for the movie, The Last Repo. Does anyone have any more suggestions in chat while I rack my last 2 remaining brain cells that are humping each other in order to do that. Actually, can you do me a huge favor and run over and take the thing out and just put it on the stove? Thank you. I can't believe I didn't think of that earlier. I get to have I made a black cracker in the oven, I guess. It's right on the tip of my tongue. What is it? It's a cool thing. Cool stuff. Unfortunately, you can't do Ninja OS because while we do have a copy of Ninja OS, I think it's outdated. I can still, I'll recommend it. Ninja OS. Most of Ninja OS has been pulled over to GitLab, so unfortunately it doesn't count. For a second there, I thought you wrote shameless butt plug time, but yeah, sure, shameless plug time. Plug away, butt plug away, right there. Oh, what did I just do here?
The meat is out.
Thank you. Thank you for shoving my meat out.
Whipping it out.
Yep. Oh, what am I doing? I know where I can find the fucking... I keep forgetting G.I. Jack has that. There we go. So yeah, you know, I'm just going to put his entire GitHub in here, because that's basically the entirety of Ninja OS. So I don't even know if it's still on here, but Jack does have a couple of programs. They're not tagged as Hacktoberfest, but we'll put co-founder G.I. Jack. You can do a Git pull request on our co-founder, and I don't know what you'll pull out of him physically, but you can keep it because we don't want it. And what is, there was one last thing, and I can't remember what it is. Oh, so what we're gonna do? We're gonna end the stream here. I thought we were going to go and peter out at like worse at 11 is 12:37 for no goddamn reason. Oh, there's a reason. It's just I don't have one. And I'm gonna actually, the last things we're gonna do here is I'm gonna quickly peek into the Discord and see if anyone has said anything. So again, this is kind of what our Discord looks like when it finally loads. There we go. So in welcome. I need to update the welcome section. So yeah, if you go into pound hacking, if you want to, you know, you can do a Hacktoberfest by yourself, but if you want to chat, and you can see how it like automatically notes every time we do a pull request, and this is the one that we just did on the stream. You go into pound hacking in our group, and that's where it is. Link to Discord. Yes, I will send that in a second. And if you want to work on the CTF over here, there's pound CTF, and this is how we communicate and talk about the CTF. Yeah, and people have actually asked questions here, so I'm going to go in there and answer those. So yeah, while I send the link over, the registration link, because remember you have to register to Major League Hacking, tie your GitHub account to it, then do the 4 pull requests on GitHub, and you will get your shirt, and we'll also pat you on the back. So yeah, thank you everyone for staying on the stream for this goddamn long. Holy crap. Major League Hacking, sign up. So yeah, this is our page, and this is also where you can figure out information of how to sign up for. And then we're going to give our link, and this is a public Discord, so that we always post this link, because we have other secret ways of communication that doesn't involve waving our dongs around. Discord! In chat, so we hope to see you there. Thank you so much for tuning in. This has been, like, despite some of the technical hiccups, which were entirely on my end, on our end, and to be fair, it has been mostly my fault. This was an awesome stream. Probably, I think this actually might be the longest stream we've ever had for a meeting. I don't think this has been the longest for a show.
Stall for a couple of minutes. I have something to show on camera.
Okay, sure. Because what I'm gonna do right now is, for all you people out there on Twitch, I'm gonna look for something, someone to raid. We always do this at the end where we raid an account. Oh God, Bob Ross is on. He will never die. There's actually a bunch of people streaming right now. Naysayer's streaming. He's doing, I love his title, Compiler Attack to Back End, and they're spelled with 2 C's. Oh! Here's an idea. Is Switchroot on there?
Switchroot is, they have, they're actually on GitLab, but
right.
I think they do have a GitHub repo. Yeah. For Switchroot, just link switchroot.org. Okay. That's our organization.
I'll type that in and everyone else can figure out. So if you want to do crazy video game elite hacks that will piss off Nintendo and give you brownie points.
Actually, this is the game hacking that does the least Nintendo pissing off, because Switchroot is the Linux port to the Nintendo Switch,
right?
Which I'm running right here. That's, yep, switchroot.org, all one word.
There we go.
So yeah, we run Linux on the Switch, which is great because A, we don't have to hack the Nintendo operating system on the Switch. B, we don't have to understand any of the content or even any of the cryptography that's involved, which means that C, we're not breaking the law as far as the DMCA is concerned when it comes to hacking the Switch, because our project is completely moot outside of that field.
This is kind of tricky tonight, what we're going to raid. So it's either Naysayer, where we're going to look at compiler stuff, or we're going to raid IO57, or Lost, as he's known. Who's like a major person at DEFCON. He does the badge contests and stuff every year. So it's going to be one of those. But show what you want to show on here, and then we'll pick a raid.
So that's just our ending screen for today. And I could actually put this on a browser on the computer, like the same as our AFK screen. But yeah, thank you for watching, and if you're interested, follow us on Twitter. I'm Cyrushill. This is Side Pocket.
Yep.
I'm
going to do the whole spiel. Thank you for following that again. If you like our content, you can hit that bell, click like, share, or subscribe on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube. Yep, that's actually what we picked. We're going to raid Lost. I'm going to Stream Manager right now. So thank you all for watching. I'm going to do some chill out music in a moment, and then we will get on with this raid. You're going to like Lost. He brings up old music, and he has a lot of crazy stories about not only DEFCON, but his personal life, because all of us are basically cartoon characters. I'm just going to send over, if you want to learn more about us, you can go to http:// all that stuff. And I like to put the WWs because I'm old-fashioned. DEFCON201.org. We also have it listed over here, and we're all over on social media. Tomorrow I'm going to be on Liz's stream. I might stream on here, but I'm definitely going to be on Kusanagi's stream, the person who's talking about CTF, to work on that Hacktober CTF. We're also going to be working, hopefully, together on Discord with that, which involves you. You can show up tomorrow. Look out on our social media for the time for that. And then this Sunday is Master of Unlocking, where I teach a lot of stuff about locks and lockpicks. And I will be picking locks, but I'm going to be interviewing the amazing people from Lockpick AR, which is a lockpicking group from Argentina. And we get to pick their brains of what they think about with different locks and about their country and such. And of course, real quick, next week is also going to be G.I. Jack, Archvile Linux Perspective, on Thursday at 7 p.m. And he's going to be doing something very demonic with Arch Linux, which is crazy because, you know, Arch Linux is already demonic. So that's going to be, that's kind of the hint there. You're going to see something really fun with that. And then next Saturday at 8 p.m. is Crypto Barons, where we're going to continue our next part series, Halloween-themed cryptocurrency, dark web stuff, where we're going to be looking at the Brave browser and some of its initial positives and unfortunately lots of its negatives, and where open source came in and saved it from itself. So anyhow, that is it for our show. I thank Sarah for being on here. Thank you for all the speakers who've been doing stuff. Condolences to G.I. Jack, who's currently mutating into a moth right now. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We're going to go raid Lost stream from core DEFCON staff. Again, if you want to check us out, defcon201.org. We are DEFCON 201 based out of Jersey City, New Jersey. Hope you check us out. Hack the planet. Dirty Jersey represent. And I will see you probably tomorrow. But keep in touch. Again, follow, like, share, and subscribe if you want more updates. And if you want ultimate updates, go to our website, defcon201.org. Peace, everybody.
Peace.
Go enjoy Lost. Tell him he owes me $5.